And we should be live. Hey, Twitch! Welcome back to Uncanny Adventures. This is a Call of Cthulhu one-shot. We're going to be playing through The Haunting, which is a classic Call of Cthulhu scenario. From what I'm told, it's basically been in pretty much every incarnation of Cthulhu since the beginning. And we're going to go through it today and see how our investigators do. Speaking of our investigators, look, I had volunteers who wanted to come and play Cthulhu. You're so
Crazy,
brave.
right?
I don't know what I was thinking. I should have ran away while I still had it.
2 of them have done this before and came back. But we're going to go around and have them say hello and introduce their characters. And then we're going to jump in and kind of find out how they all know each other and get started with this little one-shot and see where things go from here. So I'm going to go by way of who's on my screen. And I'm going to start with Andy.
Hey, my name is Andy. I am playing Cecil Thomas, PhD. He is an acting professor at the American Laboratory Theater up in New York City. He is, give you a description of him, he will insist he is average height, but he is a very small man who loves fight choreography.
Outstanding. And how about Reen?
So, just that fast, I forgot the first name that we came up with. I know it was Merryweather, Coraline.
Coraline!
That was it, Coraline. So I am Fairy Reen. You can find me there on Twitter and Twitch and Geeky Bugbear. And tonight I'll be Coraline Merryweather. I'm a journalist, and I'm sure to get down to business and find out the real deal.
Outstanding. And Brooke.
Hi, my name is Theater Nerd. I am playing some name that I randomly generated. She is also a journalist. What did we go with? Luvenia Queen.
That's quite a byline right there.
What? Oh yeah.
Your name. It looks good on a byline.
Yeah. Yep. Her family doesn't appreciate the fact that she's a journalist and runs around, snooping in things that she maybe shouldn't, but she is, and I'm excited to be back. It's gonna be weird only having one Monday night show for the foreseeable future, but I'm glad to be here.
Well, I'm glad to have you. And Scott.
Hi, I'm Scotty. You might know me as Scotty Hood on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube. I'm going to be playing Private PI Benjamin Walker. Down in the dumps, looking for some more.
Excellent. And so we're playing this Call of Cthulhu scenario. Oh, and also I am playing, the players cannot hear it, but those listening can in Twitch. I've got Syrinscape playing in the background. So Syrinscape is very good for RPG sounds and music and things like that. So if you're looking for sounds for your game, check them out. So they're playing in the background. I got some creepiness going on. So as you all know, this is 1922 Boston, Massachusetts. You all live and work in the city of Boston. And somehow you've all been contacted or gotten a hold of each other, as there is a landlord in the area who is looking for someone to look into an old house that he inherited recently. He'd like to rent it out. The problem is, there's been some strange happenings inside this house, and he can't keep anybody in it, and now he can't even get anyone to rent it. So, he would probably contact Mr. Benjamin Walker first. The question is, Benjamin and the rest of the group, how would you all know each other and maybe get involved in a case like this together?
Now, that is the question of the night, ma'am. Now, you see, I've been on a few little investigations of my own. Most of them small, little Susie lost her cat up in the tree. Stuff like that. But some of them get a little bigger and get to know a few people, see a few journalists there. Maybe get some names written down. And then I do not know how I'm going to get a pugilist character tied in with Benjamin, but how do you think you would have run into a poor private investigator? He's the stereotypical, he smokes and he lives in his PI apartment. It's like all one thing. super poor.
I was gonna say I don't know if Cecil will have known necessarily Benjamin, but I feel like Cecil will probably have some sort of connection with at least Coraline, given that she is a journalist, and he's all about publicity. He tries very hard to get further publicity for various performances, but he's not that great.
And now you all also could have some connection to the landlord, Mr. Knott, who is the current owner of the property. If you wanted to be some kind of friend of his, that he brought you in to sort of keep an eye on this situation for him, that's perfectly fine as well.
So I think Luvenia is more of an investigative journalist. And I also don't think she's all that new I don't think she's been in town all that long.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I think she probably has connections to the landlord.
Okay. So you maybe are working as his representative in this situation when he brings Benjamin and his associates on?
Correct.
And perhaps, darling, I knew you from the investigative things. I was letting you know about the beat in the area. You know, one journalist to another, we have to, share resources. And through there, maybe you met Mr. Walker, because he's one of my contacts that helps me know what's happening on the city side, because they usually know what's going down first.
Sounds good.
All right. So
maybe I've seen Professor Cecil in a show? ?
Probably. I was gonna say anything Shakespearean, anything with obnoxiously complicated stage sword fighting, because that is
Shakespeare.
So Shakespeare,
or like the classics, like Cyrano de Bergerac.
Precisely.
Fantastic.
now the next question I have is, where is this meeting with Mr. Knott going to take place? Would you all meet at Benjamin's small studio apartment, a local coffee shop, maybe the doctor's office? What do y'all think?
Probably a coffee shop, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So little by little, each of you shows up to this coffee shop, says your well-to-dos to those that know each other. Luvenia, you come in with Mr. Knott, Mr. Stephen Knott it is, who's a somewhat well-to-do, kind of tall, lanky, sort of nervous gentleman. He strolls over with his cup of tea because he doesn't do coffee. It gets on the nerves. Sits down and says, "Oh, thank you so much for all of you for coming. This is quite the predicament that I found myself in. I need to rent or sell this property, and I just can't get anyone to take it off my hands. So, I need your help. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the Corbett house?"
Have we?
You probably have not.
I probably have not, sir.
Can't say that it rings well.
Well, I inherited it from my father, God rest his soul. And, I mean, I knew he had some issues with it, but I wasn't much for the real estate until now. But the last family that my father rented the property to, the former tenants, they were called the Macario family. Apparently, there was a series of tragedies that befell them. And I need to understand exactly what these tragedies were and how they came about. So, I would like you all to take some time, dig into previous residents of the property, perhaps, find out more information about what's going on, and if there's a further history to the property, and also go and inspect the property itself. I've not had an opportunity to handle that myself at this point. I'll pay you, and he slides a $25 advance out on the table. Here's the keys to the house, and he takes a piece of paper and puts down, and this is the address.
Well, I do like a gentleman that, pays up front.
Well, just
I
in
kinda
case
reach
expenses.
over and slide the money and the keys towards us.
And, just in case of upfront expenses. If you take care of this, there's a sum at the back end of this for all of you. But yeah, I just need to know a little more about it. History wise, any other things going on with it, things like that. So whatever you can find out, it would just really help out. And then just take a look at it, make sure nobody's squatting inside. I mean, maybe somebody's was trying to set up my father, and now me. I don't know.
When you say tragedies befell this Macario family, what sort of tragedies are we talking about here? Did they go bankrupt, or are we just talking death or murder? Or...
I don't know too many specifics. I just know from at one point there was a husband, a wife, and some kids. At one point, the husband had to leave some kind of medical emergencies or things like that. The wife and the kids stayed on for a while, my dad told me, but eventually the mom had something happen. And I guess the 2 kids got shipped off somewhere, family members or something. I haven't heard anything about them since.
We definitely should look into that.
Well, I appreciate it. It's I have a busy schedule and I don't have time to deal with all the ins and out of this on my own. But I would like to be kept informed if whatever you're coming up against, discovering. My phone number's at the bottom of the paper there where the address is.
Hey, you said they were former residents at this residence. Who might they be?
Oh, well, the last ones I know were the Macario family, but I mean, they moved in about 4 years ago, and I believe the mother and the kids were gone within, I don't know, the last year and a half or so, maybe a little bit sooner, before my father passed. But it was vacant when I inherited it.
Interesting.
Had it been vacant a long time?
I mean, looking at my father's paperwork, he wasn't very good with records. I would say at least maybe 8 months to a year that they were gone.
Okay. Well, that helps at least, gives us a ballpark to look at.
Yeah. I mean, I would guess, maybe I'm sure my dad had to file something with like the records department, or, the library might have information on the property or anything like that. So that would be my guess.
Well, I'm sure Luvenia and I can find something, don't you think, dear?
I think we can.
Who knows? And I think too they sometimes put records in the newspaper for sale. So if you could find sales things like that, then I would appreciate to know some of the history of how it exchanged hands.
Very good.
Ooh,
Perhaps there's a lead on finding these kids, seeing what happened.
We'll have to, I mean, sure, if you can find out what happened to the kids, I'd appreciate it. And also appreciate Katie donating. I get 3 successes, and Andy, you have an advantage. So make a note that you have to use during the game, and that will give you an advantage die when you roll for something, which helps with your level of success. Thank you very much, Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
Oh, everyone gets a success. Katie fixed it. So everyone make a note. You have one, let's see, hang on.
I'm writing it down.
Yep.
Quite literally.
I'm being a note card junkie. That's my jam.
Note cards are amazing. All right. So everybody gets success. I get 3 and Andy has an advantage. All right, so
thanks for spelling our doom, Katie. I appreciate it.
Right?
This Katie's coffee ain't too bad.
As Katie smiles from the counter and just waves.
Looks at camera. Ding.
Mr. Knott stands up. He says, as I said, just keep me informed as you go on if anything else should arise or if I can provide any further information. And you all have a nice day and good luck with your search. Also, as he stops and turns, he goes, speed is of the essence. I'm losing money every day, let me tell you.
You have a good day too, Mr. Knott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker.
As I pull out a self-rolled tobacco cigarette and get out a match.
He strolls from the coffee shop, leaving the group of you sitting around the table.
Well, that was most unusual and unexpected. But I'm going to expect that when you're involved, Mr. Walker.
At this point, everything's unexpected. Well, where do you think we should go?
I'm headed to the library.
I'm absolutely on board with that.
Library might be a good place to start, or maybe City Hall for some records regarding the property itself.
I was thinking City Hall for that, and maybe seeing where the heck these kids went, because the father went away, and then the mother passed away. But where are the kids? They must have other family.
Well, we can check the library for whatever these tragedies may be, and maybe the history of the place, as well as what other Luvenia can think of. They're very good with, their investigative skills. And y'all hit there, and we can meet back up.
I like the sound of that.
Sounds good.
Very good. Have you seen the new section that they added Luvenia at the library? I'm just sharing the information as we're making our way.
Excellent. So Luvenia and Coraline make their way to the central library, while Benjamin and Dr. Thomas make their way to the Hall of Records.
Yep.
All right. Which pair would like to go first at their location? As you probably hop on the trolley and head off.
We can start at the library.
Okay.
All right. So,
ding ding, our trolley.
The Central Library, which is probably very familiar to both of you, as you have probably been here many a time, sits. It's a nice old building, great architecture. You walk in, you get that fresh scent of books just as you walk in, and that quiet din where you can just hear a pin drop as it's nice, silent. You see the librarian at the counter, very stoic, paying attention, watching for anyone making noise or getting out of hand, helping various people with information. And you all sort of look around. You look down at the paper that you were given with the address, the name of the house, and you kind of look around and think about where will you get started in here kind of searching. And so I need you both to roll library use checks as you start searching the stacks through.
I am now racking my brain going, the Dewey Decimal System, when was that invented?
Mm-hmm.
You
go right over to the card catalog and start.
Right? Okay. Now, when I roll this, because I'm not familiar with the die on this, do I roll the black one or the green one?
Roll the green one.
Don't be like me.
I like that, Brooke. Don't be like me.
Okay. I should know. I just got done playing the game in Roll20, but
it's true. All right. So you both kind of spread out a little bit, start looking around, going through the card catalog, maybe stop to ask the librarian a few questions.
It was 1876, so it's in use now.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact.
Excellent.
I had a feeling it was 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking so, but...
And Luvenia, you are the first to come across some information that looks like it points to this house that you're talking about. And it's because a name comes up. Mr. Walter Corbett. It looks like it's sort of a record of a sale to him. It lists a property built in 1835. It says something about
How do you spell the last name? Sorry.
Corbett. It's Corbitt. There is a note about a house built by a merchant. But then there's some notes about the builder falling ill after moving into the house and shortly after selling it to Mr. Walter Corbett, Esquire. Meanwhile, Coraline, you're looking through and you actually come across some, they look like maybe old legal records. And you kind of flip through and you also come across the name Walter Corbett in them. But these records are from 1852. It looks like Mr. Corbett had a suit brought against him by his neighbors. They actually sued him. Apparently the petition was trying to force him to leave the area where the house was located. There's not a lot of information here. Just a line that says, "In consequence of his serious habits and unauspicious demeanor," as the reason for the suit.
Mysterious habits and auspicious demeanor. You think maybe he was into some of that occultish stuff and offended someone? You know, because I've got this neighbor and she gets very offended when my sage burns.
I mean, it's possible.
I mean, what kind of behavior would be like that? We're going to have to keep looking.
So you spend probably a couple of hours looking and finding those first things. If you want to keep looking, you can spend a little more time. You'll both have to roll another library use check to try to see if you can dig deeper into these little hints of information you found.
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Better than the first time.
Excellent. So, following the trail of this lawsuit from 1852, you both come across a little more information. Looks like Corbett eventually won that initial lawsuit. You actually find a copy of his obituary, which is from 1866. Apparently, according to the obituary anyway, it looks like he still lived in the house. The address on the obituary matches the address that you have. So it looks like the neighbors were unable to force him from the property. You also...
the neighbors didn't win. How about that?
But you do see, along with the obituary, that they tried to file another lawsuit. This one, it looks like, was to prevent Mr. Corbett from having himself buried on the property, specifically in the basement, because his will stated that that was his dying wish. And the neighbors were fighting to get him off the property, at least in death, if they couldn't get him out in life. But searching through at this point, like you go through a few more records and stuff, you can't find whether or not they were successful in the second lawsuit. There's no further trail after that here in the library.
And there's no mention of like who those neighbors were. Do we know who filed the lawsuit?
There's nothing specific about who filed it. There's just the general like listings of that there was one and the basic reasons for it, but nothing specific. These don't look like the actual like full-fledged court records that would give you all that information. Those would probably be kept somewhere like the courthouse or the police station.
Or county clerk or... Yeah.
Truth.
You know, I think we may have discovered a little bit of that mysterious and auspicious behavior, requesting to be buried in his basement. That's most peculiar indeed, even for around here.
I mean, it's presumable... Oh no, this house isn't old enough. Never mind. I was gonna say, it's presumable his whole family is buried there, and then she stops for a moment and goes, "Just kidding. Or the house isn't old enough for that."
Right, but I mean, there's still family properties and things that people do such, but in the basement.
I think it's a case of nosy neighbors, if you want to know what I think.
It's definitely some of that. I mean, why would you be so upset even after death to want this man gone so much? I mean, that's just, it's peculiar.
The church has a lot to do with that.
Well, they well could be. We'll just have to wait and see what we find out. You think we should head back to them and see if they found anything more?
Yeah, we never set a meeting place.
We'll assume
smart.
it's that coffee shop. Maybe.
I'm good for the coffee shop. Have you tried their muffins? They're so good.
Let's just head back to the coffee shop and hope they get the magic telepathic message to meet us there.
That's sound logic. I like it.
I hope we don't. That might be a sanity check.
Right? I didn't even think about that. That's a thing, right?
So as the reporters head out of the library, you can hear your footfalls echo in the quiet of the library. The scene swipes over to Cecil and Benjamin as you're heading off to the Hall of Records.
Yep.
And it's you actually sort of split up from each other kind of close because all of these like big, like municipal type buildings sort of fall in kind of the same area. So the two of you sort of walk up the street and enter into the Hall of Records. It's early still. You probably met for coffee a little before 10, and you sort of make your way inside, and a clerk at the desk sort of looks up as you're coming in and says, good morning. Can I help you?
Yes, we're looking for possibly looking for some property records of a nearby house. Just seeing if we can take a look and see.
Oh, property records. Sure, absolutely. If you just go down this hallway, property records. Let me see that address. You go down the hallway. It's the fourth door on the left. Everything should be filed by address inside. So it shouldn't be too hard to find it. If you need help, you can just come back and I can assist you. Otherwise, you should be good to go. If don't take anything out of the building. If you need to copy something down, we can provide paper, ink, things like that. Otherwise, everything's got to stay here.
Understandable.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
I'm actually curious. You keep newspaper records here, correct?
Not as much. The library probably has more. I mean, we have some records for newspapers. The library or even the newspapers themselves tend to keep a lot of their paperwork like that on file in their own filing system. Like the Boston Globe has I believe a whole space dedicated to past articles and things like that they keep on site.
Good to know. We could head there next, maybe.
Oh, okay.
If we don't find anything here.
Well, just let me know if you need any help.
Will do.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Tips the fedora and it's off.
And the two of you walk down the hall, get to this door, open it up, and you indeed find like a room full of filing cabinets and drawers. They do have the little identifiers on the front with listings by street address. I need you both to make me library use rolls as well as you start searching through here to try and locate this Corbett house address.
Oh, so close.
Scotty,
No,
I think you
I'm gonna
rolled
spend it.
language.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Where'd that?
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Hey, look
There
at
you
that.
go. You didn't even have to spend any luck.
Nope.
Which, speaking of, since it came up, and I know that Reen is new to the game as well, if you roll in Cthulhu and you get very close to succeeding, but don't, you have luck. You can spend your luck. I don't know how much luck does Coraline Merryweather have right now. What's your luck at?
It was, hold on, I've got it. It was on the right hand side. I think it was. Yeah, 55. Left hand side.
So you Coraline start with 55 luck. Now at times I as the keeper might call for a luck roll. Like if you say, "Oh, can I find like a flashlight somewhere nearby and I need it in a pinch?" Roll a luck roll. You roll and succeed, you find the flashlight. You don't succeed, oh no, there's no flashlight here. But you can
Gotcha.
spend that to make other rolls successful. So, but the thing is, as you spend it, your luck goes down. So at some point, I might call for a luck roll, and you may have spent enough where it actually affects that you don't succeed a luck roll. You're kind of tempting the fates.
You don't get those back ever.
No, when they're
Right.
gone, they are gone. But it's a one shot, so luck.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot spend luck on sanity checks.
Good to know.
That is the
Or-
only thing, because sanity checks are simply, oh crap. So, all right. So we have two hard successes. So between the two of you, you both have various skills in finding information. And you both quickly come across some court records that are stowed here. And they're under the name of Walter Corbett.
Walter Corbett, eh?
You find his last will and testament. And in fact, do see where he has requested to be buried in the basement of the house. Listed address, the same as the one you're looking for. His executor appears to be a man named Reverend Michael Thomas. He is listed as pastor of the Chapel of Contemplation and Church of Our Lord Granter of Secrets.
That is one mouthful of a name.
It is.
I see it's one of these nut jobs, eh?
As you're looking at this and you see the name Chapel of Contemplation, Cecil, your eyes sort of fall on kind of a folder, sort of a few folders back in this same drawer, and it has that title on it. You're like, oh, you kind of draw that out and take a look, and you see that it's a notice of closure for the Chapel of Contemplation. It appears the chapel was closed sometime in 1912.
Let's see, for reason of closure. Was it condemned?
Looking around, as you say that, you and Benjamin both notice a different filing cabinet. It looks like it's more to do with religious establishments. Sort of go over there and quickly peek through to see if you can find anything else. And you come across a little more information. The Chapel of Contemplation is actually listed in a criminal court record that's here. It appears that this record references some kind of court action taken against the chapel in 1912. But the actual records aren't with this. It looks like they aren't filed here. You think you're probably going to have to go maybe to the police station or courthouse in order to find these. But it looks like there was definitely some sort of activity between the chapel and the police 10 years ago. And the chapel was closed very shortly after that activity.
Getting interesting. How's the lighting in here?
It's kind of dim. It's like got a bulb, but it's, like the pole light,
Is there any
a
way?
little bit.
Is there any way I could get some good daylight on these papers?
You could take them out into the hallway, which is lit better, and there are windows out there.
Okay, Benjamin takes them out there, and he pulls out his Kodak camera.
Ooh.
It's one of those tiny little versions of the accordion cameras.
Yep.
And he takes a picture and he tries to get like all of them in one take.
Excellent. So you sort of spread them out. Why don't you roll me a photography roll? See how well this picture's going to turn out.
I forgot to actually roll for that. Okay.
Yeah.
I just noticed I had it and I'm like, oh, well, add camera to inventory. How do you do?
Oh, so
Nice.
You take the picture. Now you won't know until you try to develop these later. But you take this picture. What Benjamin doesn't realize is when he loaded the film into the camera this morning, he didn't exactly load it properly. So he's going to find that out a little later, though, because...
Nice. Maybe a bit of the ash from the cigarette got on it or something.
It might have. You might have just gotten distracted at the last minute, Rushing out the door. These things happen.
Nice.
All right, so you return the paperwork to its proper folders?
Yep.
They said that they had copying or like ways of copying some information.
Well, they said that they could provide you if you didn't bring something. They'll provide you with paper and pen if you need to write down information so that you can take it with you, so you won't since you can't take anything from this office.
Yeah, I would say that
Ben's been writing things down in his notebook the whole time, of course.
Yeah, I would say Cecil always has a pencil on him, but never has paper, because he's sort of a forgetful sort. But always has a pencil due to old habits never die hard with theater. You always have to have a pencil. So he'd probably go back to the front desk to see if he can get like some sort of legal pad or something to copy information down, especially where it comes to Reverend Thomas.
So the young lady at the front desk turns around. She kind of shuffles through a drawer, pulls out some paper, and hands it to you. Oh, here you go. Oh, it looks like I have to replenish my supply.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
Oh, you're welcome.
So he'll go back over and with Reverend Thomas is gonna look and see if there's any other related paperwork with him and not just the Church of Contemplation.
Someone walks by on the road past the open door with a dog.
I know that feeling of dogs interrupting on streams. It's great.
The young woman actually gets up after handing off the paper, and she kind of goes off to a side sort of like storage closet with a key, and kind of goes and is shuffling around getting more supplies for the front desk.
Okay.
So Cecil comes back, copies down the information. You both sort of look around for any further information on this Reverend Michael Thomas, but you don't find anything within the filing cabinets here that references him. There, it's. Go ahead.
Can I look up any information on people that live nearby that house during that time specifically?
Sure. You can look up like the nearby addresses and things like that. Just make me a library use roll.
Okay, just seeing if he's thinking of interviewing people and he's seeing who to interview.
Mm-hmm.
If they're still there. Library use. Not language. All right.
Nice. So you sort of start looking at the addresses that would be along the same street as the Corbett house. And as you pull records and things like that, what you quickly find is that at one time, a number of years ago, there were residential houses along with the Corbett house. But it seems that little by little, these properties were sold off to bigger developers. And in fact, you see like titles and deeds to where now instead of residences, the other buildings and things around this house appear to be like business buildings that have been put up. So this house is now in a very more business oriented area. It's sort of like the last holdout for a residence in that area.
It's that stereotypical, you got like, I'm not gonna leave here, and just like this old couple, and there's just like this tiny little house in the middle of the city.
It's the little old man from the movie Up.
Yep.
But yes, so that is what you find. Like as you try to go through and see who might still be living there, one by one, you're like, everybody on this street and the surrounding streets sold their houses to these corporations 5 or 6 years ago.
They're just random corporations and stuff. They're not owned all by the same person or anything.
No, there's a couple that have like more than one piece of the property, but it's various ones that have sort of bought them up and then have developed them into business centers.
Okay, may or may not have the red string back in the office. But just want to make sure it's none of those pins.
Hey, you never know. If you
All
see the Pinkerton name, then you better be really curious. Pinkertons are a big deal.
Cecil's going to look into I think the thing that he was going to be most interested in looking at was the original, like if there are any sort of like the original documents for any blueprints, the original deed of like when it was built, who built it, for that address.
So make me a library use roll.
If we fumble, does the place catch on fire?
It might. You never know. You might drop that cigarette in a drawer, and as you leave, the whole building goes up behind you. Like, what? No. So looking through, so you do find some references to, there's a merchant named Phillips who appears to have developed various houses in the early 1800s. This house being one of them. And there is sort of a floor plan sketch. Not very detailed, but it looks like it's a 2-story house. Main floor is, the general living room, dining room notes to it. Looks like it's got some storage rooms on the first floor. Upstairs, bedrooms, bathroom, and downstairs has a basement with storage, but it's just like a generic sketch. Property's not too big. It's got a small front yard that kind of sits close to the main street, and then the backyard's a little bigger from what you can tell.
You said the merchant named Phillips?
Phillips. Mm-hmm.
And so who would he have been the first owner, or was he just the builder?
It looks like, according to these, that he built it and was the first owner. But then there is a record of sale for within the year of him building it to Mr. Corbett.
Okay, to Mr. Corbett.
Mm-hmm.
After you figure all that out, I presume. Benjamin just kind of like does a slight knock on the side of the desk that you got all the stuff on. It's like, hey, it's getting pretty late. We should probably meet back up with them.
Good point. We gotta get there before they start getting a little worried.
Before Katie closes up for the day.
Little do we know she's open 24/7. She just drinks coffee constantly.
Mm-hmm. Only her favorites can come in 24/7 though. Otherwise, you get the heck out.
Yes.
So you collect your things. You put the records back where they go. And as you're leaving, the woman at the front desk says, "Did you find everything you needed?"
Absolutely. Thank you, Thomas, for your help.
Oh, I'm so glad. If you need any more help, I'm here most weeks. I have vacation coming up in a couple weeks, but otherwise I'm here.
All right. What was your name again?
Oh, I'm Cecilia.
Nice to meet you. I'm Cecil.
Hi.
Could you spell that?
Huh? Cecilia is Cecilia. Cecilia?
Thanks, ma'am. And then he walks out.
Sure. Have a nice day. Bye. Bye, Cecil. So, you take the trolley back and head back to Katie's coffee shop.
Ding ding.
As you enter, you see Luvenia and Coraline have also arrived back from their trip to the library. There are some delicious-looking muffins set up on the table. As if Katie knew you were all coming back.
Benjamin grabs a muffin, takes a bite out of it, and says, "So what's the scoop?"
Well, we did find some interesting things. How about y'all? You were gone quite a while.
We swallows the bite. Found some stuff about this Walter Corbett fella. Apparently, in his last will and testament, he wanted to be buried in the basement.
You know, we found that out too.
Fun, you should say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here, you sit down and you eat that muffin. How about that? We already had ours. So,
Yeah. You find anything about Reverend Thomas?
no Reverend Thomas, but we did find out the neighbors absolutely did not like Mr. Corbett, did they, Lavinia?
No, not at all. They apparently sued him twice. Possibly once posthumous. Posthumous. Gosh.
Katie walks
That's
by the
right.
table, drops off a coffee, and goes, posthumously, and keeps walking.
I don't know why that was so difficult.
Because
It's
words
been a
can be hard.
I write words for a living. They shouldn't be that hard.
Right. Writing's different than speaking, though.
This is true. My tongue's not involved when we're writing them.
I mean, mine sticks out a little when I'm thinking real hard and writing real fast.
You know, I wonder if this is some of that mysterious and auspicious behavior, us talking of our tongues and writing at the same time. You see, that's what the neighbors didn't like. They said that Mr.
What?
Corbett was a very mysterious and auspicious behavior. That is literally what they sued the man for. They tried to get him thrown out of his house.
Any
Well,
idea where the
they
neighbors
tried-
are?
Tried to get him to not be buried in the basement.
Well, that was the second time.
Any idea where these neighbors are now? Because they're definitely not there anymore. All the places around the house got bought out.
Didn't have a name. All we just found was this little scrap of thing that referenced it, but we sussed it out.
Quite peculiar.
That's what I said. We also, let's see, there was something else. What was it?
It was
Yes.
built in the 1800s. It was the builder fell ill and sold, or the merchant fell ill and sold it,
That's right. That's right. He was a merchant.
and he died in 1866.
Well, that wasn't the merchant died in 1860.
No.
That was Corbett died in 1860.
Mr. Corbett died.
Right.
1866, yes.
The library is just full of knowledge if you know where to look.
Did you find anything about, well, this wouldn't be really much of a connection from your end, but they apparently had a priest named Reverend Thomas. Part of some chapel of greater secrets of some kind. Place got closed out. Apparently, police were involved.
Dr. Thomas, is that any relation to you?
Dr. Thomas?
No. Cecil, our friend Cecil. His last name is Thomas. He's a professor. He's got his PhD. Therefore, I called him doctor because I'm polite.
Benjamin squints his eyes at you and looks at you suspiciously and writes your name down.
I much appreciate the respect, Luvenia. You know, Thomas is it's a rather common name, and I don't remember having any sort of distant relative named Michael.
Cecil Thomas, new suspect.
So maybe I'll have to look into some of the personal records for Mr. Thomas, see if I have any connection with it. But we certainly need to look into his involvement with the Chapel of Contemplation and potential criminal activity.
Sounds like one of those crazy cultist hoo-has.
A little bit.
So maybe the neighbors were wrong.
I got this. I was right about this.
Maybe
right about what? Right about what?
Well, if he was doing hoodoo cult stuff in the basement,
That was our thought.
probably didn't want him buried there, and or didn't want him doing that stuff, so they sued him. This
Maybe
is,
if
of course,
he,
all speculation, but that's.
but from what we saw, that mysterious and auspicious and burying in the basement, and it just didn't fit unless it was something occult.
You make a very fair point.
Perhaps in the morning we can look up more about this church.
Why don't we just go to the house?
He did say, he needed the information rather quickly and said we'd probably find a lot of information there.
I mean, we don't have to go right this minute, but I don't know that the library or the Hall of Records is going to have any better information than what we can find in the house itself.
And Katie did make these muffins for us.
I was just thinking maybe we could find out more about whatever this kooky religion he worshipped. Maybe we could knew more about that, then we would know where to look in the house.
I'll look over to see if Katie has any cookies at the counter.
She's already standing behind you with a plate of cookies, a variety like oatmeal raisin, chocolate chip.
I do so love you, Katie.
Coraline, you're going to spend that $25 advance on cake and cookies?
Oh, no, this is my money. This is my own. I wouldn't ever put my sweet tooth on your bill. I promise. You don't want that.
I mean, I would rather use the $25 for materials to solve this mystery.
Well, the $25 is still just right here. We can use it for whatever we need.
All right. So I guess, are we going to the house in the morning, or are we going right now?
That sounds like a good idea. We'll do it in the morning.
We might want to drop by the police department records division, see if they have any more information left on this criminal activity with the Chapel of Contemplation.
That's what I was thinking of doing before calling it a day.
All right. They should still be open.
Yeah. And it's really odd. We didn't see anything about any tragedies mentioned or anything. I mean, a lawsuit can be horrific, but that's certainly not a tragedy.
Coraline, roll me an intelligence roll.
Uh-oh. I mean, it's fine.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh no, I accidentally closed my character sheet looking at y'all.
No. You're just like a robot android. Just lunch over.
Okay, and you said a which roll?
An intelligence roll. We're going to treat this as an idea roll. Excellent. So as a reporter who has worked in the field for a long time, mentioning this idea of you haven't seen anything about tragedies, you're very familiar with in the newspaper. It's called the morgue. It's in the basement, and it's where they keep all of their old stories and things filed away. So if there are stories and things like that, you know that the best place to find them would be to visit the morgue at the local newspaper. In this case, possibly the Boston Globe, since you work in the field.
Y'all, when I get stuck like this, the coroner's a mighty sweet person, and we can get a good bit of information from them.
Well, this isn't like the hospital morgue. The morgue is literally what the newspaper calls their file room, where all the
even better,
where all the dead stories have gone.
Man, imagine if they just had a literal morgue for these.
How is that
Put
somehow
papers-
more
Have
morbid?
an actual morgue.
Yes.
That's like even more morbid. You pull them out, it's like little paper bodies. You know?
Now, what both Coraline and Luvenia know, having, worked at the Globe and various newspapers, you do know that at the Globe, the one in charge of the morgue, his name is Artie Wilmot. And Artie is a bit of a blowhard. Like, he is one of those guys who has no real power out in the world. So he takes any kind of power position he gets to, like, a high degree. And he is in control of who gets to go down and see the old records and who doesn't. And he's very picky about who. So you do know that.
How late does he work?
Well, he usually works day shift, probably 9 to 5, unless something's going on.
What time is it now?
Well, now you were at the library. It's probably more like 3, 4 in the afternoon. You spent most of the day kind of doing some research and hitting the streets.
Because I say, and I'm looking at Coraline, I say we break in. Then we don't need his approval.
I've never much cared for Marty anyway. So if we can go without having to see him, I'd be right on board with that.
I mean, I am
Benjamin leans over and's like, shh. And he looks around. How many people are around us in this public place?
There's probably about maybe 4 people right now. It's not really the end of the workday yet. It's maybe mostly students, possibly, more than other business types.
If one of you can cover me, I can pick the lock.
Oh.
Let's go, because I'm good at sneaking. And that's about it.
Let's go. Are you on board?
I can provide some distraction.
I do so like it. And I kind of put my arm there. Shall we go?
Let's go.
Now, I will say, Benjamin, you mentioned, and I think Cecil mentioned it too, the court offices, the police station.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be on the way to the Boston Globe, and they'd still be open until probably 5 or 6. So if you wanted to make a pit stop, you could stop.
We should probably stop there and then go, just to give Artie enough time to get out of Dodge.
Well, we don't need to worry about the Globe being open now, do we?
Their doors do revolve 24/7.
Well,
To the police station, then.
Yep.
Exit stage left. Sorry.
Okay, so you all head off toward the police station. I'm going to say I'd like Benjamin, Luvenia, and Coraline to just roll me a law roll to see which of you is the most familiar with the inner workings of the police station. As 2 of you may have worked the beat, and 1 of you may have worked the underground.
Well, I only have 5 points
Nice.
in
Nice.
law.
We are so clueless as to
Wow.
what is possible.
You are. Now
Benjamin
You can
knows.
totally,
I'm super charming. So
You
that's how we're getting.
totally climb in the window if it's unlocked. It's not illegal if it's unlocked.
Now,
But I-
go ahead.
I have a quick question.
Yep.
Cecil may or may not have some history, not necessarily on the with a positive relationship with law enforcement, but would that give him the opportunity to roll some sort of knowledge?
I would let you roll if you have law or yeah, I would let you roll if you want to roll for law to see how familiar you are with some of these people.
Just in case.
Is this a push to roll?
This is
I was so close.
No, use 1 luck point and you make it.
Oh yeah, I'm going to use 1 luck point.
So, Cecil, what kind of run-in have you had that has brought you in with the police department in your past? Let's hear this little tale.
Well, being a broke actor, it's mostly for it's nothing serious. It's mostly for loitering. Mostly for loitering and trespassing on various abandoned properties for the purposes of like when he was in college, there were a lot of secret meetups for various clandestine performances for the theater underground, as it were. And if you were a part of those, your credit sort of soared within the department. But he had to learn to get much sneakier than he was initially.
Well, and I think that maybe he also made an acquaintance in his passing through the precinct for various things, and somebody who may have been just somewhat of a fan of your participation in the arts. You've made a kind of good inroads with one of the clerks in the court offices. This clerk is called Kim DeBrun, and she's a big fan of you and your cohorts in the arts and things like that. So as you've had your run-ins, Kim has been known to sort of help you kind of get by on the sly, getting in and out of the trouble that you get into. And you know that Kim's a good person to go to for information because she kind of keeps her ear to everything going on around the courthouse and the police station.
All right. Well, folks, if we're judging by the time, I believe my friend Kim may be in the office.
Well, this is a good place to have friends.
So
It's been a while since I've been down in Boston.
Then I guess you take the lead. As I take my head off and
You mean friends or friends?
We keep it strictly professional, thank you.
I don't know if I believe you, but okay.
So he just like hustles on in. Gets a little embarrassed and hustles in.
And as Cecil says this about, keeping it strictly professional, rather than taking the main entrance, Cecil just casually takes the side door into the lower level of the police station, just sort of strolling by as if he owns the place, smiling, walking down past a few doors, giving a couple nods to various people, and then just a quick dart to the right into one of the side offices, where a very familiar figure is sitting with an emery board fixing her nails. She looks up and she says, "Cecil! Oh no, what trouble have you gotten yourself into today?"
Professional, huh?
He just looks at her.
Who's your friends?
Oh, yes. If you'll see right here, we have Coraline Merryweather.
Hello.
We also have Luvenia Queen.
You two look familiar. I've seen you around somewheres before.
Well, you might have seen some of my work in the papers. So even Lavinia's as well. We do quite a bit of research in this area.
Oh, yep. That rings a bell. Yep, the papers. Very nice, very nice.
And then behind me, this gentleman over here is Benjamin Walker, PI.
ma'am.
I'm sure you've had some interactions with him.
Haven't I seen you crawling out one of the windows in the records room once or twice?
Maybe, maybe not.
Turn around. Let me see your keister.
Turns around in his full trench coat.
I don't know. We'll say maybe. So, Cecil, what can I do for you today? What brings you in? Are you in trouble? Or is this just a social call?
This is both business and pleasure, Kim. It's always a pleasure seeing you.
Well, I mean, I feel the same way.
But we've come across some interesting information regarding what was it? The Chapel of Contemplation. Are you familiar with them? Have you heard about them in the distant past?
I can't say that I've heard about that, but no, not off the top of my head. But can I help you with it though? I mean, you looking for something? Maybe I can get you in here.
Yeah, we've looking for a particular criminal police report in regards to a Reverend Michael Thomas.
Okay. Chapel.
And the Chapel of Contemplation.
All right, let me take a look here real quick. She gets up. She kind of strolls back among the stacks. She starts sort of looking through. About how long ago? Do you have like a time frame I'm looking in here?
Somewhere around the time of 1866.
Ooh, that's a long time ago. Yeah, let me take a look.
Although I believe it was closed. Let's see, 1912. So only 10 years ago for that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of brings it down a little bit. Okay.
1866 may be good for maybe their inception or.
I'm just thinking, maybe if they have any records left at the church, they might have something about Corbett's
You make a good point.
The final will and testament, or perhaps some of the tragedies.
So you see her going through one. Nope, not that, not there, not there. She takes maybe about 5 or 6 minutes checking, and then she gets to a file. She goes, I think I might have hit pay dirt here. She pulls out this file. She kind of walks over. She puts it out on the table, and she says, I think this may be what you're looking for. This one, it's Chapel of Contemplation. Something about a police raid. Sound like something you might be looking for?
That it does. It certainly does, Kim. I would love to take a look at that.
She spins it around for you. She says, be my guest. She goes, I need a coffee. I'll be back. And she sort of gets up, takes her emery board, and kind of goes toward the door. Now, don't make a mess.
Of course, Kim.
Closes the door on her way out. You hear her just footsteps retreating up the hallway. And you have this file folder sort of sitting in front of you.
Awfully trustful of you, eh?
I do like your friends.
We could totally just walk out with this.
Or we can just read it and I open it up and start looking through it.
Yeah.
I'd rather not burn down any bridges with the police.
Precisely.
So,
Or, Mr. Thomas's friend.
I wouldn't want to get poor Kim in trouble.
Not poor Kim. Look at this here. What do you think of this? And I start handing them pages.
all right. So as you start to flip through this, you see the top portion of the file contains sworn affidavits. These are from local members of the community. They talk about the church being responsible for the disappearances of neighborhood children. Then you find, beyond the affidavits, court filings for the police to authorize a raid on the church property, with the affidavits as their proof that they have a reason to enter the property and investigate. Beyond that, there's a report of the raid itself. It appears that during the raid, 3 policemen and 17 cult members were killed either by gunplay or fire, which broke out during the shootout. Apparently, as you flip through, you find autopsy reports for all of the dead individuals. Dr. Cecil Thomas, can you roll me a medicine roll, please?
Sure can. Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
Are you like most people? You got one?
I am like most people. I'm a doctor. But not in medicine.
Really?
Oh, no.
Oh, wow, you are definitely not a doctor of medicine. So I will ask this.
That looks like a dead person.
So does anyone else have the interest, and I would say that perhaps you each would have a reason to have seen an autopsy report at some point. Would you like to roll a medicine check?
Benjamin will wing it, but there's literally a 1% chance of anything happening.
I love this so much.
I feel like that's all of us.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
So I could just use my success.
Ooh.
Oh,
Please use your success.
Use
We
your,
don't
or
fail.
you can use your 8 luck.
Reen,
Use
you
eight-
could spend
use 8
luck.
Well, I'm gonna roll before you do anything.
Yeah,
just
I was gonna say, we got one more roll to go.
Okay, yeah, you roll.
That I drop
absolutely.
my phone and succeed. No.
No. All right. So, Reen, deduct 8 from your luck, and
Okay.
so as everyone's sort of going through this, you sort of, Coraline, flip back one of the autopsy reports, and you flip back another one, and you've seen a few autopsy reports in your day.
Mm-hmm.
These are interesting to you because they're very uninformative. Most autopsy reports for something like this are very specific. Wounds and cause of death and time of death, and these are just very much, it looks to you like someone kind of just got them done and sort of
It's like they just told us they died. They didn't tell us how, where, in what manner, nothing.
to you, it almost seems like whoever wrote these out didn't even bother with any examinations at all on any of these victims. And there were 20 victims.
Who is this coroner? Who was this coroner? I look to see what the signature sign off is.
You look at this, and the signature is completely illegible. Like, they basically did like an X and a line on all of them.
Sounds like a doctor.
These
No offense.
signatures. Dr. Thomas, can you understand this scribbity scrabble?
Ooh, can I use my language skill?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. All right. He peeks over your shoulder. Nah. I'm not going to spend it on that.
You look at it and you go, they didn't. What you take out of this, Benjamin, is that it looks like they didn't even bother to attempt a signature. There would be no discerning from this. They didn't sign these.
So, like Benjamin for most of his documents, got it.
Mm-hmm. So,
It's like a forgery, certainly some form of cover-up. It's like, yeah, we had a body, but who knows what it was?
And as Coraline is looking at this, Luvenia and Benjamin, you continue to look at some of the other papers in here, and you find 54 records of arrest for members of the church. Going through them, you see that it looks like all but maybe 8 of those arrested were able to get released without any further criminal action coming against them.
So they were just mysterious, not mysterious and auspicious.
I'm going to have both of you roll me a law roll. So Lavinia and Benjamin.
Wafts. Okay.
Do I get to slam my hand again on the desk? No objection.
Benjamin, looking at this, these arrest records, it's rather shocking to you based on the charges and the gunfight and everything that happened, that only 8 people actually were pushed through the court system. It seems almost like, to you, there was somebody maybe pulling strings to lessen the fallout for these people. It's like somebody maybe in a higher office. Like, there's no evidence of who, but just from your experience, you've seen this sort of thing. Corruption within the political machine. And this definitely rings of that.
Just every day in Boston.
Can you repeat what you said? All but 8 of them.
So there were 54 members of the church arrested. All but 8 were released. So 37 members got out. And 8 of them actually moved forward through the criminal justice system.
And do we have like specific names that we can look into these people further?
There are names. The one that most stands out, though, is Pastor Michael Thomas. There is an arrest record for him, and it appears that he was actually sentenced to prison. It looks like he got 40 years in prison on 5 counts of second-degree murder. Attached to his file is another page, and on that page it says that he escaped from prison in 1917 and is still at large.
He's in that house. Found him.
So he escaped 5 years ago and is still at large.
Are there any photos attached to his file?
You don't find any photos of him.
Well, I'm certainly hoping that I am not related to this fellow.
It would be funny if you found the one photo and it was like Cecil.
It's like,
Right.
I can explain.
Like Cecil doing the exact same smile, but you got like a butcher's cleaver and blood all over you.
I was going to say there's a pencil mustache. That's the only difference.
Outfit the era.
Total butcher. He's total butcher.
It's only second-degree murder.
You know what? That's what I'm sitting here thinking. I'm like, 5 counts of second-degree murder. Okay.
So
Now,
it's like, is that negligent homicide or is that manslaughter?
That can be that, but it can also be like your party to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you're not the actual...
Like you're not the one that did it, but you were there and didn't stop it, or
your actions contributed to the murder itself.
right.
But maybe you didn't actually pull the trigger, but you are complicit in the crime.
All right.
does it to get into legal BS? Would second degree murder also be like you trip somebody and they fall down the stairs and they die?
No, that's more like it kind of is a fine line
Probably
between
third.
manslaughter. If you trip them and you didn't mean to kill them, it's manslaughter. If you planned to trip them and they fell down the stairs and they died,
That's homicide.
it can go. It can be even first degree. Like if they can prove that you plotted it out, it's first degree.
Otherwise, crime of passion.
kind of like it.
Or involuntary manslaughter. It's like,
Mhm.
it was an accident, but the person died, so,
My bad.
Does it
we got
show?
to do something.
I was gonna say, does it show in the record if he was originally charged with first and it got pled down to second, or is it just straight across second?
It looks like it was that they brought the second degree charges against him, that they didn't push for first degree.
Okay.
Maybe they didn't have enough evidence to do that.
Mm-hmm. Does it list the names of the victims?
It does. It has like the three police officers' names who died, and then it has the other information. It does have some names of like what you would guess maybe are children from the neighborhood, but there's only the 5 names, so it's probably who they could prove that they had died.
I was
So
about
cops
to ask,
children.
what all information do we find on children kidnappings? Like, did the children found when the police raided? Were the children alive?
You don't really find any more about that. Almost you would guess, especially Benjamin, because like you noticed that some things look kind of funny about the file. Maybe somebody has made sure that certain documents have disappeared.
They said they didn't know where the wife and the children went for this home, and it's looking more and more like we may have found exactly where they went.
Yeah, do we see the name Macario for either of those two?
You don't, because you remember that the Macarios apparently took up residence in the house in 1917. So the church closed. The church closed 5 years before the Macarios moved into the property.
Okay.
Wait, they moved in 1917?
The Macarios did, yes.
At the same time that someone escaped from prison.
Yes.
As I flipped through my notes that I wrote down, that were actually helpful.
Yes.
I was gonna say, so many notes.
I never do this. This is great.
It's a mystery.
Well, we got at least a theory, but I think that's as much as we can get without going to the house itself.
It looks like that is going to be our final place to find the answers, and I do feel a little more prepared going in, but I don't know that I feel prepared. And that's not usual for me.
I gotta ask, any of you comfortable with getting into a tussle? This priest fella looks like he's up to no good, if he's there.
My fighting may be staged, but it all works in theory.
It's the 20s. It would be super obvious on him. He wouldn't hide it. He's got like a 357 Magnum revolver holster underneath his trench coat, but it's visible. He doesn't button up his trench coat.
Whole Dick Tracy vibe going on.
Oh yeah, he's very Dick Tracy. We'll say his fedora and his trench coat are yellow with like stripes.
Nice.
Yes.
There you go.
Very good.
Yeah,
Well
I
worth
envisioned this whole thing in black and white, like the old noir films, but that was just my
Yep.
my imagination.
Colors always popped. Somehow his handmade cigarettes are always, he always has one, and it's always somehow at the same spot every time. It never goes down.
Right?
Doesn't-
See, I was going back and forth between the black and white and the old. Now I'm really showing my age here. There was an old TV show called Night Stalker,
I love that show.
Night Stalker's great.
and that's what I keep envisioning him as in Night Stalker, and he's wrapped up in all this crazy weirdness of Call of Cthulhu happening going on.
Mhm.
Yes.
Most of his pockets are probably filled with stuff for the cigarettes, including matches.
Mhm.
Shall we make our way to the newspaper office now that we've spent a
I'd
little
say so.
time here and
Before they
have a little
close.
more walk or
Absolutely.
taxi ride?
Well, I think we should wait until your friend comes back.
And as you say that, the door opens and Kim strolls in with a piping hot cup of coffee and a cigarette. Still here, I see.
We're just about on our way out, but we wanted to make sure that we got to say our goodbyes before we headed out, Kim.
Well, I'm so glad that you stayed.
But let me know if there's anything I can pick up for you.
You were so sweet. And I reach over and open up my pocketbook, and I've wrapped up in a napkin one of the muffins from Katie's shop. And I set it over on her desk. And I said, we brought this for you. It's fresh. It's still warm from the oven. You were too sweet to let us, take your time this way.
Is that a Katie's muffin that you just brought me?
That is a Katie's muffin just for you.
I only get to go there like once every other week, but thank you so much.
See, that's why we brought it to you. You enjoy.
I think instead of a business card, Benjamin has like really homemade. I don't know if you guys knew about this. I think this is like 60s, 70s, and beforehand. But matches were a great way of showing advertisement.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got like
Matchbook.
Walker PI on the matchbook, and he leaves a matchbook there for her.
Yes. That is brilliant.
She gives you a wink, and she slides the matchbook over and slides it into her purse.
It's just plain white with some black text on it. It's nothing flashy.
Walker, private investigator. Anyway, sorry.
The name's Walker. Benjamin Walker. Thanks to 60s. Bye. Anyway, go ahead.
Shaken, not stirred.
Defeating the commies in the past. No, sorry. That could be a Call of Cthulhu adventure on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good.
We have left the rails hardcore.
Yeah, so we're heading over to the Boston
Globe, yes.
Globe, yes.
All right. So
go to the paper.
You leave the police station. It's now a little bit after maybe 5:30 as you spent your time poring over the notes that were provided to you. You sort of work your way against the rush of the afternoon foot traffic leaving the businesses and things like that. And you notice everyone kind of leaving through the lower doors of the Globe, the doors spinning as people come out. What do you all want to do? Now, both Coraline and Luvenia know that the morgue in the newspaper is down in the basement level.
I mean, Luvenia is just gonna walk in.
Act like you own the place.
Yeah, like she's supposed to be here, and she's gonna go down to the basement unless someone stops her.
Okay, so Luvenia is walking through the door spins, and she goes through. Is everyone gonna follow Luvenia in? What are you all doing?
Benjamin catches on that lead and follows.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We're all
yeah. Luvenia and I had already said, if we can get around Artie and just sneak our way right in, we're done.
All right. So if you're trying to avoid Artie at the end of the day, let's do some just general stealth to sort of, if he's still in the building, make sure that he doesn't notice you wandering about.
Sneak peek, tripped on my shoe.
Oh wow!
No.
Artie, it's you.
You show up. You just walk in, and you're just like, I have arrived.
So as you're walking in and going straight for the side stairs that go to the basement, Luvenia, you go to round the corner and literally run into Artie as he's coming through the stairwell door and heading for the doors at the end of the day. You both actually sort of hit into each other. His briefcase goes across the floor and he goes, how many times do I have to say people need to watch where they're going? What are you doing? He looks over, he goes, where were you two today?
Busy.
Points at Coraline and Luvenia.
Busy.
Investigating.
As Benjamin and Cecil sort of just blend in and sort of like disappear against the wall, like doo-doo-doo.
Artie, darling, you know we were investigating. Look here. And I reached down and there's like one muffin left. I brought you a Katie muffin on our way back, so you'd have a good little snack on your way home. I know you like those sweet treats.
He looks down at the muffin. His eyebrows go up, and I would like you to roll a charm roll. Because you are providing a snack, you can roll the black die.
Could I persuade instead of charm?
Oh, sure. If you want to persuade, use the die next to the green one because you'll have an advantage die.
Oh, persuade is a different stat.
Ooh.
I always
So-
forget that.
He looks down at the muffin and you see the eyebrows go up. And he kind of licks his lips and he says, takes it, picks up his briefcase and he says, well, if, you know, you do good work, Coraline. You do good work. And, you know, it's always kind to recognize that, you know, I work hard too. And bringing me a muffin is the appropriate way to do, that is one of the appropriate ways to do that. Miss
Well, that's good. You work hard. Lavinia's learning well, and we're going to, you know, do some more investigating because we've got a hot story. We may have something for you tomorrow that I think you're really, really going to like. And the whole time I'm like trying to gather them and walk them away like, so toodaloo, Zardy.
He takes a bite of the muffin. He says, big story. Big stories are really important, you know, because if you know, if my star rises to paper, he swallows, he goes, then your star is going to rise too, because I take those that really worked hard and saw, you know, how things should go. I take them with me when I move up. And I'm looking at that corner office, you know. So the more
We're right
you do
here on your coattails, Zardy.
When they go around the corner and she's like leading him out, Benjamin's doing the very stereotypical, he's on the waiting bench out there with a random newspaper that's, of course, going to be around here somewhere. And that's his stealth.
Is it at least a Boston Globe?
Of course.
Okay, I was gonna say. Ben and Lavinia may have to have words if it was anything other than the Boston Globe.
what is Cecil doing to sort of blend into the this whole scene?
Oh man. I was gonna say Cecil's probably just it's less of blending in and more of being a spectacle. Like it's like when you're so obvious that everyone's like, oh, okay, and then just continues on. So he's like
Cecil just belongs with us.
yeah, he's just like leaning up against the wall, like 1 foot up, like yeah, he's got like 1 foot leaning up behind the wall, and it's just like got his hands in his pocket, and it's just like do it for anyone that passes.
Does
by.
he lean in a dramatic fashion?
Oh, absolutely. So he's like thrown back. Like there's a good like 8 inches between like his back and the wall, which is
So
how far
Cecil is a Dapper Dan advertisement.
Yes. You know, he absolutely is, and everyone's like, I don't want to deal with this.
Mhm.
Just like
Excellent.
It's
So-
the end of my workday and I'm out of here.
So Cecil and Benjamin, over the top of his paper, watch as Coraline leads Artie past. Artie with trailing crumbs from his muffin behind him, but biting into it. And you can see he is like shoulders back now, like head in the air, like bragging about moving to the top. He seems to be in his glory to brag about this as he strolls past. And you get him to the door, the rotating revolving door. And he says, so big story tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. Like big story.
That's right. We're going to do our very best for you.
'Cause-
Bright and early. You rest easy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I expect it on my desk tomorrow.
Okay.
And he kind of goes into the door. He sort of muscles past somebody coming from the other way. And you see him go into the door. And they speed up walking as they go in behind him. So he misses going out the first time. And they force him to make a second loop. And you can just see him get red-faced as they do that. And you watch his eyes just as he follows them out. And you hear him muffled through the glass of the door yelling after the person that did that to him. And sort of following them up the road, yelling with his finger wagging admonishingly as he disappears from sight.
I do declare that man is exhausting. Go. So let's get going, y'all, shall we?
after you.
Do-do-do-do-do.
I think the man needs to lay off the muffins.
I think that man needs to lay off a lot of things, and it's not muffins.
Sorry,
He
I was
needs
just
more muffins.
imagining
It
a
keeps
very
that
big
mouth muffled. It keeps that mouth muffled.
I bring him the best damn stories, and I don't get any acknowledgement. You kiss ass with a muffin, and you get all the acknowledgement.
No, that's why I told him that you're doing just wonderful things. And here's the thing: next time you bring the damn muffin and shove it in his face, and we'll see what happens. Okay?
I was picking myself up off the ground.
Now,
I
ladies.
know.
Let's keep the mission in task. Where the heck is this morgue at?
You're right. We shouldn't let this man come between us. He's evil and hurtful. Let's move along. You're an excellent reporter and do great work, and he should recognize it.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Coraline and Luvenia lead the way to a side door that descends downstairs into the basement levels of the Boston Globe. As you descend down, you hear in the distance the boilers kicking on, and you notice like it is warmer down here. Like these boilers are large, massive, and they just heat up this whole floor when they go on, and they're rumbling in the background as you walk. And you quickly head down to the end of this hallway, and just before the boiler room door is this little door kind of recessed in the wall. There's actually a desk that sits out alongside it, but currently no one is sitting there. Both Coraline and Luvenia know that during the regular workday, a woman named Ruth occupies the desk, and she sort of controls access to the morgue for Artie. But currently she is not here. It appears she has left for the day, and the door is currently closed. There is a keyhole in the door, and you know that Ruth and Artie keep keys to the door, so it appears like it is locked.
Have we ever happened to notice where she gets her keys to and from? Like where she stores them or...
Roll me a luck check. Both you and Luvenia can roll a luck check.
Okay. Green one.
Fuck.
Oh.
You are not sure where she keeps the key.
It's got to be around here somewhere unless she takes the blasted thing home.
Well,
As you guys search for the keys, Benjamin pulls out from the inner pocket of his trench coat his lockpicking kit.
So those looking for keys can roll a spot hidden check. Those picking locks can roll the locksmith check.
Boy.
Well, I'll take my heart.
Ooh.
I'll
I was gonna say Cecil's just sitting there looking pretty.
Oh, wow.
Well, never mind. The door is open faster than we can find the keys.
Yep.
Right
So
as you pop the door, look, here's the keys.
He
Oh.
just pulls Pirates of the Caribbean. He doesn't even unlock. He just puts it in the right weight balance and just takes the door off.
Leverage.
you turn around and Benjamin is holding the door. Like, where do I put this?
I just put it right next to it.
Like butter.
Coraline just holds a key in her hand, like,
Might need that for later.
This is true. I reach down into my pocketbook and pull out a little wax block. You know, I've learned it's always handy to keep one of these around, Luvenia. And I press the key down into the little wax thing so that I've now got a print. And then I put the key back to where we got it from. That you never know when you might need that. And then I drop it back down into my purse.
You'd make a good investigator.
Well, funny you say that. You know, journalists and investigators, we do a lot of the same work.
That I've noticed. Shall we?
Let's.
okay. So you step into this room. It is very warm in here as this room sits directly next to the boiler room. You can see that it is filled with filing cabinets, and those have stacks of old newspapers on top of them. And other assorted junk is in here too. It smells rather musty, and you can hear the boiler sort of kick on and rumble and run for a little bit, and then it shuts back down. Both Coraline and Luvenia know that if you're looking for information about a residence or some kind of building in town, they keep that information filed by street address. So it takes a little time with searching, but with all of you working together, you quickly find the filing cabinet with the information for the Corbett house's address inside.
I want to find both the neighbors as well, like the whole street, to take a look at.
Okay.
Benjamin's fanning his face with his fedora hat, and he says, I think they should be calling this place the Oven.
Well, you wouldn't be far from wrong. It's a good thing we've got Luvenia with us. She finds the information so quickly so we can get out of this heat box.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Could deal with an ice-cold Coca-Cola about right now.
Just looks at camera, sponsor.
Mhm.
No, at the
Okay.
The
So
soda fountain is always fun.
yes. All right. So you all look through and you find the correct filing cabinet, and you find a folder inside, underneath the Corbett house address, it appears to be an unpublished story from 1918 that never went to print. It was subsequently filed away and put down here at some point afterward. And the story talks about in 1880, a family of French immigrants moving into the house. But apparently, they fled after a series of violent accidents that left both of the parents dead, and the 3 children had to be hospitalized because they were so badly injured.
Oh my word.
After
This
that,
seems-
so that was 1880, and Corbett died in 1866. So it stood empty for about 14 years before this family moved in.
Mm-hmm. Could you repeat some of that?
Yeah. So in 1880, a family of French immigrants moved into the house.
Mm-hmm.
The family left after the parents were killed in violent accidents and the children were hurt so badly they had to be hospitalized.
Any date on that?
Well, that was shortly after they moved in, so it was probably
Okay.
before 1881. They didn't stay long at all. Then there's notes that the house was vacant for the next 18 years or so. In 1909, another family finally moved into the property. They immediately fell ill and they died. In 1914, a new family had moved in. The eldest brother in the family apparently went crazy and took his own life with a kitchen knife. And the family moved out shortly thereafter. And then there's a note that in 1918, a third family had been living in the house. They rented it rather than bought it. They left almost immediately under mysterious circumstances. And the name of that family is the Macarios.
And that was, what was the year?
So that was the end of 1917 and into 1918.
Okay.
What you do notice when you're looking around here, you notice that all of the records here only go back maybe as far as 1878. You can't find anything before that. So you can't find anything about Corbett, or because it
Or
seems
the
like
merchant.
it seems like there's nothing here. Like if you look at other records, everything stops around 1878. There's nothing back beyond that.
Could you read that 1917 third family one again?
So the third family, the Macarios, and the family that you heard about, which were the last ones to live there, they rented the house for a very short time and apparently left under mysterious circumstances.
What was the one in between the family that fell ill and died and the Macarios?
The oldest brother went crazy, suicided.
Yep. And the family moved out after that happened.
1914.
Man, this is the most note taken I've taken since high school.
Hey, you know?
I like it. I wouldn't have said that then, but whatever.
I know, right?
So after searching around, this folder, this unpublished story, is the only information in here in regards to that house.
While we're snooping around here, looking at since it's sorted by street address, the folders would be right next to it. I'm looking at the neighbors and stuff. Anything suspicious going on with the neighbors during that era after 1870 something?
Roll me a library use check to see what you find out about the neighbors.
Okay. I keep going to language for some reason. Library. There we go.
Excellent. So you start looking at the surrounding addresses, and you don't come up with anything interesting until you come across an address, and as you sort of just flip to see, like, oh, pull it out, you open it up. It's a brief sort of first paragraph of a story about the raid on the church,
Okay.
but it looks like it was completely incomplete and was filed away, and nobody ever finished writing this. And you look at the address and you realize that the church where the raid took place is only a couple of blocks from the Corbett house itself, based on this documentation, or at least it was before it closed. But the property's still in that location.
Story's getting deeper and deeper here. So, apparently that church wasn't too far away, as I point that out to everybody else.
Just a wee bit suspicious.
But is it still a church now, or is it something else? Do we know? I'm not familiar with that particular area.
We could see on our way to the house.
Especially if it's abandoned, we may want to wait till nightfall.
Well, could always walk by on the way, scout things out, see what we see, be prepared for the night.
We have keys to the place.
You
Not
were
like
giving
not
keys to
the-
the house.
We're not breaking and entering.
Well, we have keys for the house, but not for this church.
Oh, true. But I thought one of you said that the lots around the house have been bought up and have been turned into businesses. Why couldn't the church have fallen the same fate?
Benjamin and Cecil, you did not find any records of that property's address in the various deeds that were resold.
It's probably just abandoned.
Those were just the close by buildings, not the ones down the block. This one's down by the block.
Okay.
Yeah, we can look into it then. Maybe a little bit before we head to the house.
On our way.
On our way. Speaking of which, let's get out of this oven.
Right behind you.
By the way, he's had a lit cigarette in here the whole time. Probably the most dangerous thing you could ever do.
But appropriate for the time period. I mean, that's still back when, they worked in hospitals,
Mm-hmm.
When we were in that basement in the police department, I was smoking. I'm sure everybody else in there was smoking too. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Does Benjamin put the door back?
Yes, of course.
I just want to know what Ruth's reaction is in the morning if it's not back.
Yeah, he's just like,
About that.
So you head out, kind of, you've been down here a little bit. You're definitely like, as you walk back up the stairs, the temperature cools. It's nice. As you get upstairs, the hustle and bustle of the exiting workers for the day has died down almost completely. There's a receptionist at the desk who does a quick double take and then waves at Luvenia and Coraline, recognizing both of you.
Oh, definitely at this point, Benjamin has taken his trench coat off, and he has it over his shoulder.
Excellent. So you make your way back across the lobby, back to the spinning door, and out into the crisp evening air of the Boston city streets.
I can't help but to smile going through these things. It always feels like you're just fighting the world and going against the spin of things. She goes through the door and just...
I mean, I smile because I think about all the men who are upset that you and I have jobs here, doing what we're doing.
See, spinning against the ways of the world. You're thinking right already, girl.
What's your guys' credit rating again?
They. No, because Lavinia's they. I apologize.
No, Luvenia is she. I am they.
Okay.
My credit rating is 50 because I'm cool like that. Oh no, it's 40. I lied.
Yeah.
At one point it was 50.
I'm 34. I'm average and reasonably comfortable.
Okay. It's pretty obvious on Benjamin Walker that he is poorer than both of you.
So, Benjamin, you need to have some dinner with us tonight. It's our treat because you've been such a good dear and helping us.
It's all right. We'll meet back at that coffee shop in the morning.
Well, we've still got to walk by this place, right?
And there are various establishments. And you do smell, the food coming out of them. And, you can get a decent chicken dinner for around $2.50. It's pretty good stuff.
I think what Luvenia is going to do, she's going to link arms with Ben and take him to get a chicken dinner. And I suppose if Cecil wants to lock arms on the other side, he's more than welcome to come as well.
You go to lock arms with him, and he reactively tries to get out of it.
Ooh, do we want to roll a dexterity roll to see who gets the arm locked or not?
Maybe not Kung Fu, not the right era for that, but he's definitely
well, take
trying
that.
to get out of that.
Ooh.
What is this one?
So roll a dexterity roll, Ben.
Dexterity.
It's a 4.
Nice.
So
you can try to wiggle away.
You try, and Luvenia gets you right in the arm, hooks it around, and you're surprised at the speed and just.
He raises his eyebrows up at you and he says, "No, it's all right. I got food at home."
We'll save that for another night.
And then just a thought bubble to him, and it just shows his plans for the night, and he has a bottle of rum, and he's just passed out on the desk.
He keeps it hidden in the office in a secret compartment during Prohibition.
Of course.
Well,
but
we
he
can't.
doesn't say any of that. That's just
Luvenia and I absolutely need some dinner dates, so just quit your fussing, and Cecil and Benjamin, y'all just come right along.
He sighs, but he goes,
Don't mind if we do.
You easily locate a nice restaurant. You know that you can get a regular dinner, just a regular decent dinner for about $1.25. But this place has a really nice chicken dinner for about $2.50 a person. That is to die for.
Benjamin's being that conservative penny pincher, and he gets the cheapest thing in the menu.
Nope.
Cecil does the same.
Nope.
If they have appetizers, he only gets an appetizer.
Nope.
And a glass of water.
Luvenia will order for everyone.
And Coca-Cola is 5 cents a bottle.
She gets everybody a bottle of Coke and the nice chicken dinner.
See?
Only the best thirst quencher. Ding. Okay, sorry.
Many thanks, Luvenia.
Some of that liquid 0.5% cocaine.
It's the good
It's true
stuff.
for this time period.
That might not be statistically accurate, but close enough.
Because Cecil just looks in his wallet, and it's the equivalent of a moth flying out, and he's just Cecil has $9 to his name, for the record.
Well, by the way, this is a good time to take care of this. And I pull out the $25, and while I went by the card, I got it split up. So here we go, and I divvy out the funds, splitting the $25 between the four of us.
Cecil, your personal wealth goes up by 50, 150% more.
Really?
You're like Zoidberg. Hooray for me.
I figure, this way, if we get separated or something like that, everybody's got something to handle whatever may arise.
All right. Wait, is it 25 a piece or 25 total?
You were given $25 here's your initial
$6.25.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I better write that down. I'm sure it's going to be important.
There we go.
Never know. You may need that $6 flashlight.
Mm-hmm. You just never know.
$6 flashlight?
I don't know. It was the first thing that came to mind.
Let's see. A flashlight.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard that right. It was flashlight. Okay.
Yeah, it was flashlight.
So an electric torch would cost you $2.40. The batteries would cost you 60 cents. So for $3, you can get an
we have a
torch.
flashlight that will reach Mars.
Now you could buy a pen light for $1.
See, now you're just getting fancy.
Or a flare for 27 cents.
Benjamin spent all his money on the matches and branding them.
Nice.
You know I can't have.
You just have an entire
pocket. If my trench coat catches on fire, we're dead, or at least Benjamin's very dead.
It's just you've got an entire interior pocket of just matches. This is Just this pile of matches.
Probably
It's
got
so
like
flammable.
a pound of. I probably have like a pound total of thermite on me.
Gosh.
He is the legitimate Burning Man waiting to be.
Bad time to take a drink.
I'm sorry. So, you have an excellent dinner, and the chicken is just to die for. There's like green beans on the side with a roasted potato, all the fixins. It is an excellent meal.
This isn't quite like back home, but I declare they do it mighty well right up here.
It's my treat.
So when the bill comes out, it is for $10.20 for the meals and the Coca-Colas.
I have a credit rating of 40. It's presumable I have other ready cash on me, right?
It is indeed.
Okay. Well, then I will take my uncle's money, or maybe my cousin. It's probably my cousin. Thinking of ages, considering his dad was probably old. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
I will take the money he forwarded us, and then the rest of the cash out of my own money.
Excellent.
Here, Luvenia, that was mighty sweet of you. I'll take care of the tip. And I'll toss out some as well towards that.
Benjamin is pretty quiet for most of the dinner. And after you go to pay the bill and stuff, 2 crumpled $1 bills go your way.
No. As for you two, you are our guests. We told you we needed dinner dates, and you obliged. This is our treat.
I can pay for my own meal.
Well, so can a lady, but, the men still insist on paying. This time it's us paying for you.
I was going to say, Cecil just, puts his hand on Benjamin's shoulder and is like, just let him do it.
He is not a fan of it, but he doesn't argue.
Man,
you will not win.
Is a man ahead of his
That's fine
time.
with
You
it.
listen to him.
Ben isn't.
Ben,
Just
I
clarify.
appreciate your gentlemanly nature that you want to pay for the meal. I appreciate it, but this is our treat.
Or maybe this is the whole conversation of the dinner, even before the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the table chatter.
No, I'll pay. No, I'll pay.
It's early women's rights. That was the time that they started campaigning for equalities, and so forth. So that could very much be our dinner conversation.
I like it.
Women journalists at the Boston Globe, after all.
We ain't just small time journalists there, Ben. We can handle this for you.
So as you finish up dinner, and it's now probably closer to 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, Cecil is yawning as you exit the restaurant. What is everyone doing this evening?
Well, he's gonna go back to the dinner plans he had before.
Okay.
No.
So
wait, were we gonna at least hook by the address of the old chapel of contemplations?
I was thinking we were gonna do that tomorrow on our way to the.
Oh, tomorrow on our way. Okay.
Oh no! If Cecil's open, I'd absolutely say let's stroll by tonight. If we want to wait, we can, but I just don't see Coraline being willing to wait when there's something just right there.
Especially if it may be abandoned, it may be easier to get into it at night.
And this is children harmed, and with her upbringing or lack thereof, she's not going to be too fond of anybody doing harm to kids. She's going to want to get to the bottom of this.
So we're just dragging Benjamin along, I see. We're just like, nope.
Are you sure? It's been a long day. No one functions right without some rest.
The night is young yet. See, the moon's not even over the horizon good.
I was gonna suggest you come out dancing with us, but I get it.
Oh,
You're
no,
a businessman.
I'm not a dancer.
I see we can compromise then. Excitement of our own.
Or I say we go and at least take a walk around the block that we presume this church is on and pretend like we're taking a stroll.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Cecil, I feel like you're game for anything a lady suggests.
He just holds out his arm. He's like, care to join?
I think Lavinia will lock arms with Cecil.
So they're just on the way.
So, as our intrepid,
you and I.
as our intrepid adventurers or investigators leave dinner and head for the neighborhood to sort of do a walk around, I think we'll take a quick, maybe 10-minute break just so everybody can stretch, take a, and come back, and we'll get into the next part of this little scenario. So we're going to take about 10-minute break or so. We'll be back, and thanks to those watching, and I'm excited to see the next part of this. So we'll be right back. And we're back from our break to this wonderful The Haunting Call of Cthulhu adventure. When we left off to go and get some beverages and bathroom breaks and things of that nature, we, meaning the investigators, were heading off from dinner, taking a casual stroll through the streets of Boston, and just looking to sort of stroll by this neighborhood that they are set to investigate in the next day. So, all of you walk down the city street. You pass other individuals as you kind of leave the business district and kind of head more through some of the busier districts in the evening, people going about dressed up, heading for dinner plans, concerts, or other entertainment. As this is the 1920s, we all know Prohibition. Those speakeasies, they're a fun place to go. So, you all make your way along. It takes about maybe 30 minutes or so, just a nice little walk through town, before you sort of come back into another district. And this, you can see as you're kind of entering in, you see where you leave sort of the like houses and things like that, and you're once again sort of walking into a smaller business district, sort of looking up at these taller office buildings that are newer. This is new construction, maybe in the last 6 years or so, and you sort of stroll by a side street and are looking around. Everybody can just roll me spot hidden checks to see like how much you take in as you're doing this sort of stroll through. Oh, another window.
Ah.
So it is you, my friend, Benjamin Walker, who, as you're strolling along, a side street catches your eye, and you sort of look down along the side street and see, it sort of looks like it goes down to like a dead end, but there's this sort of lot kind of set off the road. There's kind of a stone wall that runs the area right along the street, but beyond the stone wall, you see what looks like a fallen foundation and some timbers and beams that look like they have sort of been left to rot there. And you quickly sort of look around and get a sense of your location and realize that that is the street and probably the address of that chapel that you had been interested in. You don't see an actual building. It looks like the building was either torn down or fell down at some point over the last few years.
Hey, hold up a minute.
What you got?
I think we found our church.
Where at?
Well, what's left of it anyway. And Benjamin starts walking down the alleyway.
So you watch Benjamin walk toward, he goes down this dingy little side street toward this sort of dilapidated lot, where now as you see where he's going, you all notice the ruins of this weathered and overgrown little section of field. You can see that there's some gray stones sort of standing that look like maybe they were a foundation. They've got growth that's grown over them, and there's sort of timbers that kind of lie across them as you get closer.
Can I see what happened to this? Investigate to see the cause of the building's collapse? Was it like an arson or?
So do you want to kind of take a walk around like inside the property line and sort of inspect these things?
Yeah.
Okay. I would let you you can roll me either a spot hidden, or if you have any kind of like a science that would sort of go with this or something, or let's see. Maybe if you want to do like a history check, if you've done any like study of construction in your past.
It looks like a spot hidden is my best bet. So I'll go
Sounds
with that.
good.
Nice.
So you are walking around, and you don't. What you can tell just by what you can see here is you do notice the timbers in particular. Some of them look like they may have like maybe scarring from a fire on them, but you don't know if that was the actual cause of it completely coming down or if it was demolished after. You do know from the article you found that there was a fire during the raid.
I try to take a picture.
Oh, roll me a photography roll.
Or maybe a few pictures. I'm not sure if this can be multiple rolls or not. But let's see. Nice. I am the best photographer.
You can take a couple shots with your camera.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, that's a great idea. And I pull my camera out and try and take some too.
He would be taking a few pictures.
All right, so you can also roll Coraline for photography to take a few pictures.
Ooh.
And while they're taking photos, I'm gonna have Cecil, Luvenia, and Coraline, since you haven't done one yet. All three of you roll spot hidden checks.
Thought I did roll that spot hidden. We will roll another.
I gotta double check, see how many pictures you can take with those.
Oh yeah, see my roll because it's stupid.
I don't know about back in 1912, but I know the original Polaroids. You got 12 shots if you were lucky.
There was a Kodak accordion little portable camera that he has that's in the investigator thing. So,
all right,
double check. So
as you are all walking about and Coraline and Benjamin take pictures, Cecil, you notice, as you're sort of passing past one of the slumping walls, on the other side, the far wall, which you think probably would have been like an interior wall of the building at one time, you actually see a painted symbol.
Ooh.
And it actually like is kind of surprising because it stands out that it looks fresh compared to the state of the rest of this rubble. And it looks like the letter Y. It looks like 3 letter Y's forming into a triangle. So the tails of the Y stick out from the triangle points, and the heads of the Y sort of form the vertices of the triangle. Is that the right word? I think it's the right word. And in the center of this triangle, you can see someone has painted in an eye that is staring straight out from the center.
Don't like that. I guess I would do some sort of history check on see if I can recognize it from anything.
Okay. The other thing you notice as you're looking at it is you feel like the early stages of a headache. You know, that initial tingle when you start to kind of get like a low grade migraine kind of come on a little bit. So as you sort of step closer to kind of get a look at it, and you're kind of investigating it, you can roll a history check.
I was going to say, would there be any other applicable skills? I think only history.
History, or maybe occult if you had it.
Let's see. I was going to say they're going to be about the same, but I'm going to go with occult. There's a very low chance. Yeah, no.
All right. So
I'm like, that looks odd.
So do me a favor and roll me a luck roll.
Okay.
Looks odd. What's that?
Okay. So as you all are looking around, Coraline and Benjamin taking photos, Cecil seems to notice something and starts walking toward one of these dilapidated walls. And as you get closer, Cecil, you sort of step closer to it, and you're kind of leaning in, you sort of rub your temple from this sudden like irritation in your head, and then you notice the ground under your feet feels funny for a second, and you realize that it's not the soft packed earth you were walking on. It's got some give to it, and you realize that you're walking on boards, like floorboards, and then you hear a cracking sound under your feet. Roll me a jump roll.
Oh god. Jump. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Please, Jesus. No.
Oh,
I
Oh.
want you to roll 100, man, or a 99.
you jumped up and got down. Oh wait, you could use your success. No, wait, no,
No.
you have an advantage.
I have
right?
an advantage.
No, everybody has success. I believe you additionally have an advantage.
Well, but you hear the cracking sound, and the rest of you perhaps hear a as there's a larger crack, and you all turn in the same instant from where you're standing to see Cecil drop from sight. All right, so
Runs over to the hole. Cecil, you okay?
let's see how Cecil's doing.
How much am I hurt?
So you take 2 points of damage as you land on the ground
That could have
in
been
this
nasty.
hole.
Thank God.
You fall about 10 feet and sort of slam into the hard packed earth.
Ugh.
Boom! The dust sort of kicks up around you. It is completely pitch black in here except for what little light is left outside at this point, shining down. Dust is sort of like going up and over. Benjamin, you run right up to the edge of the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a luck roll.
Oh boy. All right.
Oh, please succeed.
Whee!
'Cause I don't want to fish 2 of you out of there.
All right, so you run toward the edge of the hole. You think just before you get there, you slow like your progress and kind of gingerly step to get up to the edge where you feel like the boards are sturdier, and look down in the hole where you see Cecil on his back, sort of looking back up at you from this darkened hole. You just kind of see him in shadow down there.
You okay, sport?
I'm fine. Oh. Got some rotten boards up there.
Hmm.
Would not advise stepping on them.
Are you able to get up?
Just like crawls up and is like taking, taking inventory of what's around him. Seeing
Okay.
if there's like some sort of way to get up.
So roll me a spot hidden, but use the black dice because you're going to have a disadvantage just because of the dim lighting down here.
Okay.
Nice.
So your eyes adjust fairly quickly to the darkness, and you kind of look around your surroundings and realize that you are in a basement, what probably was the basement of the church. Off to one side, you can see what looks like a staircase that had led down here, but you can only see the bottom few steps, as the rest of it looks like it was completely covered in with rubble. And you didn't see a way to access the stairs up above, so you think some part of the building probably just collapsed and completely closed off those stairs. Your eyes continue to move, and you see sort of underneath where the staircase is, there's a cabinet set against the wall. And it's closed. It looks like it's got some kind of, like just metal handle that's latched. And then you pause for a second as you see what looks like 2 figures in the darkness sitting in the little alcove under the stairs. They're sort of in silhouette, like side, like profiles to you, but it definitely looks like there's 2 people sitting down here, tucked in under the stairs.
To give an additional jump scare, you probably like flinch as a match box just falls down next to you.
roll me a power roll, Cecil, to see if you get startled by the match.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
You do not.
Ooh, thank God.
You might just quick look to the side, but you quickly realize where the match came from.
Thanks, man. Oh God. All right. Oh, I don't have my weapon on me. That's awesome. So without like getting them outside of my line of sight, can I see if there's any sort of like improvised weapon, like a chair leg or anything?
Roll me a luck roll.
Oh God.
A wood floor plank, maybe?
Pulls out
Yeah.
pulls out a chainsaw. Oh, this will work.
Yeah, please be like a floorboard or something. Nope.
Oh,
Apparently, you fell through, and there's no really large pieces. The pieces sort of crumbled under your feet as you look around, and you don't, like, feeling on the ground around you and looking quickly, you don't come across anything that you think would be able to be used as a weapon. You just sort of look down helplessly at your hands, like...
Benjamin, not knowing what you're looking at, says, "Do you see any way out of there? I would offer a hand, but it might collapse more of the floor."
Do you have any rope? Anything?
Nope.
Because you want to come down here?
I have this, and I'll hold my camera slightly over the edge and make the flash go off down into the hole, making it light up the room.
Oh God.
So-
you have to develop it later.
So
Sorry, yeah.
the flash goes off. Roll me a photography roll for this picture.
Watch you crit and get like a perfect picture. Oh, look at that.
All right, so the flash goes off, and Cecil, your eyes are sort of flitting up to the hole, but probably focused on these two figures. And when the flash goes off, you blink your eyes, and you have to kind of do one of those, like, to see, and you get a better look at the figures. They look like they're sitting in this alcove, and they're wearing these sort of off-white robes that cover their heads and hang down over their whole bodies down to where their feet are. They don't react to the flash going off, though. They just sit side by side silently in this nook next to this cabinet under the stairs.
This'll move. Seeing that you're spooked. You move?
Yeah, I like.
Okay, Benjamin will try to jump down.
All right, roll me a jump roll, Benjamin.
Yeah, I am
Okay.
not taking my eyes off this. I'm just like.
Time to fall on my butt. Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah.
So Benjamin tells you to move, which you're really glad you did, as you see Benjamin drop into the hole and hit the ground. Benjamin, you hit the ground and take 3 damage from the impact as you land.
Ugh.
Just face, like, you see Benjamin just face plant.
Well,
as he
Mr.
misjudges
Walker,
it.
you're supposed to take a little bit more care. Are you all right?
Must have slipped on a floorboard as he like uncrumples his fedora hat and puts it back on.
Offers a hand to get him up
Oh,
without moving his eyes. He's
Yeah.
just like wildly throwing his hand over there.
When he gets up and realizes like you're like pointing at something, did you light a match at all?
I have not. But
Can I see whatever he's pointing at?
You
Like a
can
silhouette or something?
Yeah, you see these two, it looks like 2 figures sitting in this nook underneath this sort of partially collapsed staircase next to some kind of like metal cabinet. And they're just sitting side by side. You just kind of can see them in profile next to each other.
Hello?
They don't respond to you.
I'm thinking that, can I just like
Are you lost?
Would it just be a spot hidden to smell right now?
You can just kind of do a sniff, and you sort of, and it smells like musty and old, and like that stagnant smell of air that's been enclosed in a space for too long. Just, old
Any
dirt,
smell?
old wood, like moisture, probably some mold.
Am I getting any hints of decomp?
No, you don't smell anything
No!
decomposing.
I don't like that.
We're here investigating some missing children.
They don't
Do,
respond.
Do you have
And he lights a match and he starts heading towards it.
before he gets any further, Cecil's gonna put his hand on his shoulder, take the matchbook that he threw down, and just chuck it at him. Chuck it at like the figures.
Make
He
me
looks
a
at you,
throw
looks at that.
roll.
Hey, what was that for?
So-
No, not at Benjamin, but at
Right.
the figures.
So
Make a what roll?
Roll a throw to see how well you toss this at the figures.
It's probably not great.
Oh, that is a skill.
Nice.
So Cecil picks up this book of matches that's almost burned itself out and just hawks it at the two figures that are sitting. And the matches land in the laps of the closest figure.
Oh,
And
that's lit? Oh, shit. I didn't know the matchbox was lit.
Oh, no. Like, you know, like the little paper thing of matches? That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
oh, okay. So it's if it's not lit, so it just lands.
Okay, yeah. This
In
was
the
just
lap.
like throw something at them.
Okay. It lands in the lap of the nearest figure, and the figure doesn't respond to it landing in its lap.
I think at this
Same.
point, Luvenia is going to jump into the hole and just walk towards whatever it is.
Make a jump roll for me.
Please,
Ben-
guys.
Benjamin is already moving towards it now with his one single matchlet that he
Oh!
tore up.
Well, it's not a fumble, at least.
Correct.
But
So,
And I was gonna say she's gonna roll a one for me because that's
yep.
just how.
So
that
you land and you forget to sort of bend your knees and you just kind of roll your ankle a little bit. You're like, oh, and you kind of bounce around in a circle for a minute before looking over and seeing these two figures. So Coraline, you are now the only person up on the upper level. Everyone else has jumped into this hole.
I look around again. Do I see any other way to get down with them without having to jump down this hole?
Make a spot hidden
Coraline.
check.
Okay.
oh wait, till she rolled it.
Nice.
Woo!
All right.
Dang, girl.
You search all around the area and you find what was probably the top of the stairs, but it is completely clogged. It has been completely debris. Like when this collapsed, it looked like it completely destroyed the upper portion of stairs. So this hole seems like the only way to access this cellar space.
I thought my jumping days were over.
I
Coraline, before you
would
head
stay up there.
Coraline, quick question. You still have some film?
I do.
Can you take a picture of that symbol that's right where I fell on that far wall?
Well, sure, I can do that. No, go over and go to take a picture of this symbol before jumping down this blasted hole.
All right, so just roll a photography.
Okay.
Nice.
You take your photo and you feel like you got an excellent composition on this shot. You'll definitely be able to make this out later.
That was a good shading right there. I just knew that lighting was perfect. Getting better at it every day. Now, and I go over to the little hole. If we're going to do this, we're going to do this right. And she takes
Wait,
her
what?
heels off and hack. What?
I wouldn't jump. We need at least somebody up above.
Well, what good do I do you up here?
You could lend a hand and pull us back up if there's no other way back up.
Darling, have you looked at me? She is 5 foot even and weighs about 110 pounds.
If that.
If that.
So could
So
wet.
what if she's lucky?
Soaking wet.
And, yeah, she's looking around like,
So you'd rather jump into this hole?
I don't want to jump in that hole, but I'll be dog if I want to be up here alone.
How tall is that cabinet?
The cabinet is about maybe 2.5 feet tall by maybe about a foot wide, and from what you can see, you think it's at least maybe 1.5 feet deep.
Okay.
Well,
It kind of looks like a filing cabinet.
I'm not your husband,
Kind of.
so whatever. And he just turns around and heads back towards these two bodies.
I do believe he just told me that if he were my husband, he could tell me what to do.
Welcome to the 20s and him being sexist as hell.
Oh, exactly. But I imagine that being her reaction too. Like,
Oh yeah.
Exactly what she said.
you know, she's like, oh. I don't see any way around this. Looks like we're going back to the woods, and she has a heel in each hand and kind of like shimmies her skirt up a little bit and hops down like a little kid jumping off of the tree limbs up high to land on the ground.
All
And
right,
kind of braces with my hands as I land if I need to.
all right. Roll me a jump roll.
And this is gonna suck so bad because I do not have any points in that unless roll 20
None of
loves
us
me.
do.
Roll
No.
20 does not love me.
It didn't love any of us.
It wants to see us on our keisters.
All right,
So
so
the ladies make graceful landings.
you do. You land. It's kind of like this one hurts in your knees when you hit. It's kind of like but otherwise, it's not too bad.
Apparently, I don't have quite as much bounce anymore in me. And I
You
kind
can-
of straighten out my skirt and put my shoes back on.
You can actually see like a little welt on the side of Benjamin's head where he hit.
3 damage worth.
Yeah.
You know, I'm realizing I don't think any of us took anything in medicine
What about
First
first
time.
aid?
or first aid.
Oh, yeah, let me check.
I know I didn't.
Is there
Oh,
a first
hey,
aid in
I
this
do.
Mhm.
Yes, there is.
one? Where is it?
I'm not bad at
Oh, I
it.
see it. Oh, okay. It's 30.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, Benjamin's moving towards these 2 bodies or whatever.
All right, you creep across this space, and it's not a very big space. You get there in a handful of steps, and
I
they
always have a lit match.
they do not react to you as you approach. And when you get within maybe about 3 feet, the match illuminates just underneath this robed hood that's over it, and you see a skeletal face
Okay.
under the hood. And if you move the match slightly, you can see the same under the second. So these 2 figures are just 2 skeletons sitting beneath the stairs in their robes.
You said they're like slightly less than white robes.
Yeah, they're a little bit off-white. They definitely have like some dirt, and there's actually, as you're closer, you can see like the lower portion of the robes have some singe marks on them, as if they maybe moved through a burning space.
Imagine that.
I'm
So,
starting to see some of that mysterious behavior.
Looks like a few of the cultists didn't make it out of the raid.
I was gonna say, would it be a type of what sort of investigation? I guess spot hidden
Mm-hmm.
to like see if there are any bullet holes in the robes.
Yeah, you could do like a spot to kind of look through to see if they were shot or something.
Nice.
Okay, so Cecil, you move in and you inspect
like-
them closely. You look like kind of like over all the robes and everything like that. You don't see any signs of physical harm to the robes aside from the scorch marks. It
These
doesn't
cre-
look like they died from gunshot wounds or other violence.
Do you think these people lit themselves on fire?
Nah, they wouldn't have their robes still.
It's only the bottoms that are singed. Did they starve it out if it was collapsed in here?
That's what it looks like.
I've heard of some fanatics doing some crazy things, but burning yourself to death?
You said there was a cabinet in here.
There's a cabinet there, so they're sitting kind of under the stairs. The cabinet is sort of where they're almost sitting against it. They're kind of tucked in alongside it, and it's sort of facing out. It's a little like metal cabinet with a handle that you can turn to open.
Okay, I go over to it. Anything? Does it look like it got damaged from the rubble collapsing the stairs at all? Or
Looking at it, it does not look like it got damaged.
okay, I attempt to open it. Is it locked?
Let's see.
Do the classic video game thing where you're like, chunk, chunk, and then the character talks to themselves and says, "It's locked."
So you take a hold of the handle and you turn it, and it turns freely, and the latch just opens and the cabinet swings open toward you.
Oh,
And inside the cabinet, you can see what appear to be some musty old journals.
it looks like we found something. I start taking out some of the journals. Don't read them, of course.
Mhm.
It's kind of dark and dusty in here.
I would be trying to thumb through them.
I'll hand them to you if you ask.
So
Just them off
Also,
looking-
also, do any of you have light sources? Because all I got right now is a match.
Like
How about, like, we don't do the fire thing?
Cecil's gonna like,
It's a single match.
yeah, Cecil's just gonna like sheepishly go and like grab the matchbook that he already threw, just like put it back in his pocket. It's just like, I'll take that. Thank you.
Just roll me a sleight of hand when you go to pick it up.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I don't like that.
Hand grabs you. I got a bone to pick with you.
My matches. They're my matches now.
Oh god, I only have 10 in this. No,
You to spend anything?
there's a 15-point difference.
All right.
I know, you can spend 15 points. It's a lot, but you can.
It's a lot. I'm gonna risk it.
All right. So you reach over to pick up the matches that you threw over there. You sort of go to pick them up off the robe, and you misjudge the distance, and you kind of clip this skeleton, and like a domino effect, like it sort of falls apart. The front half just kind of falling on like toward you, the head rolling off the neck as the one next to it sort of collapses too. Why don't you roll me a dexterity roll or dodge? Roll me a dodge roll.
Dodge. Okay, I had issues trying to figure out what my
Dodge is half your dexterity score.
okay, and if I put because I had put something in it.
Then it's whatever you put in it. If it's better than that, it's that
Okay,
number that you.
so
put
it would be 50 because it was one of the extra ones.
Cool.
So it's okay.
Excellent.
No.
So you sort of, as you're picking up the matches, this whole torso rolls towards you. You sort of get the matchbook and then the skull in your hands, which sends you kind of back into the cabinet, and you hit the cabinet and knock it over, and it like falls away. And there's this big clattering of metal. Cecil goes back onto his rear end. The skull kind of rolls away. Dust and stuff kicks up. And you're left sitting on the ground, and a human skull is sitting like between your legs looking up at you, the jaw open.
Cecil's just gonna like close his knees and then scoot back.
I think
He just closes his knees back and just
Benjamin
Luvenia is gonna
had the
sit
hand.
there. To be or not to be, that is the question.
For the first time, you see Benjamin both smile and laugh.
Cecil just looks up at Luvenia like, how dare you mock me in this moment?
I don't know if I should be terrified, horrified, angry, or impressed. You made him laugh.
Isn't that something with the theater? Isn't comedy the best way to counterbalance tragedy? As it looked like he was getting his gun out because you kind of spooked him a little bit, but then he immediately like 180. So.
Cecil, in his very tussled and dramatic state, is now like, I'm assuming there's like a wall not too far behind where he was.
Yeah, you kind of
like,
backpedal up against it.
He's backpedaled like with his like, you know, just.
And Benjamin, you were standing there. You had pulled these journals from the cabinet and handed them to Coraline. And you sort of, as you all recover from this happening, and you look back at the cabinet that is now lying sideways on the ground, the door kind of flopped open on the ground. First, you notice that the second human skull has rolled into the open door and is lying on its side looking at you. The other thing you notice is where the cabinet sat on this sort of base, there's like a recessed portion in the top of the base. And it looks like there's some more books or things in that little recess that was under the cabinet.
I gently, with my foot, move the skull out of the way and go over and start like smacking the dust off.
So looking in, you see that there is another journal inside of here.
Okay, and that one I will open.
And also right beneath it is this large, like, bound book. It looks like it's like a leather-bound book.
Totally not a mysterious leather of unknown sources. All right.
Don't like that.
I pocket the book, but it's very visible. He doesn't hide that from anybody. He's just holding onto it under his arm, but he takes out the journal and he opens up the journal.
Okay. So, as Coraline, you had taken out the first journal, so as you look at the one that was in the cabinet, you see it's It looks like a generic church record, like parishioners, donations to the church, like something that a church would have to keep for like legal reasons when they do their reporting.
Tide log.
But going through it, like no familiar names pop out of it. Meanwhile, when Benjamin looks at this other journal, and you have to be very careful because you notice as you turn the pages of this other journal, it is very likely to crumble if you're not careful. And some sections have sort of been ruined by weather and things like that. But you do, after you turn a couple of pages, see the name Walter Corbett on one of the pages.
Hey, y'all look at this. Look, it's our mysterious Mr. Corbett right here in the church loggers, like they said.
Well, no, this one is actually in the one that Benjamin has, the secondary book.
Oh, I thought you said I did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, nope, that's all right.
What is it?
So what you got?
What does it mention? What does it mention of him?
So, looking at it, it appears to be a log of his burial service. And it notes that he was buried in the basement of the house at the address that you have listed for the Corbett house, in accordance with his wishes and with the wishes of the one who waits in the dark.
Don't
like that.
Well, looks like we found the evidence I was looking for. Looks like Corbett was buried in his basement after all. I had Pickett for some reason. Written down. The one who waits in the dark. He says that part out loud as he reads it.
Wait, what do you mean one who waits in the dark? There was some reference and such to the church in the papers that we found with the library that they seem to have some very odd beliefs going on.
Yeah, the Chapel of Contemplation. Something about grantor of secrets. Probably the same fella. Same god that they worship.
This very much sounds like some of that occult. I mean,
probably sacrifice chickens too, getting all that voodoo.
Or kids.
Do you think that we need to go find someone that's, a psychic and do a seance? Or?
Oh, that's posh. It's a scam.
Well, I don't know. I've seen some pretty amazing things. I mean, I've debunked quite a few, but, there's a possibility. I don't fully doubt that it's not true.
Well, regardless, I think that's all we're going to find here. Now we got to find our way out.
I mean, yeah, I didn't think about that before I came down here.
That's why I was saying somebody should stay up there, but I can give somebody a lift.
It is only a 10-foot deep hole, so taller people could possibly either raise somebody else up, or if they got a decent enough jump, they might be able to grab the lip and get themselves out.
Benjamin's a long tan and slightly above average. Not really handsome, but slightly above average. So he would be tall enough on shoulders, probably.
Question for you. How sturdy does the fabric look on the ropes?
It's older. It's definitely looks like it's, worn a little with time. I mean, that anything, if anything else, you could possibly rip it and weave it together to give it more sturdy. But
how about this, Mr. Walker? You boost me out of the hole. I'm taking the robes with us, or with me. I'll fashion us some ropes so that so you guys can have an easier time getting out of here.
Sounds like a good plan. And he does the, has both hands down, ready for the step on his hands and lift you up. Yep.
So I will let you decide whether you want to do a jump with an advantage die or have Benjamin roll a strength roll to boost you out.
He has a strength of 65. I don't know how your jump is.
I got 20 in jump. I didn't put anything in the jump, so.
Okay, so it's probably better that he does the lift, I guess. He doesn't have anything in jump either, but
he can lift.
I guess he can lift.
I
So-
hope you can lift.
I'll
So
give him
if
I'll give him an advantage die for because he's tall. He's taller, so it should be easier.
Right? He doesn't have to lift me as far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a strength roll?
Yep,
Or
strength
is
roll.
that... Okay. Hey.
Excellent. He very easily lifts you up and gives you enough purchase to get out of the hole safely.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna start ripping the garment to kind of weave it into a rope,
Okay.
and then I'll. Is there anywhere that I perceive to be safe to tie it off to? Because I'm not that strong.
Roll me a luck roll. I love luck rolls.
Yeah, you do.
I do too. I wish
Oh,
they
look
were
at
indeed.
you. You do see a spot where there's some heavy boards that were part of the structure that have kind of been pinned down on top of each other. So you see that you could thread this around it and sort of give them a length of rope to help them get out of this hole.
There's almost like a sign. It's like tie off point.
Hmm.
Press X to tie off.
Mhm.
She'll do that and throw it down at them.
Okay.
Actually, no, she won't just throw it down. She doesn't want to scare Cecil. She will say, "I'm about to throw this down. Cecil, don't be afraid," and then throw it down.
There's an audible sigh from Benjamin below.
You just like see Cecil put his hands on his hips and just like.
So with the length of rope that Luvenia drops down, you don't have to roll any more checks for everyone to safely get out of the hole.
Okay.
Between Benjamin's assist and the rope, you are all able to safely maneuver your way out of this basement hole.
He makes sure everybody else gets out first.
The two skulls lying on the ground watch as you all exit and leave them behind, one after the other.
No.
Benjamin gives them a tip
I have that
and he
epic.
heads off.
I have that epic pocketbook.
Mm. Oh,
They're coming with me.
Oh, okay. So Benjamin, when you look around the space as you are the last to exit, there are two skulls missing from the location.
I climb up out of the hole. Well,
He
we made short work of that.
he probably would write that off as, "Oh, I kicked them off, and I thought I kicked them over there, but they're probably just somewhere else." It's whatever.
Excellent.
He goes up.
So you all find yourselves. It's twilight. The sun is set. You're standing in the middle of this yard. You all now notice after all of this activity that each of you feels this tingle of like a low grade headache as you're standing in this space. Like maybe it's just the stress of this whole situation.
Yeah, maybe.
Dehydration from the
All the sparks in my
board.
mind, I feel like I'm glowing or glittering or something.
Well, I think we found as much as we could in this dump. Let's get out of here.
You make your way out of the churchyard, crossing the stone wall out onto the sidewalk along the street. And as each of you leave through that stone wall, the tingly of the headache seems to disappear, one by one. And you feel, oh, that feels better. Like I don't feel that pain anymore. Except maybe Benjamin, the headache leaves, but you still feel that throbbing pain where you hit your head.
Okay, so is that better lighting out here? Are there like street lights and stuff?
It's a little bit better lit. Plus, you've got some light from the moon coming out and stuff like that.
Any title on this leather-bound book? That's under my arm.
There is writing on the outside cover. You look at the cover and you realize that it is not in English, or at least you can't understand it.
Can I roll a language to see what language it is?
What languages do you speak? Or do you know?
I didn't write any, so English.
You can give me either an intelligence roll or see if any of your fellow investigators maybe know some other languages.
Okay, so on that one, that was
No,
one thing
no
I
need.
didn't know.
What's
Okay.
that?
Oh, look at that.
All right. So though you can't read it, you have probably made sure to look at samples of various things like languages and things just for your own investigation needs, and you are very sure, 100% sure, in fact, that this book is written in Latin.
Hey, do any of you know Latin? Looks up at you guys.
Okay.
I know
So
Greek.
I had the skill, the language own, whatever it is.
Yep, that would be your native language, whatever you speak normally. So, like
Okay.
English, it would be probably for everyone here.
Okay, so it would be that other language for knowing additionals. The one that
Yes.
was the like. Okay.
I should have chosen Latin, but I chose Greek because Cecil is pretentious.
Yeah.
I mean, Latin or Greek would have been rather pretentious.
That's true.
Meta-wise, at least one investigator should know Latin, but in
Yeah.
IRL 1920s, why would you know Latin?
Yeah.
Unless you studied classical theater, that would be about.
Or you have a professor character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The other thing that Benjamin notices looking at the book is it's definitely been like worm eaten a bit and stuff. It's not a full text anymore, just due to the years that it's probably been in this space. So there's a lot of probably pages missing or eaten or just faded away.
Would
But-
it be very safe to assume, since it's not in English and this was a cult, this is probably their holy text?
You probably, especially with that intelligence roll, like that, I would say would be where Benjamin's mind would go.
Okay. He'll hold on to it.
Ancient book.
Ancient leather-bound book. Totally not human skin leather.
Totally not.
Totally not.
Totally
I'm
not.
not gonna possess you in your sleep tonight. It's fine.
It's
Nah.
fine.
There's
Not
no
little-
little eye in the center that opens random and closes.
I can't read it.
Oh.
That's actually probably for my benefit.
Probably.
Good for your sanity, at least.
Heyo,
So-
she's catching on.
So now that little adventure's out of the way, we're gonna head to the house.
I think. I
Question.
mean, Cecil, are you feeling up to it? You took kind of a tumble there, buddy.
You had quite a spook too.
Thanks for bringing it up.
No problem.
I mean, I'm just trying to look
Lights
out.
another cigarette.
Throws the
Um,
lit match.
How? So it's pretty late at this point.
It's probably gotten to be about 9:00 at night, maybe a little after. The sun's gone down. This area there's not a lot of foot traffic because it's more a business area now versus residential.
I say we stroll by, get a look at it, and
We
then
said that about the church.
We have the key.
that's fair.
We have the key to the house.
Why not wait till morning for that one? Let us rest up a little bit.
That
Thank you.
might be wise.
Tend to your noggin there, Benjamin.
And normally it's not like me to just, invite people to my homes on short notice, but for some reason I don't feel comfortable going home alone. I feel like this is all a bit more than unusual and mysterious and auspicious, as the neighbors said, and I don't know that any of us should be alone.
I'd have to agree with you there.
It's just a feeling, I mean,
I'd rather not go to my hotel.
Well, if we aren't feeling safe in the streets, I can walk you home.
well,
I don't think you're gonna get Ben to stay with you.
I could pour us a nightcap. I do have a fully stocked bar at the home.
You do.
Indeed. All the basics. I've got vodka and rum, and I think I may have a 12-year-old scotch, a little bit left there. I'm not sure. My uncle came by, so we'll have to check and see.
What do I roll to try to hide like body language?
You could try rolling, say, either psychology or something like that to try to control your reaction to certain things. I would say you could do, if you're trying to mislead, you could do a fast talk if fast talk's better. Basically, it's the same idea. Like you're trying to mislead them from what they, what you want them to know.
I guess I could use a drink. He's trying to hide how enthusiastic he is about this.
Then let's do that. Let's all head back to my spot. We'll make our way.
So Benjamin seems
Inside his head, he's just like, oh yeah, get some good stuff. I haven't had that in forever.
So instead of that rot gut gin, you're looking at a nice whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
And 12-year-old scotch.
Always good. So you all head back to Coraline's home for the evening. Coraline, what's your home like?
So when you get there, it's a small place and everything is like in its place, but it's like almost designer, but not quite. It's like everything's almost like that magazine, but not quite. There's just something missing. You get the feel that it's like not really lived in. It's just like, this looks kind of like the picture. That's good enough. Let's go. You know?
Yeah.
However, you do notice the bedroom doors open and it looks almost like you would imagine like the harem thing. It's just like this big explosion of pillows and blankets and fluff and all this kind of thing. And then over in the living room, there's like the little chairs there set up all nice and proper. And the cabinet that's there over the mantle of the fireplace has been converted to be in this big, it's just like bar, wine bottles, liquor bottles, and over the wine bottles, the cabinets for food are completely empty, other than a bad banana sitting on the counter.
Now, do you have some kind of like secret way that the alcohol can sort of be automatically hidden because it is prohibition and you don't want to get caught with alcohol?
Oh, yes, darling. As we walk on, we hit that little button and the little picture just said, and there you go. But you got to hit the button over here and then touch it there or it won't open. No.
Good to know. Benjamin
I'm
says,
leaving that one to you.
Benjamin says as he takes his dust-covered trench coat and fedora off and puts them on the rack.
Now, does Coraline have any kind of like home, like maybe first aid supplies, maybe any sort of like bandages or things like that she keeps in the medicine cabinet here?
I actually would see her being prepared because of how she grew up and all. She would know to keep that stuff around. You never know when you'll need it. So yeah, we would have your basic first aid type things.
Okay.
Nothing crazy.
So since you have that, you know, and you do notice that Cecil and Benjamin both look like they got a little bit beat up, and even yourself and Luvenia, you everyone can sort of like try to patch themselves up. So I'll let everyone you can roll a first aid check, which will, if you succeed, you automatically get a hit point. And then if you spend an hour, you can attempt a medicine check to try to then do a more serious patch job.
Okay. I'll do both of those. That sounds fine.
Okay.
Nice.
All
And
right.
is this something where you can help
Nice.
somebody else or no?
You can decide to use it to sort of help somebody else. So
Aww.
I just love all the fumbles tonight. It's great.
So, Lavinia, you try to sort of like bind up your ankle a little bit, and you actually end up sort of rolling it a little bit worse.
I think what she was trying to do was find the aspirin, and instead she found like calcium pills.
Ooh, ow.
No. That's a salt tablet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm just
Oh,
like,
I was thinking you go to bandage up your leg and you bandaged up the wrong leg.
Oh no.
No,
All right.
the other thing I thought, because I mean, yeah, my ankle's a little sore, but I thought I would go over to bed and be like, no, you don't put that on a scrape, you put that on a burn, and she's like just completely wrong on all of it.
She wrapped the bandage, going out instead of in, and so it
Mhm.
made it wonky.
So realizing that all of you are sort of struggling like with taking care of these, everyone can spend a little extra time, and everybody can roll medicine to see if they take a little more time, if they have a little more luck at doing this.
If anyone,
There goes nothing.
I drink another shot of scotch and say, y'all have been brilliant. Here's pillows, here's blankets. I am going to bed.
I think every one of you quickly realizes after the hour of like fumbling around with the first aid kit that Coraline provides, maybe none of you admit it to each other, but you all sort of are like, no one has any sort of medical skill whatsoever in this group.
Right. Yep, that's a thing. That just happened.
It's not like I'm a doctor. Looks at Cecil. No, I'm kidding.
There's so much shade coming Cecil.
All right, so
Well, earns it. Let's be real.
so does everyone settle in for the evening and go to bed?
Benjamin would sleep on one of the couches out in the living room if there's one.
Oh yeah, they'll be able to have ample. We'll just say that she's got several little couching areas, and there's maybe another little, like secondary room that's small with like a little cot kind of thing in it.
So you all sleep through the night, wake in the morning. Some of you feeling a little more sore than others from your previous day's adventure down to the basement, but otherwise, you know, you get a pretty decent night's rest. Kind of get up in the morning and look around at one another. It's probably about maybe 6:37 in the morning.
How often can we do the first aid?
So let me double check that. I think it's once a day, but let me look.
Is it once a day or once every 24 hours? Because that would make a difference.
Also, can I say that I woke up before them and went down to the market real quick, and so when they wake up, they're smelling coffee and bacon and eggs.
Sure.
Oh, Benjamin's probably awake just because
Food. Yeah.
because he took he maybe woke up with a headache or something. I don't know. That was a big bop to the head. That would wake you up early.
All right, so you can't roll first aid, but because you slept the night, everyone will get 1 hit point back because none of you took a major wound.
Hooray.
So Coraline is wide awake and in the kitchen just making breakfast. And she's just, humming and singing and frying and doing the things. And as you come in, good morning. And she spins around. There's orange juice. Bacon will be ready. She is absolutely like this complete unexpected morning person. That she's just wide open and boom. Yeah.
The people that you wish had a dial on their back so you could turn
Yes.
it down a little bit.
I am guilty of being that person sometimes. I won't lie. And on the mornings that I'm not, I hate those people myself. And on the morning I'm like, get over it, But yeah. So yeah.
Benjamin definitely looks like he's more of a night person, to say the least, in the morning.
We'll get some extra coffee for you. Hair of the dog, and there's a small little shot of whiskey in his coffee and it go on.
He probably only responds with just like, he takes a drink.
Cecil, you can barely tell. It looks like his eyes are closed because he's just squinting them like this. He's like, Coraline, you are a saint. Thank you.
Oh,
Holds the cup of coffee and it's just
but Dr. Thomas, that is so sweet of you.
All I can hear is the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
No, it's Katie coffee in your cup.
Katie coffee in your cup.
Katie coffee. I picked it up down there at the Katie Marquette.
She just owns everything.
It's a Kmart.
It is a Kmart.
It's a Kmart. But copyright. So we'll have it be the K Marquette.
The Katie Mart.
The Katie Mart. Yeah, the Katie Mart.
But it's K-D-Mart.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
It's
god.
a thing now. It's a thing now.
Yep, we did it again, guys. We're off the rails.
I love it.
But not really, because we're socializing and having breakfast.
So you have a very good breakfast. You feel with the coffee and the breakfast, it kind of gets you going a little bit. Benjamin maybe not as much, but this is probably the most food Benjamin's eaten in the morning in a while, right?
Yeah, he usually only has a bagel, and that's it. It's his morning routine.
Excellent.
not even any schmear, just bagel.
No, he can't afford the extra cream. Saving money where he can.
He probably gets the bagels and then he keeps like one half for the next day and only eats the other half first.
Oh, that's too real, but yeah, he would do that.
I'm sitting there like, I can
You'll
relate
like dip
to
it in
this.
the coffee, you know, give it a little more flavor.
Mm-hmm.
It's a plain bagel. You didn't even splurge for like an onion one or an egg one that has a little taste.
Oh, in the 20s, they probably don't even. It's probably just bagel. It's not.
Yeah, it's probably straight bagel.
Oh, poor baby.
You're like a bagel flavored bagel.
Or donut. Do they have donuts yet?
The most hilarious thing is that I had a bagel before we started this stream.
Nice.
It was
I had one at lunch.
Mine was a plain bagel with nothing on it. I feel you, Benjamin. I feel you.
But Cecil's definitely gonna ask the rest of the group if he can, if we can all like swing by his hotel room so he can pick up a few things before they head out.
Sure.
Yes, I suppose we should have gotten some clothes last night, but
Well, we
it
all
was
know
unexpected.
we all know where the house is. Why don't we meet up at the house?
I thought we weren't separating. I thought that was the whole point of our sleepover.
Exactly.
Can we at least
Then can we go to my place then after that?
wait? Can we at least go in pairs?
We could do that. We could do that. And then all meet at the house. And because as long as I'm not alone, I'm okay, because this is all very different for me.
That's for sure.
I was just thinking I need to wash up.
All right.
Think about what all we went through yesterday, and being in that furnace, these clothes aren't feeling very comfortable, if you know what I mean.
Very,
I feel you there. So,
very good point.
I mean,
he looks down and she's like the only one with fresh clothes and all dolled up, and her hair's all done and makeup set, and she's like, yeah, I guess we better handle that then.
all right. So who's coming with?
I figured it would be ladies and gentlemen.
Now,
Separate.
a quick question, Coraline, do you have any kind of like personal dark room at home since you take photos and things like that? Would you have developed your photos?
I would have my bedroom closet converted, because that wardrobe, it just doesn't handle everything. How about that?
Benjamin would
Maybe the
have
kitchen
one too.
pantry.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't have closets back then, maybe a kitchen pantry or something.
So, if you had developed your photos from the day before, you find that you'd got a really good picture of that symbol on the rock, or on the wall, that the Y's with the eye in the middle. And then you develop a couple of the other photos of like the area around it, and then you have this amazing like image of Cecil in the foreground in the basement with the cabinet and the crumbled stairs sort of perfectly set behind him, and a perfect like angle on the two bodies in the robes. And it's just this amazing photo with Cecil in the foreground, like eyes just wide in surprise.
What are the bodies doing? Like the two bodies in the robes, what are they? They're the ones that were just sitting there not paying attention, right?
Those are the two skeletons?
Yes, those were the two skeletons in the robes. But it is like a perfectly composed image. And like you didn't compose it, you just dropped your camera down the hole. But it is beautiful. It is like an amazing photograph.
Oh my word, y'all. Look at this. When I got up earlier this morning, I put the film on to develop, and it just finished its stages, and look, and she's shaking them out and sets them on the table for them all to see.
Now that looks like a front page photo once you write the story.
I don't know. Skeleton on the front page, that's kind of morbid, isn't it?
You can't tell that they're skeletons.
But look, the focus is here on Cecil, so the skeletons are just like almost like dressing, but it's skeletons.
The symbol. Can I roll anything for that?
You could roll an occult roll if you wanted to.
Do I have that? I probably don't.
I have a cult. Would I recognize it as something maybe like that?
I'll wing it.
You can roll as well.
Okay. I know nothing.
No, you
Just like-
definitely this symbol is completely
You know
confusing.
what?
Yes.
I'll take my 7 and make it out a pass.
Oh, will you?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Ooh. All right. So, let's see here. Where's my note?
I was gonna roll, but if you're gonna do that, then there's no.
I already called it, or I would have just said you roll.
I didn't think you were gonna do it. That's why I hesitated to be like, I'm gonna do it too, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Jeanette knows we'll spend our luck till it's dry.
Oh, they do. They do. So it definitely for you, in the title of the church that you found in the records, it said something about grantor of secrets. And then you also saw in the entry about the burial for Corbett, the one who waits in the dark. You don't know specifically the name of it, but you have like heard maybe stories in bits and pieces about some sort of entity that people worship, that sort of they worship it almost like people who go to church worship a god. But this thing is, if it were to cross into this world, it would be like, people talk about it like the end times, this dark, ever-willing presence that would just sort of engulf the world. And these people sort of worship it and try to bring it in across the boundaries into the world. But, I mean, you have to decide how much of that you think is just malarkey and how much you think is truth.
I probably think all of it's malarkey. Just gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
The crazy crackpots.
Crazy crackpots.
Probably smoking some of that, some of those grasshoppers. Smoking the grass.
Truth.
Actually, no. I'm 10 years ahead.
Oh.
Grass, it's whatever. Yeah.
Something.
In the 20s, no, seriously, it was like marijuana or whatever.
Mm.
It's like medical.
It's in everything.
Yeah.
So is alcohol.
Just like cocaine.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say coke was cocaine at this time, so
Another drug, it's whatever.
So
they took away our alcohol, but at least we have cocaine.
it's true, and it only costs you 5 cents for a little bit of a hit.
That's what I need to do. 1980s Call of Cthulhu.
Ooh.
Ski Resort.
Yeah.
Like the perfect horror movie Call of Cthulhu 80s.
Mm-hmm. And the one other thing that you've heard about this sort of entity is the destruction it seeks isn't like a full-fledged, like, it doesn't want to destroy in terms of like ending life. It more wants to end the sanity of everyone. It wants to sort of warp and change the actual way that people perceive. Which, of course, is just phooey. I mean, phooey.
Yeah, that is posh.
Indeed.
Okay.
So,
He would translate that to everybody as, yep, that's a symbol of their crazy god or whatever. That's probably all he would say. Because the rest of it doesn't matter. It's crazy pish posh.
mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
All right. So, you all split up to go your separate ways. Luvenia and Coraline, you are heading to Luvenia's place to kind of get her things and supply up. Also, just as, you might think of, this might be a time if you think you need anything. It's, stop at a store early morning and pick up anything that maybe you haven't acquired. You might think yesterday you fell down a hole and didn't have rope.
After all of that yesterday, I think I do need to pick up a little bit more film on my way, and perhaps some rope for that thing and some flashlights or at least some more matches or something. What do you think, Lavinia? What is there anything else you can think of that we may need or come in?
I would like to stop by a church and get holy water.
Do you think it is the occult? Does that really help?
I don't know, but I'd feel more comfortable if I had it with me.
It certainly can't hurt, I think.
And you do know of many churches that you could pass by and acquire holy water from, if you so need.
We shall acquire holy water.
And she's actually going to take a kitchen, like a big chef's knife, off of her block in her apartment, and she's going to stick that in a bag.
Okay.
You know, I've heard. Go ahead.
Which up until this point, you didn't even know she was she wasn't really carrying one. She's gonna change into a men's pair of pants and a shirt.
Oh, scandalous. I joke.
Now that looks functional.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But that's all. That's the rest of. That's all.
Now, you know, I was reading this magazine the other day. It was called Spirits Around Us, and they were talking about salt was something that was handy too. Do you think we should get some salt while we're there too?
I mean, sure.
I mean, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with salt, but apparently they don't like it.
I think we should pull a Cecil and just throw it at it. Whatever we run into, just throw salt at it.
I thought you said throw Cecil at him, and I was like, well, we can try, but I don't know that I can pick him up.
I feel like if we just
small,
if we give him just a nudge in the direction of what the thing we don't want to deal with, it'll be okay. We can outrun him.
The dog agrees. Done.
1 second. I'm gonna let her out.
Okay. All Benjamin's going to do is he's going to get a shower and shave, get new clothes. He's also going to pick up, and I would assume he had this stuff ready for when he gets to Act 3 of any of his investigations.
Mm-hmm.
He usually travels light, but when he gets to that final area where he's going to be investigating, he carries a bit more. So he carries extra bullets.
Okay.
He brings a crowbar. He brings an additional med kit.
Okay.
And I think that would be as much as he would carry reasonably, I think, for an investigation.
Sounds good. And how about Cecil? As you go back to your little flea bit motel, it's probably close to where Benjamin's little studio apartment is. It works for you, though, because it only costs you about 75 cents a night. So it makes it easy for you to sort of maintain on your budget.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I leave that leather-bound book at my apartment.
Okay.
No reason to haul it around over here.
Yeah, Cecil's definitely going to want to pick up a flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
And given that he is a fight choreography instructor, he's gonna grab his fencing foil.
His stage rapier.
Yep, but he has the little cork on the end of it for now, so he doesn't stab anybody while he's in public. But he's gonna in order for it to not look super suspicious, for sure he has the quintessential pirate shirt. He's wearing that right now.
He's wearing the puppy shirt. Yes.
Nice.
He's just I'm gonna go in on this. People are just gonna be okay. Carrying around fencing foil. Oh, he's wearing. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But
I so bad want to make a Cary Grant comment or something, but I know that's too early. It's I feel like Greta and Gary.
I like the image when you all actually meet back up of Benjamin and Cecil walking up the street. Benjamin full trench coat and hat with collar up, and Cecil full puffy shirt with a rapier at his belt, just strolling up the block. Every so often, people sort of doing a what the hell?
Ben would give a double take when he first sees you.
Oh yeah.
I suspect it would kind of be similar for the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
A proper lady with another lady dressed in men's clothes probably questioning what the hell is going on with the two of them.
Yep, this whole group
With
comes together.
Rope over his shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and sticking up out of the bag is, this massive container of salt.
And somewhere at the bottom of this bag are two human skulls just chattering together.
Yeah. And who knows what else is down in this bag?
Yep. So
we'll see.
this is the group of you that meet up as you come back and meet together to catch the trolley back to the Corbett House neighborhood.
Yeah. How much did you say the flashlight was going to be?
So a flashlight would be for the flashlight with the batteries, it's $3 total.
Okay. And then so he would definitely buy the flashlight
Okay.
and like a smaller knife, probably, that he can like keep in a pocket.
Sounds good.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yelling again.
And how much would rope be?
So rope.
And the salt.
So salt would probably only be, less than 50 cents
Okay.
out of your collection. Rope would be.
I was gonna say salt is probably the least of our worries.
Mm,
If anything,
The more important thing is how many pounds do you take?
Mm-hmm.
let's see.
Are you taking
Debating that.
just a couple? Like 2 pounds should be plenty. It's not like
Yeah,
it's
we'll say like the old salt blocks that you could get, like the old salt lick blocks.
Mm-hmm.
it's not like you're salting the driveway or anything.
All right,
Exactly.
so 50 feet of rope would be $8.60.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
And $1 rope, I can afford it, and it seems we'll need it, so we'll have it. So
with Cecil around falling through the floorboards,
yeah,
Would be advice.
Take that down.
I mean, we were lucky I could find a place to tie it off.
Now you could pick up an umbrella for Cecil for $1.79 and hope for the best.
It's gonna be
so he
pirate
could
poppin'.
float down, so he could be
Pirate poppin'.
Mary Poppins it.
So cigarettes would be 10 cents for a pack. A box of cigars would go for $2.29. If you'd like to get a box of candles, they're 38 cents for 4 candles. You can pick up a 10-volume encyclopedia for $49.
I'll buy some candles. How much did you say?
So it's 38 cents for 4 candles.
That's a little bit cheaper than the flashlight.
You
battery.
can pick up a Holy Bible for $3.98.
Praise the Lord.
Mm.
Praise the Lord.
Actually, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's going to pick one up.
I love it.
Like, she's
Yeah.
under the impression that they're like dealing with this cult and demons and stuff. So she's gonna do Bible, holy water. She'll probably also pick up a cross. Ask the father at whatever church or the pastor at whatever church they stop at.
He walks you 2 steps over to the shop right next to the
Mhm.
church.
Well, this is our gift shop. You could get a small 2-bladed pocket knife for $1.20.
Ooh, that's the one I was thinking.
Or a hunting knife for $2.35. But they both kind of mechanically work the same.
Yeah.
For this.
kitchen knife that I already own out of my kitchen.
This is true.
How
Oh,
much did you
look-
say the pocket knife was?
It is $1.20.
All those could be mighty useful if we need to cut the rope.
Mm-hmm. Now, since anyone who picked up a knife, just so you know, if you want to put it down in your weapons so that you have it, you roll with your fighting brawl. So if you scroll down, you would pick fighting brawl for the skill. You could put under weapon, knife. For the damage for this, I'm using the simplified rules. So it would be 1d4 plus your damage bonus dice if you have one. So if one of you has like a plus of 1d4 to a damage bonus, you would then put the knife, fighting brawl, 1d4, and then you would click in the little drop down and also add plus damage bonus to get that. So if you go to roll it, it will automatically roll your knife attack.
Since I didn't mention it on the show, I just put it in the Zoom chat.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin's had brass knuckles on him the whole time. He's just never had a reason to pull them out yet.
So you have those. You've put them in, Scott, because I know you know what you're doing with those. So
yeah.
I was gonna say for my fencing foil, will that be
so for
other
your
skill 1 if I have it on that?
Yes.
top one?
Yep.
Okay.
It would be other skill 1, and then do you have the damage for fencing foil?
1d6 plus 1, I
Okay.
think.
Sounds
Plus
good.
damage bonus.
Yep.
Which I don't think I get.
Yeah, I think don't have. You're not big enough to get a damage bonus.
It's strength. I
I
think.
was like, I'm small.
Oh, it's size related.
it's like
You add your size and strength together, and if you meet a certain amount, it determines whether or not you get a damage bonus.
I just know one of my players has like the max amount you can get as a human, and I'm like, really, dude?
That's
Just
ridiculous.
'cause.
Yeah, he's just like a big gorilla, and he just punches things.
I mean, I was gonna
I
say, if
am
you build your
Igor.
character to be a bruiser, then I would expect to have the maximum.
Imagine
Mhm.
Dean Winchester, but he's a big gorilla.
Yes.
Excellent.
That's this guy's character. But all right, so we're all geared up.
All geared up. You have made it to the neighborhood. You come into the neighborhood. It's just after sort of the rush of people heading into the business. As you sort of enter the neighborhood and are making your way up the street, the only person really like on the street that you notice right off is this hefty man with a scar in his mouth, glasses, and he's got like a sort of looks like a newspaper cap. He's standing in front of a newspaper stand, sort of on the sidewalk between some of these business buildings, and he's like, "Papers here, Boston Globe, Boston Herald, get your news this morning. Papers here." And he takes a big draw on the cigar.
Benjamin gets a paper for the Globe.
Ah, here you go, Boston Globe, son. How
Was
you
that a
doing
nickel?
today? Yep.
Doing good, just like any other day here in the city, right?
Yeah, it's I'm usually here. It's a nice day today, though. I'm enjoying the weather this morning. I got my stool. I got my stogie.
That's all you can ask for.
That's the life.
What are you lot up to? You look like you're I mean, what do we got a sword fighting and
Costume party.
isn't it a little early for a costume party?
It's never too early for a costume party.
I mean, that's fair enough. Your business is your business. I just, I'm that man. I notice things. I like to keep an eye on things. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. Well, you wouldn't happen to have been watching, the home down the way right there, have you?
Oh, hey, doll. No, you mean that what? Oh, that one, that brick facade there that's been abandoned? Yeah, I know that house, the Corbett house.
Yeah. We understand that, there's maybe been a little bit of hullabaloo going on down that way. Have you ever seen anything?
Well, I mean, it's been quiet for a while since that last family up and left. They kind of vacated a couple years ago. Right around the time that I opened up this little stand here, this little my little personal business, you see. Yeah, it's kind of a shame what happened to that family. It's they seem like the nice sort.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
Well, apparently they moved in, and the father over there, he seemed to befall a lot of serious accidents. He was always in and out of the hospital. And then I heard that he kind of lost his mind a little bit, and they had to take him away to the sanatorium outside town. And as far as I've been hearing, he's been there ever since. And it, left that poor woman and her 2 children in that house by themselves for a while before they also ended up having to vacate the property.
Wait, is this the Macarios?
Yeah, you know the Macarios? Oh,
I heard about them.
It's a shame, right?
Yeah, it's a shame. Crazy world we live in.
Yeah, that poor the father, when they took him out, from what I heard, he was telling the men in white coats about this man with red burning eyes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whew. He was like, whew.
He didn't happen to say that those burning eyes were maybe coming out of the shadows, did he?
You been talking to Mr. Macario?
Well, no, not directly. We just, I'm interested in little lore and things like that. I like to look into spirits and such, and rumor says that it's haunted over there, so it got my interest up. But nobody really ever said what happened to the wife and children other than that they left.
Oh, well, I could tell you, I don't like to speak ill of the woman, but she went loopy too. Woo!
Really?
In fact, her and her husband, they're both living up in that sanitarium ever since. Mm-hmm. It took her a while longer. Yeah, it took her longer to go like off the deep end, let me tell you. But when she did, they took her right out, and they had to take them little kids. They sent them off to her sisters, I think in Baltimore.
those poor children. Well, at least they had their auntie to go to in Baltimore.
That's the way I feel too. It's always I feel for the children.
Right. It's always the children that carry the weight of the world on them.
It is. I mean, I hope that Mr. and Mrs. get the help that they need. But as far as I know, they're still up there in a Roxbury sanitarium.
Oh. Well, you've been most helpful.
Well, I mean, that's what Dooley does. Dooley is a helpful gentleman right here.
Well, duly, we do appreciate it. And this is duly earned and duly yours. And I give him a nickel and pick another one of the papers up for myself and start reading through. See, Luvenia, look who that put on the cover. We should have put that article on his desk before we left at Artie's. And I'm just like showing her the paper like, oh, we didn't put that article on his desk.
Shoot. Well, I feel like if we make it out of this, there's a novel in our future.
I was about to say, this house is a bit more of a story than something you could just put in one article in the newspaper.
Or it's going to be long-time series of stories, or both. And I'm thinking book tour. We just get out of here for a while.
I like the way y'all think. Very positive. That's good people to have in our lives together. This is wonderful.
Yes. Have a good day, sir. Say he does his classic tip the hat and starts heading down the road.
All right, you all have a wonderful day and enjoy your dress-up party.
Thank you.
All right.
Be sure he had the good word about you.
You tell him, Dooley. Dooley's a man who knows things. And as
turns around. How do you spell that?
It's Dooley. Dooley.
Did you know, like love you, or is that a last name?
Well, it's Mr. Dooley, of course. That was my mother's last name. He kind of gives you a set like, what? He goes, it's duly noted, Duly noted.
I got you.
Well, thank you, Dooley.
Have a good day.
Mm-hmm. Benjamin's gone. He's done.
Benjamin's already gone.
All right.
Yeah.
So you make your way down the street and you see the house as you approach, and it's this brick building. It's kind of overshadowed by all these taller buildings. They're nice new office buildings, and then there's this just dilapidated brick structure. The front of the house sits a little ways off the road, but not far. You can see as you're approaching, from the angle that you're approaching, that the backyard is even more overgrown than the front. And there's a half-collapsed arbor that's sort of broken off the back part of the house and fallen into disrepair. It looks like the main door is sort of on the near side that you're approaching. So like the front of the house sort of sits, but the door is kind of on if you were facing the house, on the left-hand side of the house. There's like a little path that goes to it from the front fence. So the house itself, as you kind of get closer, it seems like it just sort of, it's in the shadow of these buildings, but it seems like it almost like holds the shadows around it. And is like, it has like an even more ominous kind of feel to it than you think it should in this like kind of morning light. Looking at it, you can see that there are a lot of windows across the front of the bottom and top floor, but the curtains are like drawn closed. You see no light kind of coming through where they're drawn closed, and they're like very dark black curtains that hang there.
Well, that's a nice, cheery home. Shall we? As he just moves forward into the front yard, I guess.
Onward and upward.
Yeah.
Yes,
Why is the key?
Coraline took the key.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Benjamin gets up to the porch, I guess, and waits for everybody else.
So you make your way around the sort of like overgrown grass along the little path. You go to the left-hand side of the house, and there is like a set of steps that sort of lead up to the door to the house.
Do the stairs hold?
They do. They creak under your feet, but they hold. And as you're going up the steps and approaching the front door, the first thing you notice as you get close is that the door appears to have 5 keyholes going down the front door. as if it has 5 deadbolts.
And we only got one key.
You currently have a single key with you.
And does it open in or out?
It looks like it opens into the house if you open the door, if you were to open it.
Here's the key, Mr. Benjamin. I suppose we'll see if it helps on all 5.
Does it open all 5? Because he, of course, starts at the top and just goes his way down.
All right, so you put the key in the top one.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't turn.
Mm-hmm.
You go down to and when you get to the bottom one, it turns in the bottom lock, and you hear it unlatch, but it didn't turn in the top 4.
Are those locked?
Make a spot check.
Spot hidden.
Yeah.
That is a hard success.
So, Luvenia, you don't think the top 4 locks are locked, even though they didn't turn.
Reach out to the handle and just try to open up the door.
All right, so you reach kind of past Benjamin after he turns the last lock, and you turn the knob and push the door open, and the door against the wall, and you're looking in on a long hallway that looks like it extends the length of the house. You can't really see the far end because there's no light inside. The only light now is what's coming from outside, kind of trying to shine in. And you notice that there are doors to the left and right that sort of go off this hallway into various rooms on this first floor.
Does it look like there's any wall lamps or anything? Like a little spot for candles?
There, if you sort of like look in and look left and right, there is like a switch for electric lights. All right, you flick it and there's a minute and like a light popping sound, and then a light in the like halfway down the hall comes on. It kind of flickers a little bit, but it illuminates the hallway. So you can see now that looking down the hallway, there is a door almost immediately to your right that's closed. Then there are 3 more doors on the left-hand side past that. And then at the far end, there's another door on the right, a smaller door set just at the end of the hall on the right, and it looks like a set of stairs at the end of the hall on the left that go up. All of the doors down the hallway are closed.
All right.
I feel like I just entered layers of fear.
So we probably want to try to check out the basement first, right?
As you say that, you hear footsteps overhead, as if somebody runs down a hallway upstairs over your head.
Benjamin looks up at that, looks back at you guys, and you see him unholster his revolver.
Yep. Uncorks the end of his rapier. He's just puts it in his pocket.
Cecil, you are the most jumpiest man I have ever seen.
Coraline.
It could be a rat for all we know.
That's
you
a pretty,
looked over to-
Would that
big
be an
rat.
intelligence check to see like what kind of footsteps we're hearing?
That's a pretty big rat.
You can make a listen check.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty good at listen.
I'll try that too. Why not?
If you look over, Coraline is sitting and her hand is like shoved in her bag in the salt bag, like with a handful of it, like getting ready to just like throw at something because she is so freaked out right now. She has no clue what's going on.
So Cecil, you all hear the footsteps. Cecil, you hear it sounds like a door closed somewhere on the upper floor.
Like in relation to where we are.
It sounds like it's down the end of the hallway to where you are. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like it's so it sounded like the footsteps started almost directly above your heads at the entrance, and then
like
you
they
just
were watching us enter the house and then ran over there. It's fine. Cecil's gonna go ahead and put the flashlight in his left hand.
okay.
Like, check it. Does it turn on? Batteries
It does turn on.
in? Okay. Turns it back off. Holds it in his left hand. He's got his rapier in the other hand. Goes, I think we have company. And just like points to where he heard the noise. The door.
Well, we might as well go upstairs, confront whatever the heck it is.
Let's do
And
that.
he just turns and looks at Benjamin. It's like, you want to go first.
I'm
He
not.
just shrugs and moves ahead, but he moves cautiously and tries to stealth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Stealthing.
Yes, if you
He
want to be
has-
quiet, roll stealth checks.
He has the gun out, but he doesn't have the hammer clicked.
Okay.
I
Oh,
imagine.
here's some green when we need it. Oh,
Imagine I'm
like-
curled up at the back.
Let's go,
Curled up at
Reen.
the back of this train of things with one hand like clutching the shirt of whoever's in front of me, and this salt in my hand, feverishly just looking around.
So you all very quietly are making your way up the hallway. At the back of the line, you hear Coraline. The salt is against the skulls at the bottom of the bag as she is shaking very, very violently. The rest of you are very quiet as you make your way down the hallway. But you're able, after a second, to get her, like, shh, and you kind of, like, help adjust, like, move your hand away from the skulls. And then continue down. So you creep down the hallway. You go past the door on the right that's closed. You go past the 3 doors on the left, one after the other. 2, 3. As you...
Vinny pulls out her knife during the walk.
Okay. As you get to the end of the hall... Yes, Cecil?
I was gonna say, Cecil, I feel like is working as like the last one in the line, and then he's just like kind of like halfway shuffling to where he can like watch behind. So he's like sideways in the hallway,
Okay.
where he's got the rapier on his right hand side that's like pointed behind us, and then is looking between everybody.
Whenever we get to the turn in the hallway, since Benjamin's in the front, he
Mhm.
he like tells everybody to stop when we get to that turn, and he hugs the wall and peeks around.
Okay, so Benjamin gets to the end of the hall where the stairs are on the left. So
Mhm.
there are 2 doors now on the right-hand side. There's one that looks like it's just like the rest of them down the hall. There's a smaller door that is directly opposite these stairs that's closed as well. And this one looks like it has it's got like 2 like latch locks slid across, one on the top and one on the bottom. And then Benjamin, you kind of like stop and you sort of like look around the corner
Mm-hmm.
and up the stairs. You don't see anything at the top of the stairs. And then all of you hear boom as the front door at the far end slams shut.
Salt goes everywhere.
Poof, salt explodes in the hall in the
Sorry.
hallway.
Benjamin's probably more spooked at the salt going everywhere, and he just hears him say, "Jesus Christ!"
I'm sorry. What was that?
Cecil probably smacks the wall with his rapier, just
I wasn't expecting it to be quite this scary. Surprising.
It could have been the wind that blew the door shut. You all are overreacting.
You're the one with the knife out. I've just got salt.
I don't
Looking
know.
back up at the stairs, still nothing.
Still nothing up the stairs.
If we go to die, will you defend me, Luvenia? Because I promise you're better with a knife than I am. Everybody's better with a knife than I am.
I wouldn't be too sure about that point. That I'm better than you, but that was never a doubt in my mind. We are work colleagues. We're in this now. You saved my bacon with Artie, so let's just continue to move slowly and quietly.
Okay.
Although any element of surprise we might have had has probably gone out the window.
I don't know. They banged pretty loud. Maybe they didn't hear us.
Or they heard a secondary bang from Cecil and you screaming and throwing salt down the hallway. But, yeah, I guess either is a possibility.
So this conversation is now like whispered as you all stand in a pile of salt in the end of the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
looking back and forth at each other. And Benjamin, you were sort of on the bottom stair halfway around the corner, looking back and forth up the stairs and back at your group of investigators.
I'm not even like really paying attention to them at all. I'm like, I am in the back of my head, of course,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm definitely more focused on who the heck's upstairs. He's pretty sure that they know somebody came in here, but they probably don't know how many people or how close I am to the stairs, or if we have guns or weapons or whatever. So he's going to look back at everybody else and say, are you all comfortable if we go up the stairs?
As comfortable as I'm gonna get.
Excellent answer, Dr. Thomas.
If anything happens, you two, pointing it to, well, actually, you specifically, pointing at the one with the salt. Or no, you two, the rapier and the salt, says, you two don't look like you're fit for action. So if anything does happen, I want both of you to run. And you get the cops.
I am quite good at hiding. How about that?
That works too.
Cecil's just like affronted. He's like, I fight for a living.
Looks down at your rapier and looks up at you and says, sure.
Sort of.
And is that when Benjamin turns and starts up the stairs?
Yes. And you hear the click of the hammer on the pistol.
Okay. So Benjamin ascends the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
What's the order of those following him up the stairs?
Dramatically, slowly.
Luvenia is probably like right on his tail or next to him.
Then me, then Cecil.
All right.
Yeah.
So you ascend the stairs one after the other.
Of course, the first place he's looking is like the back view he would normally have when going up the stairs.
Mm. So you go up. They go up, and then they kind of go around the corner and up to the second landing. As you come up to the landing, there's sort of a railing at the top, so you can see the landing before you even get there. And you can see that on the direct left where the stairs come up, there's a door. It's slightly open, and you see inside, it's a bathroom. You can see that there's a toilet in there, there's a sink, and you actually now, as you've gotten up here, you hear just a little light plink, plink of... It sounds like water dripping in the bathroom, but the light is out. So other than what you can see kind of in any, like the flashlight that Cecil is carrying at the back and illuminating things, that's kind of all you can see from there right now. Looking down the hallway, it's dark on this floor too. There's no light on. You can see that there looks like there's a light bulb about halfway down, kind of hanging down like in the first floor. Mm-hmm. And you can see that this hallway looks like it's on the right-hand side, and it goes all the way down. And again, it seems like it's the length of the house to the other end. Down the length of the hallway on the right are at least 3 windows with the curtains drawn closed. So you can't see outside, and they're so dark they don't let any light in. And then on the left-hand side of the hallway, there are 3 doors. 1, 2, 3, about equidistant going down. All of the doors are currently closed. And as you get to the top step and kind of put your foot on the top step, you hear a creaking of floorboards coming from somewhere further down the hall. It's muffled, so it sounds like it's coming from one of these rooms, maybe.
It doesn't sound like it's at the end of the hallway, then.
No, it sounds closer. Like it sounds like it's in one of these rooms, maybe the first or second room on the left down the hall.
Okay. I look down the hall to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Look back. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a spot hidden and see, like, is there like a runner, like a carpet runner going down the hallway?
There is a carpet that runs the length of the hall.
I'm gonna use spot hidden and see if I can see if there's any disturbance to where it's like divoted, like it might have been moved.
Okay.
Like someone ran over it.
Go for it.
A room.
That's smart.
All right, so looking down the length of this, you sort of like look, and it looks like the runner carpet is a little bit bunched, just slightly bunched outside the first door on the left.
Without speaking, Cecil points with his rapier to where it's bunched, makes eye contact with Benjamin, and then points to that door.
Benjamin nods, understanding, and slowly heads towards that door.
Okay. It doesn't take you too many steps to reach it from the landing. It's maybe about a third of the way down the hallway from where you came to the top of the stairs. And the door is currently shut. So the only light in the hallway right now is the light from Cecil's flashlight.
Okay. He tries to signal to everybody else to, like, try to hug the wall and hide.
I was gonna say, Cecil like shows this to you and is asking if you wanted to turn it off.
All right, the flashlight goes off, and you are all in darkness.
And Benjamin will be on this side of the door, and as he was it like open inwards or outwards door?
It opens inwards into the bedroom.
Okay, then he's hugging the wall next to the door, and he just opens it.
All right, so you turn the knob and you open the door. It creaks inward. You don't see, like, it's kind of hard to see because it's dark. You can make out it looks like the frame of a bed off to maybe your left. You can see maybe that's a dresser on the wall, but you don't see anything else inside the room. And then you hear, it sounds like a window in the room. You hear it rattle, like maybe somebody's trying to open the window in the room.
I was gonna say, Cecil just points it to where he hears the noise and just turns it on.
So you turn on the flashlight, and it illuminates the bedroom in an instant. Now you can see there is a bed frame kind of sitting off to one side, but there's no mattress or anything on the bed frame. Whoa!
Jeez. Nice.
Bailey.
Excellent. So
Why?
I love your dog.
so much.
That's amazing.
There's the bed frame off to the left. There's the dresser to the right on the inside of the door, on the wall to the right. And across the way, almost directly opposite the door, you see another window, dark curtains covering it, no light coming in. But the curtains look like they're moving, like something's behind it. And again, you hear the rattle of the glass and the wood as it sounds like somebody's trying to get the window open behind those curtains.
Okay. At this point, Benjamin thinks it's someone scared and they're hiding. So he goes to he unarms his gun. And he says, "Now look, we aren't here to harm you."
I throw salt.
Salt goes like all around Benjamin. Poof, into
Like
the room.
throw it in
He
the
looks
room.
back at you like, "God damn it."
They said it works. I don't know.
You hear like a scratching sound on the window, the wood of the window, like somebody maybe is trying to turn the locks on it now.
I don't like it. See, it's working.
I carefully go over to the window.
All right, so Benjamin crosses over to the closed curtains of the window. What are the rest of you doing?
Checking under the bed.
All right, so Luvenia goes to the left and goes to look under the bed. What about Coraline?
I'm standing at the door like, nope, I am not going in that room. So
And
I'm standing at the door kind of watching.
And Cecil just scoots her in. It's like, and then closes the door behind us.
Okay,
And
so
puts us back to the door.
all right.
Oh my god, why?
So Benjamin, you walk over.
So you get rid of my light source.
No,
No.
Cecil
no,
brings the flashlight inside.
Yeah, so all of us are in
Oh.
this room.
Oh, I thought you like took you out of the room and closed the door. Okay.
So they were pushing me into the room with y'all.
Yeah,
so
no.
Okay.
I'm like,
We're all in the room now. So I'm like,
All right.
And we get the dramatic Hollywood. Benjamin just slowly walks up to the curtains and opens them.
Okay. So Benjamin pulls back the curtains and the light of the day sort of comes through the window, and you're looking out these sort of dirty windows out on the front lawn. Meanwhile, Cecil and Coraline, you're standing inside the door. Cecil, you're using your flashlight to kind of like point at the door. And Luvenia, you're under this, like looking under this bed. Benjamin, make me a spot hidden check.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy.
Have a
Let me get
success. Just use your success and be done.
No, I don't think I want one. I don't think I want to succeed.
Oh,
Okay, good.
Okay. So, Luvenia, you are surprised as the bed you are currently like leaning down and looking under flips on its side of its own volition and then flies at speed toward Benjamin's back as he is standing looking out the window, having opened the curtains. Cecil and Coraline, you watch this bed move by itself as it just moves at speed. I need all three of you to make sanity rolls as you watch this bed shoot across the room.
and I instinctively throw more salt.
Oh, great, I failed.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow, these windows sure are dusty.
Aren't you wishing you
that?
would
Is that it? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so let's see.
we're super sane.
You each lose 3 points of sanity as all three of you. There is an explosion of salt from Coraline and a shriek. Cecil's flashlight sort of just goes flying as you sort of lunge out of the way of the salt, but also like dive for cover behind the bureau. And Luvenia just sort of rolls away inside the carpet that was under the bed and rolls toward the side wall. And Benjamin, you sort of slow motion turn and see this bed with the springs just rushing at you at full speed as you're standing in the window. And as you kind of take it in that this bed is coming towards you, it slams into you, and you all see Benjamin just go backward, and you hear the shattering of glass as he goes out the window and disappears from view. So Benjamin, you are going to take some damage from this.
Oh, I thought I'd be just fine.
Too bad.
You're just fine. We have salt. We have salt, rope, your first aid kit, and
Well, my first aid kit's out the window.
All right, so Benjamin, you go flying out the window, and just the glass shatters. You feel it rip like and cut you, and you just and the rest of you sort of recover to realize Benjamin is not in the room. And the bed is sort of up against the window where he went out, and it's slowly sort of tipping back on its legs.
did y'all just see that bed? What? Mr. Walker!
Oh. I think we got a bigger problem than Ben flying out the window. That bed just moved of his own volition.
As you say that,
are you just standing? Are you just standing there?
As you say that, the bed like.
I'm backing up. I'm backing up, out, trying to open the door, move Cecil. Let me out. And then I remember my camera. The article. And it's like her journalist instinct takes over, and she pulls it up and tries to click a thing, but is fumbling and just like, we gotta get this. It's a bed. It's moving. Mr. Walker.
Coraline, make me a photography roll, but with a disadvantage die, because you are completely shaken by all of this. You may have gotten salt in the camera. You don't know. All right, so you just snap a picture. You're not sure what you got as the bed sort of goes like 3 feet back toward where you all are by the door.
Oh God, it's moving.
Does the bed recoil at all to a picture being taken of it?
It doesn't seem to. And then
salt.
And then you hear.
Well,
and
I'm just thinking, the mythology of like pictures stealing your soul.
True.
You might have Ghostbustered it.
And then on either, like, on all the walls of the room, you hear boom, 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 like somebody's pounding on the walls around the room.
We mean you no harm. We just want to know what's in here.
It was something that wanted Mr. Walker gone, and thought that throwing it out the window was the issue.
But the bed's still moving towards him?
It sort of moved toward them, and then where it stops, something seems to drip from the ceiling down, and it plinks onto the springs of the bed.
And none of you have moved in the room yet?
I'm furiously trying to open this door around Cecil. I am trying to get out.
Like, on my way out, I'm just gonna, like, quickly look at the ceiling and see if I can, like, see what it is. Oh no, the flashlight's in the room.
It's on the floor.
I assume that Luvenia is into the room a fair bit. She walked to where the bed originally was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she doesn't seem to be backing down. Like, her knife is probably on the ground, and she just has her hands up. We mean you no harm.
I know this is 20s, but this is turning to 80s slasher, and I love it.
Cecil's like, not like, if you can make eye contact with a bed frame, it's just like, it is like reaching for the flashlight.
So how'd they crack the case? They stared down the bed spring.
As soon as you like move to get the flashlight, Coraline is able to get the door open to the bedroom and get into the hallway. Meanwhile, outside, Benjamin, you sort of like open your eyes and like, and you look up and see this window and this sort of Benjamin-shaped hole where you went through the window.
Son of a bitch. And he goes to get up. Glass shards everywhere.
That probably tweaked your back a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
And you all can hear from out the window this,
It takes a while. We'll say conveniently enough for that whole scene that you guys just saw. I was quiet.
You alive there, Benjamin?
All right, who did that?
It was a bed.
And as Coraline says that from the hallway, the bed flips toward Luvenia and Cecil and starts to move at a fast pace like it did at Benjamin. And it looks like it's trying to crush into you against the wall. But you do see it coming. You can make dodge rolls if you'd like to.
Yes. Would very much like to make a dodge roll, please.
I take off running down the hall screaming, Mr. Walker!
I try to get back in that place if I can. I'm not sure where my perspective is to the house.
So you're at the front, so the door's on the left for you. So, Cecil, you managed to grab the flashlight and sort of army roll out the door before the bed hits. Where Luvenia is standing, sort of like facing down the bed and making demands of whatever this is, the bed sort of slams into Luvenia and pushes Luvenia up against the wall. So from the impact, you just take one, like, just boom, as you just hit the wall and the bed bounces back and sort of sets itself back in its place. And as you're rolling away and your light is illuminating the room as you sort of roll, you get a look at the ceiling and you see there's this sort of like dark stain on the ceiling and you see like drips dropping from the stain. And Coraline has run out into the hallway and seems to have run down the stairs looking for Mr. Walker. So Coraline is out of sight now.
I would be stumbling back in now, trying to get up the stairs to get back to you guys.
So Coraline and Benjamin, you sort of meet each other at the bottom of the stairs as this is all happening, and you hear a thud upstairs again.
I push past her, don't even before she even says anything, and I'm heading up the stairs.
All right, as you push past her, the little door in the corner across from the stairs, there is a loud resounding boom, 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 and you like look, and it like vibrates from the impacts, like someone is slamming on it from the other side.
I stop halfway up the stairs then.
And upstairs, both Luvenia and Cecil, you hear this pounding from downstairs as well. And Coraline and Benjamin, you're both there as you see this door shaking.
I head back down and I like try to stand in front of her, doing the dumb alpha male bull crap where he's like standing in front to shield her.
But I was gonna say Cecil goes to pull Luvenia out of the room.
Luvenia, Cecil is trying to pull you from the room. Do you let him just drag you out of the space?
No.
All right.
Oh, come on.
Luvenia is not willing to back down.
Make a contested strength roll.
Oh God.
I'll teach you furniture.
Right?
He's not very.
Oh, cool. Well,
I ain't scared
so
of no
much
bed.
for that idea.
So, you try to pull Luvenia out, and Luvenia is so set on staying in that you both actually end up sort of just getting tossed to the ground inside the room, and you're kind of tangled up, and your flashlight is sort of like rolls again under your feet, and both of you are tangled up as the flashlight is spinning around, and the door like slams shut, and you are now in the bedroom with the door shut. So downstairs, Benjamin and Coraline hear the door slam upstairs.
The bed down here. I don't know which way to go.
Get out. I'll get the other two. As I point towards the door we normally came in the front.
The front
Did
door,
it slam shut?
as you point, you see it go.
I think the house has other ideas.
All right, you stay put, and I start going up the stairs.
All right. So
I ignore him and run up after him. I am not staying alone.
He doesn't fight that or whatever. He just keeps going on.
So Cecil and Luvenia, you are on the floor, sort of not fighting, but kind of in this sort of like tussle over who has the right idea. The door slams shut. You hear footsteps on the stairs. The bed is back where it belongs, but now there is a decent puddle forming in the middle of the room, and it is this dark, congealed, reddish puddle that's dripping.
Benjamin's running down the hall.
So
Good to leave
I know
now.
this is completely against my better judgment, but
Don't touch me.
Lavinia is intrigued by the puddle, so she pushes Cecil off of her, and she's gonna go and touch it.
No.
Cecil, Lev, are you okay?
You hear
Well,
that
yeah.
as you touch it, and when you pull back either your finger or your whatever you touch it with, you see you have blood on your hand.
Whew. Okay, so it's just blood. It's like
Oh, just blood. Yeah,
It's just
blood.
blood. It's fine.
I was expecting it to be far worse than blood.
Like
But still
venom.
I thought it was gonna like try to possess me or something.
Oh, okay, some sort of goo.
Yeah, some sort of Cthulhu BS.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu. I like that.
Look, it's just blood. Like,
That's a lot of blood. He's just like staring at the ceiling and is like trying to like jimmy the door open.
Okay, so as I get to the door, is it
Mhm.
stopping me from opening it?
It does seem like it maybe is a little bit wedged, having been slammed shut.
Okay, I'm gonna try to force it open.
All right.
You want to tell Cecil so he can move?
He doesn't know.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Not gonna meta this because Cecil's trying to open the door.
Oh.
Well, I
But-
mean, I would imagine you'd hear me screaming, or carrying on about the bed's trying to eat them still in there, and are we sure we want to come back this way?
I guess I can do it like a dex
What?
roll to move out of the way.
Dodge.
A dodge.
Dodge
You
the
can roll a dodge.
Dodge the door.
Nice.
Yes.
Excellent. So you hear all this commotion, and it, at the last minute dodge aside as Benjamin, roll me a strength roll.
Boop. Oh, nice.
Benjamin comes through the door, and the where the door was stuck, part of it breaks as he comes back into the room.
He does the classic cop thing where it's just like, kick down, gun out.
You look around and you see this puddle on the floor. You see Lavinia with bloody hand, the broken window. The bed is back where it started, as if it never moved.
Guns fall in my line of sight as I'm just, both hands. And I'm like, look down at the ground with blood, follow that up to the ceiling and see that up there.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know where the attic access is?
Based on any of plans you saw, you didn't see anything about an attic in this house.
Oh, it's a secret attic. It's fine.
So,
Probably a murder attic.
What the hell was that?
good question. I think we got bigger fish to fry.
Fish, hell, that was a bed.
Do we want to just start taking doors off their hinges or no?
I'm thinking we might need to call that priest that Lavinia knew to get that holy water from. This is beyond my experience.
I was gonna say, does Coraline uncork some of the holy water and just
For all we
flick it
know,
on
we
the
might have a
bed?
dead priest up above us.
Oh, now that's just. You think?
It's blood.
It looks.
So what was in the
red.
basement? There was something battle in the basement door. Y'all weren't there for that. The little trappy door down at the bottom of the stairs. There was someone trying to get out.
If you,
That
as
was-
you say that, you hear from downstairs at the bottom of the stairs.
Mm-mm-mm.
That fool that was buried in the basement is coming up and trying to eat us like this bed.
Cecil just stands in the doorway.
Yeah, Ben.
Picks up the
Ben's,
flashlight and
yeah, Ben's looking out the door because the door's wide open now.
Yeah, you're looking into the hallway, and
Mhm.
you kind of look left and right. There's none of the doors on this floor moved. At
I mean,
all.
is anything coming up the stairs?
You don't
we
see
got
anything
some-
coming up the stairs.
Do we get some Evil Dead going on? Where we got some like claymation backwards head zombie coming
Nope, you don't see a
Okay.
backwards headed zombie coming up the stairs.
up? Okay.
Do we see a frontward headed zombie coming up the stairs?
An important distinct.
Yeah. Just to be clear, Oh gosh. I'm at my wit's end. I'm having to follow y'all's lead. Normally I know exactly what to do and where to go and what to say, and I'm lost here. This is beyond me.
So, are we going straight to the basement or?
Benjamin goes. Is there like a balcony or anything up here? Looking
There's
down.
not
the one
a
you flew
balcony.
out of.
There's the window you went out of.
I'm looking down the stairs without going down the stairs. Is the trap door open?
All right, so you go to the top of the stairs and look down, and
Yeah.
the door that had been latched with the 2 latches is now open. And you can see like just the doorway and darkness beyond the doorway.
Well, we're not the only ones in this house, that's for sure.
All of a sudden they hear poof as my little flash from my bulb goes off, and I'm taking a picture of the ceiling.
Oh, I thought the boom was just like a poltergeist or something as it grabs Ben and throws him into the ceiling or something.
Like, well.
The bed starts to like vibrate again.
I look
Cecil,
down
like-
at my camera and back up.
Ben looks back and is like, "Get out of there!"
Yeah, Cecil like puts the flashlight or like tucks it under his other arm and just like reaches for Coraline and like yanks her out of the room into the hallway.
So now is everyone back in the hallway, or is Luvenia still in this bedroom standing
So
by the
I'm
puddle?
convinced that there has to be an attic, because where else would that blood be dripping from?
Are you just like getting the blood all over your hands, just going like, there we go.
Funny story, I did that in the Wretched West.
You, as you're thinking about this and you're looking at the puddle of blood on the floor and you look at your hand, you look up, and as everyone else is exiting the room, you look up and the stain on the ceiling is gone.
The fuck? Okay. So you're gonna hear Lavinia stand up and go, "So funny story, guys. Blood stain on the ceiling is gone now."
Go ahead and head out the door, real quick.
Ben's keeping his eye on that wide open door downstairs.
So Ben is back at the other end of the hall by the stairs. So he's about a third of the way back down the hall, just looking down the stairs at this big gaping open doorway.
Come on, Lavinia.
Oh, she's already walked out the door.
Whatever this is, enough games.
As you say that and Lavinia walks out of the bedroom, the door's like, but it doesn't close completely in the frame because Benjamin broke it.
I was gonna say, since Cecil still has his like flashlight under his arm, he's just gonna like, pardon me 1 minute, and like sticks his hand in Coraline's bag and just takes a little bit, tries to take a little bit of salt and throw it down the stairs.
You roll me a luck roll, please.
There's other stuff in that bag.
Oh God! No, I'm gonna throw the skull.
Skull falls, and then it like stops halfway down and just turns around in the air and looks at you.
You'd scare the ever-living daylights out of yourself if you pulled a skull out. And
All right,
rolled.
so you managed to grab salt and not the skull, and so your hand comes out with salt.
Yeah.
Just yeet.
It can't hurt, right? It's worth a shot.
Is this a throw check?
Yes,
Yeah.
please roll throw.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Just get it in your eyes.
You fumble and you just hit Ben. Oh!
Yep, exactly. You throw it, and it just explodes again on the back of Ben's head as he's looking down the stairs. Ben, you just feel this poof, and you feel it like sand at the beach. It goes like in your collar and down your shirt, and you're just like, oh no, oh.
He winces in pain because he has like cuts all over him, and there's salt all in these wounds.
Oh,
And he looks back at you pissed.
I forgot about those.
Benjamin, I'm so sorry.
You hear this
We have
low
holy water.
moan echo up from the darkened doorway down the stairs.
I reach into my bag. And I go, "Yeah, Cecil." And I've prepared. I forgot to give them out with the excitement, but I've prepared in my little morning activities. Each of them have their own little salt pouch bag. So that they each have, like, because this is when they discover that Coraline is just a little bit extra, so that
You're
each
like, this is one, not the pillow-filled master bedroom. This is what we noticed you're extra. Okay.
yes,
All right,
just a little bit extra.
Ben faces back downstairs and he yells. I won't yell it because we'll have headphones on. But he said he pretty much yells, "I've had enough of your shit. Get out now before I do something that you'll regret."
Not leaving.
Looking down, do you know that effect where it looks like the warping a little bit? It looks like the door at the bottom of the stairs sort of warps slightly, like grows and shrinks in on itself. Like something seems angry at your threat.
I start heading down the stairs, keep my eye contact on that door the whole time with my gun pointing at it.
Benjamin walks purposefully down the stairs toward the first floor. If the rest of you look over the railing, finally, you see the basement door is wide open.
So, can we
I
say
hand
I
a bag.
picked up my knife from in there before
Cecil,
Yeah, you could have picked up your knife.
I left? Okay. Cool.
I hand Luvenia her salt
Flashlight.
bag.
All right, Cecil, motions for them to come over. So, puts the salt thing in his bucket, grabs the flashlight from under his arm, and is shuffling down the stairs after.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
And then flashlight on.
So you get to the bottom of the stairs and stand at this open door, and the flashlight finally illuminates the dark space beyond the door. And you see stairs that descend down into what appears to be a cellar down below. Looking down, the stairs to the basement look like they're in very ill repair. You do see about halfway down the stairs, there is a light bulb with a string hanging from it. The walls of the basement appear to be fitted with closely, fitted boards. So it looks like it's probably was a dirt basement that they finished with these slats to sort of keep it sturdy. You can't see the whole basement from the stairs. Just this one small part. What are you doing?
I'm going in.
spot hidden to see if there's any way somebody could ambush us, aka the stairs at the bottom. Maybe someone could try to get their hands out and try to trip me and make me fall down the stairs.
All right, roll a spot hidden check.
Okay. Because Ben thinks that this is some prankster that just is having way too much fun and he's had enough of this crap.
All right, you look down and it doesn't look like somebody could reach through. It looks like the stairs kind of have those boards behind them to close them off. But you definitely, looking at the stairs themselves, they look very unsturdy. You're going to have to be very careful descending these stairs.
Okay. I start to head down as carefully as I can, at least to the light with the string.
All right, so as you head down, just make me either a dexterity or a climb roll.
Let's see, which one do I suck less at?
I recall
Dexterity?
Dexterity.
I recall that I had a flashlight as well and add my beam to help things out.
All right, so as you make your way down, and you only go about a quarter away to that light, these stairs, those kind of stairs that sort of should be affixed to a wall, but they seem like they've lost some of that. They sort of wiggle a little bit, and they seem to move a little of their own. So you realize that if you proceed, there's a decent chance you might fall. Do you want to keep going?
No, I don't. I click the light. Does it do anything?
You pull the string for the light, and the light does not turn on.
Coraline, tie off that rope for us.
Well, all right. I look around. Is there anywhere that looks...
There is a banister that went up the stairs to the second floor that you think you could tie it off to.
Okay, so it would reach. All right. I think I've got it. And I'll pass over my flashlight because they need it more than I do.
Okay.
Would you pass it to me?
Sure.
Okay.
Whoever takes it.
Okay.
Just
And-
roll me a dexterity to tie a decent knot on this sucker. Make sure you
Okay.
secure this for your comrades.
Dexterity, come here to me, please.
Nice.
Yay!
Yeah.
You feel very confident in your knot tying skills.
Now, it's a shame it's not just a little bit sooner because Nancy Drew came out in 1930. That's a Nancy Drew knot right there.
Maybe you are an inspiration for Nancy Drew.
Maybe. Well, you said you guys are going to go and write stuff later
Mhm.
and not be journalists anymore.
We wrote Nancy
Oh, yeah. we
So
have to make it out
it's
first
canon
before
now.
any of that can happen.
Yeah.
We'll have to make a new name, a different name.
It's
Right.
Dancy New.
So, if you all pass this rope sort of down and kind of throw it the rest of the distance down, you feel like now you've got something kind of secure your way down. So now you feel like you can safely descend the stairs down into the basement
Okay.
and get to the bottom, and you have your flashlight in hand.
One more thing for your landing, and I sprinkle some salt over the edge so it would land like where the rope lands down. And here, you didn't get this, and I hand Benjamin his bag of salt just in case. It seems to be working.
Benjamin,
He turns to you, and some of that salt from earlier comes out of his hair.
Well, here's some more in a bag that you can utilize proper.
Just grabs it and goes.
all right. So,
Use your simple.
so Benjamin, as you make it down to the bottom of these rickety, dangerous stairs first, you sort of take in the space in the light of the flashlight. And you can see that the room is sort of scattered with tools and pipe, and there's a trash can lid, there's some lumber and nails and screws, and other random sort of like construction type items around here. You sort of shine the light around the room that you're in, and it's a lot smaller than the footprint of the upper floor. Like, it seems by a lot. Like, this, if you had to guess, you'd say it's maybe they only dug out maybe a third of the basement down here. But on the other side, like where you came down the stairs, there's like a smaller room with a door closed, sort of in the corner. She came down the stairs, you sort of turn into the main basement. You're kind of in the middle of the space, left to right and center. And you're looking around and see all this sort of like junk kind of piled up and stored here. You see this room off and to your right, and you just kind of look around like, okay, but you don't see anyone else.
Okay. I wait at the bottom of the stairs because I'm assuming everybody else is following.
Okay.
As much as Cecil doesn't want to, he's gonna.
Nice.
And Coraline is not going to be left alone.
Mm-hmm.
So we just peer pressure Coraline into doing things.
Well, I mean,
Pretty much.
Well, she's not going to be left alone with this. As you can see, as she lives alone as it is, she doesn't mind being alone.
Mm-hmm.
But this right here is,
We're not alone.
we're not alone. That's the best way to put it, yes.
Okay, let's do this. Final countdown.
It's the final countdown.
Till
So-
Benjamin dies.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. So yeah, so
That
you
is
are
perfect.
all down here now, looking around at this sort of collection of things. Discarded tools, discarded construction supplies, this little room off and to the right with the door closed. What are y'all doing?
Does anywhere look to have a grave marker on it so I can see where this bastard was buried?
Probably in that little room.
Does any of the ground seem disturbed in the area?
If you guys want to make a search of the space, everybody can roll spot hidden checks.
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, no, somebody already succeeded. I won't spend it.
I have a hard success. It's not
Yeah.
probably worth it.
Yeah.
Nah.
All right, let's see.
Considering I don't think we've met our final match.
No.
No, I got plenty of those in my trench coat.
Ah.
Well, then it wouldn't be your final match.
Why we've not met it yet.
Ooh, that'd be great.
I was gonna say any match can be your final match if you're gonna die soon.
All right.
That'd be a great story, like a movie thing, where it's like he set up him with all these matches and stuff, and then his final scene in Act 3, he's down to one match, and then he loses it, and then he dies or something. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you have to do the whole Quentin Tarantino thing, and you start with him on the last match, waiting to strike it, and then you go back.
Oh,
Okay, so looking around the room, so Cecil, you are kind of poking around, and on the wall opposite where you came down the stairs, which basically is in the direction of what the rest of the house's footprint would be, you notice that it seems to be somewhat newer construction than the other walls of the room. The boards look a little fresher, a little newer, and you actually notice as you sort of move kind of a bin aside, etched into the wall is the name of the church.
thanks.
That's comforting.
As you're discovering this, Luvenia, you are poking around and you sort of pick up the top of the garbage can lid and move it aside, and sitting where it was like placed, there is this ornate dagger. The blade looks like it's got some rust to it, but the handle is like really intricately carved, and it sort of just lies there on the floor underneath where this trash can lid had been sitting on top of it.
If there's anything that's a good omen in Call of Cthulhu, it's an ornate dagger.
Is there any like blood or anything that I can make out on it? I know you said it was rusty.
It just looks like the blade has like this tinge of red rust on like, the edge of the blade area, but otherwise you don't see any blood on it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna pick it up and use it if need be.
All right, so while they're doing this, Coraline and Benjamin, you don't find anything of interest, but you're just sort of poking around. Are you looking at anything sort of specific as you do?
This maybe the door.
Okay. So poking at the door, Benjamin, you notice that it's not locked or anything. You don't see any locking mechanism to it. But you do, as you sort of get close to it, kind of get the smell of you know how like maybe a guinea pig cage smells when it's been sitting too long and you haven't changed the bedding and stuff, and it's been wet and gross, and like you get this sort of like wet, old, stinky animal foul smell coming from the other side.
I swear, this is just a stray cat.
Well, that has musk. It's more than a cat. Maybe a skunk or a badger. But how would it get in here? Are there any like basement window type things? Or
There's
anything?
no windows in the basement.
Or guy?
Turn around.
Mhm.
Hey,
Unless,
what's
the
that?
Unless the children didn't go to Baltimore.
No. You don't think?
Well,
I
that-
mean, we
that
had
was
a
in the
bet
news-
fly at us.
Well, that was the newspaper story that didn't get published, so they didn't want people to know that they went to Baltimore.
As you say this, and as Benjamin points and says, "What's that?" Lavinia, can you roll me a strength roll, please?
Oh no!
Roll you, but I don't know if I'm gonna succeed.
Oh.
Or
Okay.
maybe I totally am gonna succeed.
All right, so you all watch as Benjamin points at what Lavinia is holding, and Lavinia is holding this sort of curved dagger blade, and it's got this nice hilt, and for a second it looks like Lavinia lunges to stab Benjamin with the knife, and then like at the last minute sort of stops the arm and pulls back as Lavinia, the knife literally tries to wrench free from your hand in this
It's okay.
instant.
I'm pretty sure at this point she drops it.
Okay, so you let go.
Oh no, actually, hold on. It's sentient.
Hold on. That's literally the opposite of
Yeah.
what you're doing.
So you hang on. You hang on to the blade.
Yes, because if it's going to lunge out like that when she's holding it, she believes it's sentient, and she might be able to assert some of her will on it if she holds on to it.
All right. So you're holding onto this blade, and you felt it try to pull away from you. what do you want to do in this instant now that you've managed to hang on to it before it escaped you? You felt it try to fly toward Benjamin. And
Queen, what are you doing?
what do you want to do?
I think this dagger has a mind of its own. Rather than let it stab you, Ben, or anyone else.
All right. Now I understand we're all spooked here.
No.
To put the gun away.
Tried to fly out.
It's all right.
Towards.
You can put it down.
I'm
not going to shoot you.
That's not what I'm worried about.
I throw the salt on it and
flying at you and stabbing you.
Throw the salt on it.
I throw the salt on it. It's like the bed.
Does anything happen?
So you throw the salt on it. Benjamin, I need you to roll me a power roll, please.
Oh, shoot. Well, not really. I'm not actually going to shoot. Nice. Actually, I'll spend it.
All right, so you're going to spend it for a success. Now I'm going to roll this.
Oh.
All right.
No.
So, Benjamin, you say, I'm not going to shoot. And for just a second, just a split second, you almost want to pull that trigger. You just feel like this sort of like urge to pull that trigger as the gun sort of levels at Luvenia. And you just kind of like blink and shake your head, and it kind of goes back down again, like less threatening. But just for an instant, you raise that gun, and you all watch as this sort of like dark look comes across Benjamin's face, and then he kind of shakes it off.
At that point, hammer is not clicked on the gun anymore, and it's back in the holster.
You're all looking around the room at each other. Lavinia's still holding this knife.
Is it still pulling?
It feels like it's definitely trying to sort of like it's moving in your hand of its own accord, though it hasn't wrenched itself away again yet.
You want to put that in a trash can?
But
I don't think the trash can lid is going to offer it no resistance if it tries to come at one of us.
well, we could put it onto the lid and put something on the lid and hold it onto there. Maybe that's why that lid was on it to begin with.
I think we just open the door now.
Oh. Okay. Okay. I start walking towards the door holding the salt like.
I think the
Okay.
video will walk towards the door and open it.
Okay. So, Lavinia, you walk toward the door and you swing open the door of this small room. And it swings open onto this darkened little space that looks like it was once a room intended for coal. Here you can actually see a boarded up door that used to go out to the coal chute, but it's been nailed firmly shut. You get this smell of like this like rotten animal scent, like something's been living in here. Just the old, dingy, gross smell. And then roll another strength roll for me.
Okay.
Oh, damn. All right.
Your noise, knife.
You shall not stab.
The knife.
Shall stab.
So you all watch as Lavinia has the door open. It's like all of a sudden her arm like glances backward and she's sort of pulled around a little bit. She yanks back holding the knife still.
Does it need more salt?
I think your salt better stay in that damn bag.
Well, it seemed to help with the
That
bed.
knife might stab, but it won't be of its own volition.
So do you need salt? I need to
I'm
help.
plenty
get out.
salty enough, thank you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Benjamin's shining a flashlight in the room. Is there any obvious source to that smell?
Looking around, you don't see the any kind of obvious source to this stinky smell.
It's going to be behind that boarded up thing.
Hands you the flashlight, Cecil.
So I'm like, I put mine under one arm.
Wait,
and
why
then
doesn't
hold it.
Lavinia take a flashlight? She'll turn around for the flashlight. the second.
Okay, I'll hand it to you.
Yeah, I was like, I would toss it if I was gonna.
I was just thinking Cecil's doing the classic, like I'm just gonna hold both flashlights, but and I pull out a crowbar and I start to get the planks off.
Smart.
All right, so you turn around and go back to the opposite wall and start to remove the planks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so just roll me strength with advantage, and while that's happening, Cecil, roll me a power roll.
Oh no.
Wee.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
God damn it, Jeanette.
Holy crap! Holy crap, everybody!
So,
Oh,
Cecil,
Now we're succeeding, at least.
Cecil,
Yeah.
you are overcome with an urge to stab Benjamin in the back with your rapier. So why don't you roll an attack roll?
Oh no.
Benjamin, make a spot check.
Can I make one to try to react on Ben to save Ben?
Coraline and Luvenia can also make spot checks if they want to.
oh yeah.
I think I'm good.
But I'm gonna not let Ben get stabbed if I can.
All right, so you see Luvenia, Cecil suddenly bring up the rapier and then kind of take a step forward and kind of do a thrust with the rapier toward Benjamin. So Cecil is going to need to make you're going to have to make an attack roll with it, but before you do, Luvenia, you want to try to stop him.
Yeah, like I think dexterity. What
Yep.
I would like to do is try to at least knock his rapier offline.
So you'll make a dexterity roll, and if you succeed, then he's going to take an disadvantage on this. And
See,
Benjamin can make a dodge roll, and if you succeed, Cecil will have double disadvantage on this.
so I'm gonna spend my luck.
So you spend
Yes.
23 luck to make it a
Yup.
success.
I got
Oh, wow.
35. It's fine. Cecil's not killing Ben if I can.
Of course, I spend one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Cecil, you
Uh.
have double disadvantage on this as you try to stab Ben. So roll
Thank
with
God.
the black
Crit,
die.
crit, crit, crit. Oh my
It's-
god,
Oh,
you crit!
You still stab Ben, even as they slam into you.
No.
I guess I'm the psychic here. Holy.
I tried so
God.
hard.
Ben takes 3 points of piercing damage from this.
And you got so far, but in the end, it didn't matter.
Mhm.
No.
Meanwhile, as you slam into Cecil, thanks, Kiki Bugbear. As you slam into Cecil, you need to roll me a strength roll with 1 disadvantage die, as the dagger chooses that moment to try to pull away.
Fluffy knife.
Benjamin, no.
Oops. Oops.
Damn it.
It pulls free as you hit into Cecil. Cecil, it's like Romeo, Mercutio, and Tybalt. He's hurt underneath the arm of Lavinia as Lavinia tries to stop this. But as you do, you realize, Lavinia, that the knife has flown free. And the knife doesn't clatter away. It flies up into the air and sort of spins in a circle like it's getting ready to choose a target. So, Lavinia, what are you doing in this moment? You are first to act. We are in an initiative order now. And you have basically, Luvenia, Coraline, and Cecil, you can decide amongst yourselves. You are equally fast at reacting as the knife is spinning in midair looking for a target.
So I would like to try to grab it. How high is it floating?
It's sort of at head height. Also, Benjamin, when you get stabbed and slammed into, you sort of hit the wall. You kind of hit a hollow pocket, and the boards that you hit sort of crumble, and you realize that there's a space beyond it that you're sort of stumbling into, but you haven't fallen all the way through yet. Like, you could still catch yourself and stop yourself. But Lavinia,
Like another room?
it seems like there's a room beyond this wall that you have just sort of like started to break through the wall into.
And you're like, oh, why is this only 1/3 of the size? Ah.
But Lavinia, that dagger with
I'm
your
gonna
ornate
reach
hilt
out
is
to
spinning.
grab it.
All right, so if you want to grab it,
Consequences be damned.
yeah, you're gonna need to roll a strength to grab hold of it and keep it as it tries to not be grabbed.
You know what? I have a success.
You do have a success. You do have a success. Nice. All right, you try to
Yeah.
grab for it, but the knife remains free. It sort of flies up just out of reach. So meanwhile, as that happens, Coraline or Cecil, what do you want to do? Cecil, your mind is kind of clouded. Like, you have this intense urge to sort of bull rush into Benjamin and take him like off his feet through this breaking wall.
I'm going to direct that urge to try to basically hit the knife out of the air with my rapier.
All right, roll me a power roll to see if you can push that urge out of your...
God, this is...
God!
Dog says power.
Power!
I mean, that was totally power, right? It was
It's
power.
I don't know what, like, how she has such good timing.
Cecil just has the oldest of spice.
Mhm.
And just power.
Mhm.
All right, so
We all need
Power
to
roll?
believe.
roll a power roll.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Yay!
So you sort of push against this urge to attack Benjamin, and you lunge for the knife. Make a strength roll to grab this knife from the air.
You have a better chance
Wait,
of
strength or dex? Because I'm trying to like hit it with the rapier.
All right, I'll let you roll a dex to try to knock it off its course.
Come on.
All right,
wow.
yeah. So
Hey,
you
God.
swing at it, and you just completely kind of whiff and sort of stumble like past it. Meanwhile, Coraline, what are you doing as you watch this insanity ensue?
I am seeing all of this crazy going on, and she is not a fighter. She's a run and hide. So I scooped down to the ground, picking up that trash can lid, and I'm now wielding it turned around like a shield.
So
And
you will get 1 point of armor. So if you take damage, you subtract 1 from the damage because you have
Okay.
a shield.
So I've now got this shield, and I'm like trying to tuck back to where I'm like this and can see everything and bat anything that comes close. And I have my hand full of salt bag because it hasn't done me wrong so far. And by golly, that's the best weapon she can think of. So she's got the salt in one hand and the shield in the other, ready for action, but terrified.
All right. Do you want to like go after the knife or anything like that, or do you just hunker down and protect yourself?
I'm there waiting because, I mean, they're fighting each other.
Mhm.
Now he's crunching through the wall. The knife's flying.
Mhm.
She is lost.
Truth. All right. So Benjamin, you are like going through this wall. It sort of seems to be crumbling around you. What do you want to do?
He looks at Cecil. Cecil doesn't see this, of course. Cecil's distracted by the dagger. But it's like this etu brute, and goes through the wall and attempts to take cover.
All right. So you go through the wall into the space beyond. And when you do, you hear the sound of a lot of squeaking as you sort of turn around in the space, and you are suddenly swarmed upon by rats as this pack of rats sort of descends on top of you in that moment. You can make a dodge roll if you would like.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's not going to help, but yes. Yeah, that's about right.
Uh-huh.
We go back to rolling lots of green. What are we doing?
All right. So you are overwhelmed by a pack of rats.
Was that damage?
It's coming. That's the actual to hit. The damage is 8.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh no!
I had 3 hit points.
Okay. So you did not up to this point have a major wound, but this would give you 1. So you need to roll me a Constitution roll.
Just for the love of... Oh.
Okay.
my
So
God.
you are overwhelmed and you fall to the ground, and you hit the ground. You don't lose consciousness, but you are just sort of like, in that kind of halfway between like dazed and awake as the rats sort of swarm across you. So the rest of you see these rats. You see Benjamin sort of fall and hit the ground, and this swarm of rats come crawling, like running across him, and then they sort of make a beeline for the stairs.
He would have an audible differently, like as he just falls over.
All right.
If
and
I was close enough, I would try to get him off of him. Like, oh no.
you s-
I'm assuming they just went completely off top me.
Yeah,
It's just
they
like-
did. So, the rats sort of run across and they sort of exit, and they're running for the stairs. You see them squeaking up the stairs. Now there's this big gaping hole in the wall, and all of you can hear something moving in the space beyond. You hear Luvenia, what are you doing? The
Get that
dagger is
Bible
sort
out.
of the dagger is sort of flying in the air. Oh, and the dagger. Let's see. There's 3 of you still on your feet. I'm gonna go by the way you look. So Cecil, Caroline, or Luvenia. I'm rolling a d3. 1, 2, and 3. 2. Ooh, Coraline. The dagger turns in your direction and is going to fly towards you. All right. I need you to roll a. Let's see. Roll a dodge roll for me,
Okay.
please.
Okay. I saw that it was down here.
They're in alphabetical order, if that helps.
Yes, thank you. Okay. How did I get a syntax error for dodge?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you?
Oh, is there an issue with your?
Apparently. Okay, so it's just half of
Dex.
dex. It's just half of dex.
Mhm.
My dex is 60, so 30.
Yes.
Oh. So why is it not letting it roll?
Can
Well, they're
you
just-
roll manually? Like roll D100?
It's
Yeah,
also
let's
in your
do that.
skill list if you want to go up to your skill list and roll it.
The skill list is actually what I was rolling.
Oh,
it
okay.
on. Yeah, that's what was so weird. Yeah,
Hmm.
so roll a
Yeah.
D100, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It helps if I hit enter.
All right, that is not a success.
Oh!
All right, so the dagger flies towards you. You will deduct a hit damage from this because
Okay.
you have your trusty trash can lid shield, but you do take D4. All right, so it would be 3, but you're only going to take 2 because of your trusty trash can lid shield, as you are
Okay.
stabbed by the dagger.
It could have been worse.
I like how everyone but me gets minimum damage.
Yeah, right. They're like, Benjamin psh, throws you out the window.
So those of you that are still aware,
Off that guy.
just so Cecil, Caroline, and Lavinia, just roll me a sanity roll, please.
Oh god.
I'm still conscious, aren't I?
You are, but you're like sort of like in and out. So this
Okay.
you're not really figuring this.
Wait,
so-
how many points is that? That's
You can't use them
12?
on
Oh,
you
it's
can't use them on sanity.
Okay.
So those that made the roll will only take 1 point of sanity damage. The Cecil, my darling, will take 4
Oh,
points of
no.
sanity.
Oh no.
Now she's rolling max on everybody.
I gotta be quiet about rolls because every single time I called something out, it happened. And then this time I'm like, oh, I'm the only one getting max damage.
So Cecil, you panic as you see the knife actually stab Coraline, and you sort of run into that little room with like not even realizing you're doing it and slam the door shut with yourself inside for a moment.
Oh god.
Like as soon as you get in and get in there, you kind of take a breath and you go, oh shit. But for the moment you kind of ran into the room and sort of put the door between you and what was happening. So
Gotta get out now.
So Lavinia, what are you doing as Coraline is stabbed by this flying blade, and you hear something moving in whatever that space is that Benjamin is lying halfway in and out of?
It's Cecil. I can
No.
hear him screaming like a little boy.
You hear Cecil's in the room behind you. Benjamin is lying in the hole in the wall in front of you.
Oh,
yeah. And Coraline is
No.
fighting with a flying knife.
Is the flying knife stuck in the aluminum or the metal garbage can lid, or was it strong enough to pull itself out?
Oh yeah, no, it pulled back out, and it's sort of like spinning again, like it's deciding who to stab.
Fuck. I am conflicted
I
because I,
know.
see Ben on the floor. I hear something in that room. I also have this flying dagger that I brought upon myself and feel hella guilty for getting other people stabbed.
Ben, I'll cover you with my shield. Get him out of there.
You could attempt a first aid check on Ben and try to get him back on his feet.
No, that's dumb.
Wow, thanks.
It's honestly, I'm not gonna succeed. I feel like there are better things that I have a better chance on actually succeeding on doing.
Fair.
That's fair.
I just am conflicted as to what that is at the moment.
Mm.
I got salt. Good on salt. Extra salty today.
Throw the Bible at the knife. I don't know.
What about the holy water? the salt slowed it. Maybe the holy water will take it out.
I'm going for the knife again. I'm gonna try to snatch it out of the air again.
All right.
Oh,
Go ahead and roll a strength roll for me.
Oh,
Pretty good.
Whew.
You manage to, even though it tries to pull away, you manage to get your hands on that knife again. You hear from that open space where Benjamin is sort of lying in between. And then you hear dum, dum.
Cool.
Coraline, what do you want to do?
It's fine. Everything is fine.
Yeah, Coraline is still I'm just gonna keep holding my ground and using my shield because she is so lost here. And yeah, no, she's not giving up her shield for her cameras or anything like that. She's holding steady.
Okay.
Guard.
Cecil, you have run into this room and shut the door, and now you suddenly like shake off this like minute of panic. What are you doing?
I'm getting myself out of that room.
All right, you open the door. Coraline is kind of off to your left, hunkered down with the shield. You see Luvenia has the knife in hand again, and Ben is still lying in the open hall. And you hear the sound of kind of shuffle footsteps coming from over there.
I'm gonna try to drag Ben out of the hole.
All right, so you run over and grab onto Ben and try to drag him out. I need you to roll me a strength roll. But as you get there, do you look in the hole or do you just look at the ground?
I am looking at the ground. I am
Cool.
Nope.
All
Nope.
right.
Am I
Not today,
conscious?
Satan.
Am I conscious enough to notice this?
You are kind of in and out, like of consciousness. Are you looking into that hole to see like what's going on?
That'd probably be a random chance. He's probably not really knowing which way he's looking. Regardless of which way he's looking, probably doesn't even know if Cecil's the one dragging him.
Mm-hmm.
But he just says, "Get out of here. Go."
You get your hands underneath Ben's arms and you start dragging him out of that crawl space. You hear the shuffling footsteps getting closer as you keep your eyes averted looking down at the ground.
I guess he would look back then.
Ben will?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Ben, looking back, you see this emaciated figure. Looks like he's 6 feet tall, skinny, naked, with ghastly, wide, flaring, saucer-like eyes, and a nose that is so pointed it could be sharp as a knife blade. Some sort of chain is around his neck, and you hear it jingle now as he starts to make his way towards you. It looks like he is bald, having lost all his hair. His gums are shrunken in, and you can see his teeth. It's like a skeletal, like, grin. And he is hobbling towards you. You can see that, he's sort of breathing in and out, and there's like kind of dust coming out and as he does it, and he's just sort of shuffling towards you as he comes. Let's see. You do note behind him, like, there's a little table, there's some papers on the table in there, but I need you to roll a sanity roll as you're sort of seeing this figure stroll towards you. Excellent. You only lose 1 point of sanity from this.
Only.
You may like kind of do a like shocked exhale at seeing this, but otherwise you sort of have bigger problems right now.
Yeah.
All right, so after Cecil is pulling you away, Ben, you're sort of on the verge of like you're still struggling to remain conscious. You're just sort of like in and out. Roll me just a Constitution roll to see if you maintain consciousness.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
So as you see this and as you're getting pulled away, Cecil, you feel Ben sort of like go kind of limp in your arms as he loses consciousness.
Well.
Meanwhile...
Snake? Snake?
Snake?
Snake!
Where's a cardboard box when you need one?
You hear these footsteps in this chain clinking. Clink, 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 clink. And a figure is coming through the wall. And you all now, if you look up and are looking in that direction, see this figure stepping through the wall. Its eyes, these big saucers looking around at all of you. So everybody who's looking, I think Cecil is still looking at the ground.
Yeah. Because
So
I'm like looking to pull Ben up the stairs.
Luvenia and Coraline, just roll me sanity rolls as you get a gander at this figure walking out of the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck your noise, sir.
All right, so
Oh.
Luvenia will take 1
Do you want to
sanity
use?
drain.
Oh, it's sanity. Shit.
And Coraline, you will only take 2. So you both probably let out screams of shock at seeing this, but you don't sort of lose your minds just yet. You're still trying to process what this is. And this figure sort of looks around, and the knife tries to pull out of your hand again. So make another roll with that. I'm going to use a success. So, because I have 3, and I'm going to burn them now.
Well, I mean, there's a chance it goes after the other thing, so this is maybe not all bad.
It flies after.
11. It's 11. Make a wish.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow, it is.
I wish I get a critical success.
Yes.
It flies at.
No.
It flies at unconscious Ben. Just
All right.
dead body.
It pulls
The
free of your
pincushion.
hand.
Do I count
And-
as cover for Cecil?
You may count as some cover for Cecil, which may be good because it looks like it's going for Cecil.
Oh no.
Am I at least as durable as a trash can lid?
I mean, you may be as durable as a trash can lid.
Okay.
So,
Like a human body would give a little bit more resistance than a trash can.
Cecil, roll a dodge roll with
Okay.
an advantage die because you do have a Benjamin to work with.
Oh,
no.
Fuck no.
Oh, you are so you sort of trip over Benjamin, but the
trip over
blade
what?
sort of flies over your head and misses you and hits the post.
Oh my god.
And then
it's stuck in the post.
Well, then it pulls free again and starts spinning again. Luvenia, this emaciated figure has stepped through the wall.
And I don't have the knife to go and attack it
You
with.
don't currently have the knife.
If you remember, Benjamin does have a gun readily available right there. Just saying. It's
I
loaded.
don't have any. Really, I didn't do anything with firearms.
Yeah, but if it hits, it'll do way more damage than anything else.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull out his handgun and fucking shoot the emaciated figure.
You run across, the handgun has sort of out because Ben is just kind of flopped out on the ground. You pull out the gun and you point it at the figure and roll to shoot this emaciated figure as it comes
I
toward
don't have
I'll-
it
So it's
in-
firearms HG.
Yeah.
HG, yes.
I'll roll damage if you hit.
I didn't.
Yeah, so you
Actually, I have exactly 12 luck left.
Nice.
There you
Awesome.
go.
All right,
Alright.
so you fire at this shambling man. Go ahead
Does
and
he-
roll the damage. He doesn't dodge out of the way. Ooh.
Oh, holy crap.
All right. So that's right. I need to roll. This is-
We're in too deep, boys.
All right.
And
So
girl.
he gets hit by this bullet, and it seems to it doesn't seem to do damage to him right away, but it seems to sort of crack some sort of outer shell he seems to have on him, almost like he had a protective outer layer. It doesn't penetrate all the way through, but it looks like it. You see cracks going along it, like the shell is almost completely broken.
He's breathing in and out dust.
He is from the mouth.
Holy crap, we're playing Naruto.
All right. So after Luvenia shoots him, Coraline, what do you want to do? You see the bullet like kind of hit, and it sort of ricochets off, but you see like a shatter effect on this sort of weird shell that's around his body.
I throw my remaining salt in his direction and use my now empty hand to grab hold of Benjamin, and using this shield to kind of block. I'm like pulling, going, go, 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 go. Just she's wanting out and friends gone and GTFO.
All right. All right.
Okay, so Actually, random thing here. I'm kind of dead, but could I have possibly stored alcohol on me?
I mean,
Could I roll luck on that?
you can roll luck on that.
Okay, I'm going to turn
Come
into
on.
your guys'
Still
inventory.
have a success. Just use your gosh darn success.
You do have a success.
I'll
Yeah.
use my success for this.
All right, so there is in fact some of the good rum from Coraline's house. Benjamin apparently pilfered a bottle of good rum before he left
Right.
because you never know when you're gonna get the good stuff again.
So it's like a little glass bottle.
It's a nice little, maybe a
Make
pint,
a Molotov.
maybe a
Right.
pint of rum. All right, so let's see. Coraline ran over to protect Cecil. Cecil, what are you doing? At this point, do you look up with all of this going on?
I hear it happening, and
You're like, no.
I hear them screaming, and I'm like, no. but I can hear where it's coming from.
What a gentleman.
So, so what I'm gonna do? So I've got the puffy pirate shirt, right? I'm gonna hold the cuff with this hand, and I'm gonna tear off a part of my shirt, because I'll okay. First off, so I'm gonna see that he has the bottle of rum. It's falling out of his trench coat. Gonna take it, snap off the cap, tear that off, stuff that in there.
I
Take the
see.
matches that was in my pocket.
Oh, coincidentally, a little match thing falls out with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I still have the matchbook for that you gave
You
gave me.
do. You
That you
do.
threw at the skeletons?
Yeah. Well,
He went
I
back,
picked
picked it back up. He saw
picked
it
it back
landed,
up.
picked it back up.
Yep. We did.
And so- And then I just yell, "Run!" And I light the cloth
Okay.
and I throw it directly where that thing is.
Make a. So
I'm
I'm gonna.
in the line of fire.
So
you could
so in
wait
the
till I
instant
run.
you
Oh,
throw.
you are?
Well, in
Okay.
the instant you're gonna throw.
Well, you don't see that.
do
You're
you
just throwing
look?
it.
It's true.
Or do you blindly throw, or do you turn and look in the last instant?
Can I use a listen check to see if I can determine where it is just
Sure.
by listening?
Sure, go for it.
That doesn't help you find your friends.
Well,
Well, I can, because will
Nope,
this
just
count?
roll. It's fine.
roll it.
I was
Roll
gonna
it.
say,
I've had dumber stuff happen to my character.
I was gonna say, with this listening, can I tell where everyone is in the room?
If you get a hard success, I'll say you know where Luvenia is as well.
Okay.
In the line of freaking.
Oh, yeah.
No!
Yeah, you're not.
Fire.
You're just blindly throwing that baby.
Oh.
So you could still just miss and not throw it in the right
Is
direction.
this a
I
throw
might-
check?
Well, here's the thing. You're gonna roll a throw check. If you roll a success, you hit what you're trying to throw at. If you roll a miss, you hit Luvenia.
I'm gonna use my one success.
Yes.
I'm gonna use
Yes.
my success.
There you go.
Excellent. So I'm gonna say roll.
Thank you.
Roll. Well, he might dodge this, so he's gonna roll to try to dodge this as you
No!
throw fire at him.
Fail.
He is not allowed to dodge.
Not allowed. Oh,
No!
kidding me.
So the Molotov cocktail goes through the hole in the wall and shatters, and there is a whoosh as the space in behind starts on fire. Not him, but the space behind him now starts on fire.
Does he turn around?
So many
Uh,
clutch things.
He seems very focused on you all. So after,
I can tell that it doesn't hit.
yeah, you definitely know it doesn't hit. Probably from the reaction of your friends. Meanwhile, the dagger tries
Shit, I
to.
forgot about that.
Shit.
It's going to stab for Luvenia. So Luvenia, roll a dodge roll.
I don't even have it in me to play anymore after all that BS.
Like, come
I
on.
don't have 4 luck anymore. I blew that all already.
You did.
Trying to make shit happen.
All right, I'm gonna use another one of my successes.
Really?
Well, I only got one left now. So I mean, after this.
F is all I have to say.
F.
I
Somebody-
feel like
wait,
there's a
somebody
lot of
explain that to
pressing
me.
F
I
to
don't-
pay
I don't
respect.
actually know what that means.
F to pay respects.
Okay,
It's a
cool.
meme.
Thanks. I had no idea, and I've been trying to figure that out for a while. Right.
In one of the Call of Duty games, there was a spot where it said "press F to pay respects," and you had a
Okay.
funeral, and you just put your hand on the coffin. That's
Gotcha.
all.
I'm still standing. You.
Yep. So you get stabbed by the dagger, but you are still standing. And then what do you want to do?
Fucking shoot. I'm gonna start to back away.
Yeah, 5 shots left.
Yep. I'm gonna back away and shoot the thing again.
Okay, roll to shoot him. He's going to attempt. Oh, he doesn't even need to dodge this time. You fire blindly, and it goes through the wall behind him.
Wait, actually, that
That's a fighting
was
roll.
the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. Roll your handgun.
Yeah, fighting HG.
Oh,
All right. Yep.
fuck, the same goddamn roll again.
Coraline, you saw the dagger stab Luvenia. This figure is like walking toward her now, like closing the distance. And the room behind where it came from is starting to, you see the flames starting to lick up in the area behind it. What are you doing?
We have got to get out of here now. That's what I was gonna say. Is where was the holy water that you had, Luvenia? Like, where were you storing it? And is that something that maybe I would have known since we went and got it together?
So she carried a messenger bag over her shoulder, and it's in the messenger bag,
Okay.
along with the Bible and the cross. I don't think it's a crucifix, but it's a cross.
So I'm gonna let go of Benjamin and grab Lavinia's bag on her shoulder, trying to pull it over to me, and digging through, try to find the holy water.
It's slung over her body. I don't know that you can take it from
Okay,
her.
so then I pull it as much as I can so that I can see it, and I'm doing that plunder thing, holding the shield in the purse with one hand. So it's like
Make a
shield
luck
trash
roll.
can, holy person.
Yep. Make a luck roll to see if you can get this holy water out of this bag.
Diggy, diggy, come on, feel holy. You said luck roll, right?
Yes.
Luck.
Oh, you're digging around and you cannot in this bag. You can't find this holy water. Do you want to try to do something else since you can't seem to locate it?
Oh, shit,
Just
shit,
get
shit.
out of here!
Throw the trash can lid at it.
No,
Style.
you know what?
He'll just
This is
You know what?
Sparta!
Is
Shaun of the Dead, just throw random crap at it.
Is the dagger still like in Lavinia, or is it?
No, it pulled back out, but it's at like your like arm and head level. Like it's you can see it's right there.
I'm gonna try to use the shield to baseball swing the hell out of that knife towards that thing, and be like,
Come on!
"Yo, run already!" And bam, hit it towards them. What do I roll
You
for
have
this?
a success if you want to use it.
Oh yes, we are fucking using that success for this. It's total Batman time, you know.
All right, let's see. So you
Sorry for this.
You just like
Baseball Babe Ruth. I like point to the outfield.
all right. So you spin around when you can't find the holy water. Your eyes come up and you realize that dagger is like. It looks like it's gonna go toward Lavinia again. So describe you hitting it with this trash can lid.
As I'm giving up, I see it coming in. I'm like, oh, and I raise up, seeing that I won't be able to swing and hit them. So I kind of do like the little color guard twirl so that it comes down and around and pip on my way through. So it's like the swoosh, swoosh. My daughter would be proud. Yeah.
All right. So you hit this dagger like, and there's this resounding clang of the trash can lid connecting with the hilt of this ornate dagger, and the dagger just goes flying. It was sort of pointed at Lavinia, but you kind of redirect it, but using its momentum too, and it flies toward this emaciated figure, and you see the big saucer eyes look at it coming and go, and it sort of hits it full in the chest area, and it looks down and it's like, and then you've seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Does it poof into
It
dust?
dusts the figure.
Oh my god.
And just the dust sort of poofs back. You see the fire in the hole behind him, and you almost feel like a sense of this presence just sort of rush out. Like there's like a sucking sound of like wind as this dark presence sort of whooshes away, and the dagger just sort of clatters into the other room and lands in the flame and then it's sort of quiet as you all just sort of look at each other.
That's what you call a home run! Yeah!
Go. Sorry, Mr. Not.
Can we get out of here before anything else decides to eat us or hit us or...
About the fire.
At the top of the stairs, just all little rats, and they got like little handkerchiefs and a knife and fork each.
So do you run for it?
Yeah. I think yes.
All right.
Dragging Ben up
How are you
the
getting the
stairs.
dead weight that is Benjamin these stairs?
Ben,
Do you carry Ben out and sort of get him so everybody can roll me strength rolls just to sort of
We like work as a team, like
Mhm.
like arms over shoulders.
racing
Oh, are
against
we
the
gonna
flame.
fireman crawl him? Or I was thinking we've got this cool trash can lid. We could like lay him on it and pull him up turtle shell style, you know?
oh, it doesn't matter. I failed, so I'm not helpful.
Okay.
We're supposed to
Nope.
be doing what now?
Strength.
Strength.
Oh gosh.
All right. So
Hey!
so
Little 5 foot. Little 5 foot.
you see Coraline, like, do you do your trash can lid? Like, do you roll him onto it and like
Oh yeah.
yeah, you just see Coraline using every
Take a
tool.
rope and tie it around and through it. It's like bobsleddy up. It's like
The rope is now like around her shoulders and like over, and she's just running with him out of the house.
told y'all I want out of here.
You can feel under the floorboards as you run down the hallway the heat of the fire increasing as you kind of run for the front door, bolt
And
outside.
Hitters as it goes along. Drop.
Benjamin's head is just bouncing.
You get like a comedy skit where it's like every single opportunity his head could hit something it does.
Right.
And you all sort of come tumbling out of the house into the daylight. Like, it's kind of shocking because you've been in this dark space. You tumble down the stairs.
What is it, like 11 in the morning now?
Yes. There are people who had come out from the business buildings for lunch, and now there's smoke starting to billow out of the like underside of this building, and this group just sort of tumbles out into the like runs out of the front yard into the street as flames kind of are licking around the foundation, and you just see people like, what are y'all doing?
Does anyone have my gun? Are they still
Yes.
holding it?
Yes.
I was gonna say Luvenia still
Well,
has it.
yes.
So you're running out of this house. It's starting to catch on fire with a gun out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, I've got a rapier.
Yeah,
Like-
we got a crazy pirate man.
I'm pulling you on a trash can lid like a Ninja Turtle, okay?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Somewhere in the
Look like a-
distance, you hear
I've got a
you hear the squeal of like police whistles.
Oh, I thought it was the souls of the damned getting burned in the house.
Maybe no, but you hear the peal of police whistles as it sounds like Foot Patrol maybe has noticed something going on, and a
Oh,
crowd is starting to form around outside the house as the house is catching fire.
moon's haunted.
Maybe they'll call the fire brigade. It's almost time for lunch, guys. It's been a busy morning.
Meanwhile, Ben's just dead.
So
Well, see, Coraline's not actually aware that Ben's dead. She just thinks he's knocked out.
So what are you all doing in this moment as the house is flames are licking up and burning this? I mean, the house, like, the outer facade is made of brick, but internally it's cooking all of the wood and furniture and fixtures inside. And what you didn't know was a couple of those rooms that you didn't look in had like piles of things to burn because they used to heat the house with wood. So there's a lot of wood to burn inside this house and you're all sort of just standing outside the main gate on the edge of the street looking back.
So ironic. The
They
guy that's
say-
burning man didn't burn it.
Is homeowners insurance a thing?
Actually,
Not
it might
back-
be.
I don't know if it was back then.
Well, we're
Back
gonna-
then, that was probably one of the few forms of insurance there was.
Well, I guess my question is, because it is much later than I thought it would be, but my question would be, do you stay in this space and like deal with the authorities that obviously have been made aware of some level, or are you going to try and leave the scene and not sort of deal with the authorities that are coming?
If I realize that Ben is dead, she will be all about getting out of there. And
You can all roll a first aid check to see if what Ben's condition is.
Watch your fumble. He's okay. He's just sleeping.
He's just
Well, that's not a fumble, at least.
first aid.
Nope.
Does anybody have a success left?
Wait.
Oh,
Do I
there
have
it
enough
is.
luck?
I did,
Do
actually.
you?
I have enough luck.
Do you want to spend it?
You
Because
might
that's
as well,
40.
right?
I
Yeah.
have luck.
One of you can spend it if you want to.
I also have a success.
Just use the success.
Yeah.
I'll just use the
All
success.
right. So Luvenia, you realize that Ben is no longer breathing. Like, it looks like that final collapse into unconsciousness, he didn't make it.
Does anybody know CPR? Actually, would it stand to reason that because I deal with with theater and fight choreography, I would have to have some sort of emergency response training for just basic shit?
Lavinia would know that he's probably past help at this point.
No.
He probably expired somewhere between the basement and getting upstairs.
I think it's at this point she holsters his gun to keep as a remembrance of him. And she will reach into his jacket and take a book of those matches. Not because she intends to ever light them.
You find 12 more bullets.
Oh, nice.
And she might as well take the bullets. They're not going to do him any good. But no, she's specifically looking for the matches, and then she'll take his revolver.
Oh, they're probably falling out like breadcrumbs.
You just all the way from the. It's
Also,
setting the rest
he-
of the house on fire.
Burning Man probably did contribute to the fire in the house.
It's likely. All right.
It's
So
like
when
the-
you take these out of his pockets, what do you do after you take them?
I think we should go back to Katie's cafe and call my cousin.
So you're going to try to slip away before the authorities arrive?
I am at the very least.
Anybody who wants to slip away can make me stealth rolls to try to blend in and slip into the crowd.
And another very classic question that you always have to ask, just day-to-day life thing. What do you do with the dead body? You just leave it on the street and go?
I mean, we could.
I wouldn't blame you.
I mean, I did get a hard success. Part of me thinks that at the very least, Luvenia slips away and hopes that somebody does something with the body, even maybe stick him back in the fire.
So Lavinia disappears into the crowd. What about Coraline and Cecil?
I am going to take my other bag that I had that was full of all the salt and pour it out into the handbag and kind of rip the seams a little bit on the bag and lay it over his face and say, well, I wanted to work with you a little bit longer than that, but good knowing you, I guess. Lavinia, wait up. And then I try to stealth off.
Go ahead and roll it. All right.
Nope.
So
She's gone. You probably didn't even see.
And what's Cecil doing in this moment?
But I was gonna say Cecil wouldn't know if he's past help, correct?
Unless Lavinia maybe said
Lavinia
something.
said it.
Lavinia said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I think it was by her actions. Like, she looks over the body, she
It's
reaches into his pocket, like, she didn't put the gun back.
that's fair.
It's pretty obvious. She thinks he's beyond help.
Oh, he did have a wallet on him. Did you take the wallet?
It's empty anyway. She knows that. She doesn't need his money.
Okay.
Oh god, what is Cecil gonna do?
I don't know.
You're running out of time. The popo are coming.
Yeah, I was about to say the sirens are getting louder.
You hear the fire brigade coming.
Let's see.
Little Timmy was playing hoop and stick on the street and sees you over top of the dead body.
I was gonna say, Cecil's just gonna be like It was an honor, and then just try to stealth away.
All right, roll a stealth to disappear into the crowd.
Sorry, Benjamin.
No hard feelings.
No hard feelings.
Okay, so you all try to slip away. Cecil and Luvenia, you do manage to meet up afterward at Katie's breakfast coffee area, but Coraline doesn't show up. Coraline, as you were slipping away, you actually get pinched by the police and taken in for questioning for the dead body, the fire, and what you were doing in the vicinity. As some witnesses point you out and say, she was hovering over the dead body, we saw her.
I was trying to pull my friend up. I tell you, that bed was trying to eat us.
Do you, when you are taken in for questioning, my question is, will you give up the rest of your people, or are you going to try and fast talk your way out of this?
They were absolutely lost in the occurrences. It was just me that came out with him, but he fell away. And yes, we're fast talking the hell out of this.
Let's do it.
Come on. Can I give her my success?
Come on. No, wait. Oh yeah, I only got one success.
Do you have a success?
I have luck. I have all the luck. I have 47 luck.
Oh, well,
Oh, that's true. All right, so go for it. Roll this.
Okay, so
I'm just not sure I need my success anymore.
Roll this fast talk.
Okay. I probably do because I don't have any points in it. So
Nice.
I suddenly start to say too much, remember my friends, and then I remember, when in doubt, shut up. And I think of my friend Luvenia, and I say, I do believe we're done here.
So Coraline clams up and does not give away Cecil and Luvenia's involvement, and is arrested and brought up on charges for arson and manslaughter again for the death of this Benjamin Walker. Mr. Stephen Knott explains that she was just supposed to go investigate the property. He doesn't know what happened, and eventually she ends up getting convicted and sent to jail,
where she writes her first memoir in prison.
Yeah.
All about the spooky supernatural that killed her friends.
But surprisingly, Stephen Knott doesn't ever give up the names of the friends who were lost. He seems to clam up on that, letting Coraline take the fall for what happened with the Corbett house. And Benjamin is buried in the cemetery in Boston, and Luvenia and Cecil, what happens to the two of you as you follow the story, and perhaps Luvenia report a little bit on the story of Coraline's
Trial.
crime and trial?
And I think she probably ends up in the corner office that Artie was offering to Coraline, since Coraline took a fall from grace. But I also think that Luvenia, if Cecil has it, will still correspond with him. I think eventually at some point she does write a book about this, or maybe starts a line of children's books.
Things that go bump in the night.
Yeah.
Finish your own story.
Yes.
Matches and daggers and salt.
And what about Cecil? What happens to Cecil after this whole event?
Lord.
You said in the game. Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say I have a quick question. What
Yeah.
happens with Coraline's photos?
They are never brought in for the trial. They seem to have disappeared during the course of the investigation.
I took pictures. I still had my camera on me, but I never
did.
developed them. Do you
But
think the court would have tried to use that as evidence?
no, because when they opened up your camera, they found that somebody had not properly installed the film that day, and all of the pictures were ruined because of that
Yes!
first fumble with the camera.
Nice.
Oh.
None of the pictures would have mattered anyway. It would have been pictures of rubble, essentially.
Yeah.
But yes, when they try to develop it, the film is no good. And so they have no other evidence against Coraline. So she doesn't get as long a sentence as she could have. And in fact, with good behavior, she may get out earlier than you thought. But so Cecil, what's going on during this time since they were never developed, and the other pictures vanished under questionable
But under
circumstances?
suspicious circumstances.
Auspicious. One might say.
Auspicious. Mysterious and auspicious circumstances.
Cecil is probably going to he's probably gonna take a break. He's gonna take a break from anything fight related. He's gonna take a sabbatical. And I was gonna say, honestly, he would probably like help Luvenia like with writing. So like, gotta use my creative skills elsewhere because I'm gonna take a break from that.
Could he be somewhat of a ghostwriter for her?
Yeah.
Would it?
Because she's still going to continue to report because she's got the corner office now. She's like hot shit now.
My question to the universe is, what happens to the book
That
in my
is what
apartment?
I'm going to tell you what happens to the book in your apartment. I was waiting for that. So, with everything going on and the fact that Benjamin Walker has passed away, one night very shortly after the trial begins for Coraline, the office door, the door to his apartment, opens quietly as somebody picks the lock, and a shadowy figure moves through the space, searching, muttering, and they find a hiding place where they remove this worn and worm-eaten leather-bound book from the hiding place. And then they quickly slip back out of the door, and in the light of the moon as they walk away, they're wearing these sort of light off-colored robe as they make their way down the street and disappear into the shadows of Boston and disappear. And they're gone.
The oldest cult in mankind still survives.
And I think that's a good place for it to end.
Oh, yes.
Wow, this
That
went
was
longer, but
good.
yay!
Coraline is the best friend Luvenia could have ever asked for because even when she could have thrown her under the bus kept on driving and Luvenia was standing on the side of the road.
Oh, man. So, on that note, why don't we, you can say what you liked best and who you are and where we can find you. And I think I'll go in reverse with our dear departed Mr. Benjamin Walker.
Okay.
Oh, little Benjamin.
That was great. I had a blast. If there was any way to go, that was perfect. I enjoyed all of it. I am known as Scotty Hood on the internet. You can find me on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Twitter. I post D&D videos. My Ghost to Saltmarsh campaign just started. Jeanette is one of the players. And the first episode is up on my YouTube channel. And we're going to go through all the adventures in that book.
Oh,
And
fun.
I think everybody but one player is one of the new aquatic races that I'm going to be releasing in the DM's Guild called Zebediah's Guide to Aquatic Races, which will include the Sahuagin. I looked it up. That's actually how you're supposed to pronounce it. Merfolk, the Lokathoth, and a bunch of other, memorable Dungeons and Dragons aquatic creatures. That's my plug.
Excellent. And also, Scotty has a Patreon, and he has another Zebediah's Guide to Fishing on the DM's Guild, which he didn't plug, but I
it's
will.
free.
Yes.
That one's free.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
All right. So how about our dear Luvenia Queen, who is the resident badass who wanted to face down a ghost?
I have this thing about facing down stuff that I shouldn't face down in Call of Cthulhu games. But my name is Theater Nerd. You can find me at Theater Nerd 221 everywhere. Best place to keep track of me because I do a lot of things online. Such as earlier today, I played Hunter the Vigil. So again, in 2 weeks, we'll be doing that. Next week, on Monday, around the same time we just started tonight, I am running my Ravnica game, which is not your stereotypical everybody's in guilds game. I'm bringing in a lot of other Magic the Gathering lore into that game, or trying to, and somewhat still making it my own. I also play an Asmar Barbarian over on SS Adventure, and maybe other one-shots, though I don't have anything else planned. I was going to grab the Princess Bride book because I am looking to start that up probably mid to late August, running a game of the Princess Bride role-playing game, which is written by the same guy who wrote the Fudge system. And it's super easy, super quick, lots of crazy narrative role-playing fun, if I do it right and find the right players. But that's all for me, I think.
Excellent. And we go to Coraline Merryweather, Miss Reen.
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch and all the places as @FairyReen. You can also find me over there at Geeky Bugbear, where we run lots of games and all the things that means, be it tabletop, boards, cosplay, whatever it is, we got our fingers in it, having fun with it. So,
Nice.
Come get dirty with us. Have fun.
Outstanding. And last but definitely not least, our Cecil Thomas, PhD. What do we got going over there? Andy.
Hey, so my name is Andy. You can find me on Twitter as Ubiquitous Chicken. I am I'm not doing a whole lot right now as far as any streams, but you might see me popping up on voice acting for different podcasts. Got a few auditions going out there, so it'll be pretty interesting. Most of the other things I'm doing is local, like Shakespeare in the Park, but yeah. If I was gonna say, if anyone has any sort of any one-shots, any campaigns that you need an extra player for, let me know.
I may have a short-term Cthulhu game going every other Monday starting in 2 weeks. I'll let you know. It may be back in the Old West. We like the Old West here. I guess it's my turn, right? So hi, I'm Jeanette. This is my channel, Uncanny Adventures. I appreciate you all so much for playing this. I'm sorry it went longer than we thought, but
It was worse.
It was so
well
fun.
It was
worth it.
worse.
Awesome role play.
Yeah, it was really, really good. And so you can find me on Scotty's channel on every other Saturday doing Saltmarsh on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Scott and I are on Power Score RPG's Twitch playing. We're doing the new Acquisitions Incorporated adventure. Apparently, I was away for a fundraising event and shenanigans have happened. So that I'll be back this week, so that'll be going on, and then every other Sunday. So this coming Sunday, this coming Sunday. I got it right. At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Here on my channel, we're doing Skull and Shackles. It's a Pathfinder campaign that we're converting to D&D 5e. So that's all well and good and fun. So yeah, yar. And then in 2 weeks, I'm hoping to start like a short-term, like little adventure. It's another one from Chaos EM that they've done. I'll post more information. So yeah, we'll be seeing who's going to play on that fun stuff. But otherwise, that's what I've got going on. And I think it is late. The hour is late. We have burned a house and lost an investigator, and someone ended up in jail. So I think it may have been a successful session of Cthulhu.
It sounds like it's on point.
Not only did one person survive, but two did. So, or three, technically.
Technically 3, just one of them is in prison.
Two were unscathed.
Well, they may have been
But were
unscathed
they?
physically, but emotionally and mentally, they may never be the same as they were.
Exactly.
And that's what I will say. All right, so we're gonna say goodnight. Thank you everyone who watches and who watches later on, and eventually this will go up on podcast form too, because why not? We like podcasts. So everyone take care.
Podcasts are fun.
They are fun, and thank you all again. I had such a good time, and thank you to the pupper for the perfectly timed scared barks.
Really.
Scared the crap out of me more than once. Good job. All right, thanks
He has
all.
very good dramatic timing.
It's so good. All right, take care everybody. Good night, and we'll maybe see you soon.
Night, y'all.